Welcome everybody here to the USAFE Air Force Gaming Championship for 2026. My name is Infinity and I'll be casting all of today's action alongside a fellow man from Europe. Yeah, we got a whole European lineup this weekend, of course, for this region. It's Zep. How you doing, mate?
Oh, doing absolutely fantastic, Infinity. Really excited to be here today. I mean, look, we have so much action to bring you guys over the next 4 days. Call of Duty, Rocket League. I absolutely adore these two titles to death. So it's a pleasure that we're going to be having the opportunity to cover both of them here today and over this weekend. And even more of a pleasure that I get to do it with yourself as well. And Mark of Guy, of course, throughout the weekend as well. I think he'll be joining us for a couple of the broadcasts as well. So as you say, European talent all around. Really exciting time to be here. It's going to be one heck of a weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be a real fun time for sure. Before we get started, though, a massive shout out to our sponsor for this event, the USAA. USAA was founded over 100 years ago by 25 military members with a mission to always take care of their own. Learn more at usaa.com. All right, with that said, then, let's start talking about what is ahead for us here today. Because if you're joining us for the first time, you might not know that this year is a little bit different. We've had CoD in the past set. This year, we have Call of Duty and for the first time, Rocket League. And you and I, we get to take both on.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just going to be so much fun to do. It's going to be an interesting challenge for us to, to be bouncing back and forth between the two titles, but one that I'm really anxious to take on, eager. I say anxious, maybe the wrong word for that, but just such terrific titles. Again, really high energy across the board. So the fact we're going to be able to bounce back and forth red zone style, it's just going to be so much fun to be able to see these titles in action. It's just going to be 100% energy all the time. And honestly, that's what I'm here for. It's going to be great to see.
Yeah, I mean, this is always a fun time. I think the unique kind of element of the Air Force gaming events compared to some of the other events that you and I might get to cast is kind of the fun nature of them, right? I mean, it's just kind of something very different. I wouldn't say more casual because obviously, and you guys will see this today, these games are hella competitive, but I think there's an element of just these guys, they're here, they get to play together, a setting that they normally don't get to do so, and they get to play with some of the best games in Call of Duty and Rocket League as well. So things to bear in mind. I think we should probably get forward and start talking about what is ahead of us though with the schedule for the day, because things are a little bit different compared to PACAF and CONUS, which are both regions that have already come and gone and had teams qualify for the DAF World Championships in July, because we aren't just going for Rocket League and then into Call of Duty. We're actually got a bit of a mix going on today, Zep.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how that is actually going to work, getting more into the bracket, breaking things down, seeing how the formats will work for these teams going forward over the course of the weekend. And yeah, I think it's going to be really entertaining to see. Again, we'll be taking a look at the Rocket League format very shortly. And I think, it'll be very unique. And it's one of those ones as well. It's a bit of a, what would you say, starting off best of 7, you have to get in there and you have to be starting well early. It's a marathon, not a sprint type of thing, right? And, I've often been a part of Rocket League games where, you're covering them in their best of 3s. And sometimes for a lot of those teams, it can be over before it's even began, before you have a time to find your rhythm. But in a best of 7, you always have time to get in there, get a rhythm sorted, get moving forward. And then even if you have a little bit of a down period to begin with, sort of find your feet and then bring it around in the second half. And if you weren't going to do anything in a best of 7, well, then it was never really going to be. So these teams are going to have plenty of time to get warm throughout the early stages of these games, and whether or not they can find their form in the first day is going to be key.
Yeah, and, again, just to kind of go in on that a little bit, we are going to be looking at these matches through a red zone style format today. Now, for all our Europeans out here, you might not know what that means because we're European and we don't watch the NFL like all the Americans do. But it basically means that we have multiple games going on at any one time, and we can dip into those games as and when we choose. So if a team A is getting steamrolled by team B, we don't have to watch that. I know you guys don't want to watch that. It can be fun at times to see a team getting distressed in the pit, but we are not going to be watching that. We'll go over to another matchup that is more competitive, and we're just going to be constantly involved in the action. So it is going to be a real fun time. I cannot wait for today. I very briefly mentioned it there, Zep, but also one of the things that people need to know here is actually that this is our 3rd event of the season. We've already had PACAF and we had CONUS, so we had 5 of our 6 teams for each respective game qualified for the DAF Worlds in July. Today is literally the last team to qualify, so only one from Rocket League and Call of Duty, respectively, is going to make it to that World Championships.
Yeah, so it really is do or die at this point, isn't it, right? You've already seen the teams that are going to qualify. You kind of have an idea of the opposition that you're going to be coming up against if you're able to make it through at this stage over the course of the weekend. So look, you got to make sure to get in there. You got to make sure to play your best, because from this point as well, all the other teams they're pretty set, they're qualified, they're ready to go, really, when it comes to those finals. So it's a case of they're going to be eyeing you up, they're going to be seeing what you're all about, and if you're, you know, an opposition who's really trying to take the whole thing towards the end, right, one thing I always say is that you want to, at a certain moment in time, sort of instill fear in the hearts of your opponents. We want to see a team come out of here and respectively, both in Rocket League and in Call of Duty, that looks that step above, that looks ready to go all the way, that finds that form, finds their foot, and finds that momentum that will not just carry them through this weekend, but carry them through all the way once this thing all wraps up in July. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be great to see. It's going to be interesting to see if any one of these teams is going to be a team that can push forward beyond this point, or if we're going to see a side that's kind of going to go into the finals on the back foot and not really make a dent.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Honestly, these things are always a surprise. I do not know what to expect. That is especially true of Rocket League. You and I, generally speaking, we're Call of Duty casters. We love when we get the chance to do something a little bit different. I loved casting Rocket League when I got to do the PACAF region. I'm sure it's going to be fun today, but it also adds that element of kind of not knowing what the hell is going to happen. Many of the players that I haven't had a chance to see before, even you guys, again, this is the first year we've had Rocket League in the AFG Regionals program. This is the first time you're going to see a lot of these players competing in the PACAF region. So it's going to be fun to learn a lot. If we could push the schedule, I want to see what the games we've got ahead for everybody at home right now. You know, we already know kind of what's going to happen for today. Again, we've got a mix of games for Call of Duty and Rocket League going on, or at least talk about the Rocket League format, because we want to give you guys an idea as to what's going to happen. I think we probably are just best going through that here for a second, Zep. Let's talk about what's ahead for Rocket League first and foremost, because we aren't really a harsh tournament here, Zep. We're going to be pushing teams from the group stages in towards that final bracket, and nobody gets left behind, which is always a fun thing.
Yeah, exactly. Look, going into the sort of a round robin format, I believe, you know, you get that time to find your foot. And as we said before, you know, again, playing in best of sevens, you have that opportunity to kind of go in and play your games and have that just set you up for going forward. So again, if you start off slow, early mistakes, they're not going to cost you. But going back to what I just said about that whole instilling fear speech and spiel that I went on, you want to have a moment early on, if you can, where you are setting that momentum and pushing down early on, forcing the issue, right? But what I love about this format is that it does give you the opportunity to where if you can't do that early on, you still have the chance to regain. As I said before, I've covered some Rocket League stuff where it's been best of threes to begin over in the collegiate stuff here in Ireland, and you know, as I said, for some of these teams it was over as soon as it began in a couple of games, and then certain teams will go on later on in the season and do really well because maybe they were a new roster as a three in the college side of things, starting off playing best of threes, losing the games early on, and you would make the mistake of thinking, well, there's not really much about this team, we're not really seeing what they can do. But over the course of the season, getting warmer as a squad and then going into later stages of tournaments where it becomes best of five, that's where you really see these teams start to shine. I love going into brackets and tournaments where it is a marathon and not a sprint, and not giving teams the opportunity to be shocked. I like a team being able to push through a series and being able to win, you know, having had played long enough in that series where the only way they could have won is by being consistent throughout and not relying on moments.
Yeah, 100%. You literally, I feel like you have to beat everybody in this tournament, or at least most of the teams, to actually get through, which is why some of the format changes we've had this year in the AFG Regionals program is, I think it made the competition a lot better. And of course, adding Rocket League in as well, it just makes everything a lot better on the whole. You guys get more action. We should start talking a little bit about Rocket League then, and some of the teams competing. We've got 4 teams, I believe, to talk about for this tournament. We've got England Alpha, England Bravo, Central EU, and Mediterranean. We'll start with England Alpha, and the thing I always love doing, Zep, is because these players, being perfectly honest with you guys at home, we know very little about these teams. We are learning as we go, is the names, and some funky names. Tyler Owns You. I hope he lives up to that name.
Oh, absolutely. Tyler Owns You, Zorfix, elite striker. I mean, will he be an elite striker? Only time will tell. But yeah, I mean, I love going into these things sort of blind to what the roster could do, right? Again, for those of you watching at home, you may know these guys and, you know, let us know what these players will be bringing to the table. But it's always fascinating to be able to go into these tournaments, day one, new players, you don't know them, and see how the narrative builds out, right? Who's that star player early on? Do they remain the star player throughout? Are they a player that's not going to not only cause danger in the game they're playing, but throughout the rest of the tournament bracket? It's all these things that you love to find out on the day and to build your understanding of these players. And it also means you get to go in with no biases either. Some players may have a big name coming into this thing, but we get to see how they play on the day, on the weekend, and judge them off that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always fun to see these guys and really learn what they're capable of. I hope that Machete Chief is capable of some great things. I don't know. I know you can't spawn in with a machete in Rocket League. He would be a great CoD player. You could 100% spawn in with a machete in CoD, but you can't do it in Rocket League. And so I'm wondering how capable he is going to be alongside Sheffy and Boniface here for the England Bravo squad. So England got a lot of representation here. Zeb, I know you're not going to be happy about that. Okay, but you know how us English are. We have to have multiple teams. You have to be as involved as possible, and there is that second England team once again. Looking over towards Central Europe though, and I assume this is just kind of a roster made up of various countries. You've got Big Red, Doodle, and Too Fast, Too Slow Up. That is way too many words in one name. You'd get rid of the up, and I think that would have been a cool name.
Oh yeah, Too Fast, Too Slow would have been a great name. We'll call him Too Fast probably for short for the remainder of the broadcast. But look, as you said, a lot of English talent throughout the English side of things brings a tear to my eye, really. Of course, I'm a massive I'm a massive supporter of English players and stuff. But when I on the back of that see how Ireland perform across all sports, it does make me seething with jealousy. But look, best of luck to them today, and as I said, best of luck to the Central European players as well. As you said, could be dotted around all throughout Central Europe. I'd be very curious to see where these players are from, where the Rocket League talent is coming from this year. And yeah, look, I think it's going to be a fantastic day, should I say, of Rocket League action between these guys. I'd be very curious, as I said, to see who stands out as that top player. I mean, as you say, the player with the machete in the name, the full name's already left me. It just shows how it washes over me at times. But I wonder, can you get a machete topper on the car, right? I mean, are we even allowed to run toppers on the Rocket League? If you can get machete topper on the top of it, then that is just a match made in heaven.
Yeah, I hope so, for sure. All right, there is also one roster I don't believe we got to show there, you guys, which was the Rocket League Mediterranean team, which is our fourth and final team competing in the competition. That's Rocket League. We'll be jumping on Rocket League a little later on during the day. We are starting the day, though, with Call of Duty, and we should talk a little bit about that CoD format. CoD is more or less the same, to my knowledge. Again, you've got the group stages with all the teams competing against one another. They all get to play each other. I think it's twice, I want to say, they get to play each other, and then they go into that final day with the final four teams going head-to-head once more to decide who will be champion. Again, it's a fun format. There's going to be a lot of games, so if you guys are a fan of one team, don't worry, you're going to definitely get to see them more than once.
Oh, absolutely. We're going to have, plenty of time to cover plenty of the action, and we're going to be doing sort of the standard CoD format when it comes to the games themselves, a best of 5 format, which I believe will be the standard hardpoint, search and destroy, control, hardpoint, and then search and destroy. And I also apologize, my camera's decided to completely bug out there. You're faced with the black screen until that decides to fix itself. It's amazing. You know what? I have had this camera for 4 years. That has never, ever happened before. It's always when you need it is when it decides to go belly up. But, I said, back to the Call of Duty action. Really looking forward again to seeing what we'll get to see this year, because, it's been really fun covering Call of Duty action in general throughout, many different broadcasts this year. That, Black Ops 7, such a fun game to cover. Really excited to see what these players can do in that title.
All right, well, here's a look at our two teams competing right off the rip here. Central Europe Alpha going head-to-head with England Alpha. And again, the beauty of this tournament is that we got some wonderful production going on. I give them a little bit of gas every so often, right? Yeah, because they deserve it. They do some good things every from time to time. They come out with some great things, and one of those great things is the player cams. You can see these guys getting set up for the very first match they're going to be playing today in round number 1. And these player cams are great, Zep, for a variety of reasons. I think the primary one is just we get to see those winning reactions. And CoD is a game, as you well know, no matter what the tournament, these players are going to get hype, and especially here when there's a lot of kind of camaraderie between teammates and even opposition, there's going to be a lot of hype in the center.
Oh, absolutely. There's nothing more I love to see than these types of camps, seeing when people pop off. Again, I don't know if we're actually going to have audio of these places, which might be for the best, right? We've been to a couple of these events, and it has to be said, even though teams can, they buy into the hype, they get a little bit overzealous, maybe in the language used sometimes, so it's sometimes the best to not be able to hear it. But it's so much fun to watch these camps, watching them get hype when they get a couple of kills, and seeing sort of the camaraderie of the teammates. There's nothing better than going to those cams when you're on a round 11 search and destroy and seeing the beads of sweat in everyone's eyebrows. They try to come away with a victory in what would be a crucial moment for them. It never fails to amaze me just how much fun it is.
Yeah, absolutely. It is always a fun time. So those are our teams looking over towards the rosters. I don't know if we have the rosters to show you guys, because I want to know Q is who. Obviously, we saw a couple of the players there on the opposite sides. If we don't, it's fine. It's not the end of the world. We can talk about the rosters when we're in the game, but it is going to be a fun time. Either way, if we don't have the rosters, we can bring the map set up. Either of those would be great. Just want to start talking about these teams, because again, we're learning a lot here for the very first time. I've had the chance to cast USAFE in the past a couple of times now, and so I'm curious to see if some of the kind of names that I've gotten to see over the last couple of years are going to be returning. It's always a fun time when you see a player like, I know that guy, they played really well in previous USAFE seasons, is going to come back. But the thing is, the stakes, again, are higher this year, Zep, because in previous years, it would be more than one team that would be making it to the World Championships. This time, it is literally just one. And you know, in situations like this, when it's kind of a winner-take-all scenario, it is kind of do or die. You cannot mess up.
Yeah, and it causes a real make or break mentality, right? Because I've often been there in situations and seen it in casting before, where you'll see a team and they may feel like they're a really strong second or third team by a strong distance, but if there's a team that is definitely going for that top spot, who is really above the crop really in terms of everyone else, all of a sudden they start to feel really disenfranchised about their chances, because they realize they can't rely on a second place. They have to go all the way to a top, and that can be a real make or break scenario. The question is, will that be a make or break scenario for the Central Europe Alpha squad here? Isaac, CoD, Darth, Siren, and Gage. Again, names there that I don't recognize, but we're very curious to see how they get on here today.
And then on the other side, for England Alpha, we have Gingy, Raz, RWCA. I'm going to have to get a pronunciation on that. If there's like another way we got to pronounce that, someone will have to tell me in the chat. And Boogie, which is always a fun one as well. So I love the names. If I'm going to say any player that I recognize from across the board, and maybe it's just because it's like a name that we've... is a kind of a common one. I think I casted Gage before, I want to say, but someone will have to again correct me if that's not the case. Aside from that, these are pretty much all new players for me, so excited to see what these guys are going to bring to the table. We know after one game, Zep, you're going to be able to pick out the player that we need to watch.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, again, was one of the things I love about Call of Duty in general, right? Going into something like a hard point straight away. It's, again, we've been talking about it pretty consistently already now, this sort of do or die mentality. Hardpoint, you just dropped into the thick of it, right? And that's where I'm also really curious to see what maps we'll have. I cannot wait to see what are the best of 5 maps going to be, because the maps, they mean a lot, really, in terms of how a game can go, right? Whether it's going to be a fast-paced map. Again, I know the map isn't actually in there anymore, but back at the beginning of Black Ops 7, when we had Blackheart Hardpoint, for example, that was just a map where you were kind of going in and it was going to be a birth by fire when it comes to the SMG presence, the level of engagements across the board, right? And then, having a couple of new maps added in at this point in the season as well, new competitive maps. It's going to be really interesting to see how these teams get on in those maps. I'm not actually entirely sure what are the maps that they are going to be getting to pick from, but I'm really, really interested to see when we get to see them, of course, what these maps are going to be.
I do know somewhat that some of the newer maps in the rotation, and they've been in the rotation for a fair bit of time now, a lot of teams are averse to them, right? Because it's just like, you don't want to learn something new if you don't have to. Just play some of the old maps that you kind of know you prefer. Even though some of the new maps are actually pretty fun, like Sake is a really fun map, I think, for Hardpoint in particular. Fringe and Search and Destroy. Not new per se, but new to Black Ops 7. For those of you guys who aren't aware, who aren't maybe CoD fans, that is an older Call of Duty map that was remastered into both Black Ops 6 and Black Ops 7 and only made it in the competitive rotation for Black Ops 7. But yeah, I mean, I don't anticipate we're going to see a lot of the newer maps coming in, because again, especially for teams like this where you kind of question how good their practice is going to be for these sort of tournaments, I think you're just going to kind of stick to what you know and go for some of the older maps. At least I'll be honest with you, that's how when I play tournaments, I'm like, I don't want to play some of those new maps, I want to play some of the old maps. I know how to play Scar Hardpoint, I don't want to be playing someone else. Let's not be doing that. So we'll get that map set up here in just a second for you guys. We can talk a little bit about those maps, what we're expecting, but I'm not expecting anything new, Zep, because everyone, you love what you love. You don't want to learn something new if you don't have to.
Absolutely. I mean, I found that, right? I mean, I'm often one that likes to complain when it comes to Call of Duty. It's just in my nature, shall I say, right? And, Scar Hardpoint was a map that I was really not liking to begin with. It was one of those maps that I was calling for coming to Season 2, Season 3 for it to be rotated out. And now that we've had other maps come in, all of a sudden, when I find myself loading into rank modes, I'm like, thank God I get to play something like a Scar Hardpoint, because at least I know it. I mean, I think I have a 0.1 win-loss on Sake Hardpoint, for example. I just can't get that map down whatsoever, right? But again, it's something that I feel like is an interesting conversation, because we started seeing this in the last couple of years of having maps rotate in throughout the season, right? Because that is one of the, I think, the key aspects of Call of Duty that we all love, right? Is the fact that it isn't an esport that remains the same year on year. We have constant rotation through different titles, jumping between different eras with slightly different mechanics, but with the same sort of fundamental Call of Duty presence around it, which means that players are constantly having to evolve how they play. So breaking that down even further and changing the map set season on season, where the maps can play so differently. I mean, Sake Hardpoint, I feel like, as you said, it's a great map, but that's because it plays in such a unique way that it just has such a reliance on the ability to be able to rotate and play as a team, make sure you're playing the spawns right, and having those transitional kill controls across between P1, P2, P3, etc.
Yeah,
it's a lot to learn, and I kind of agree with your point that we're having players having to adapt already yearly, that almost having to adapt now every 2 or 3 months to different maps within the title. Is it something that needs to be a conversation, is maybe being a little bit too much for players to be able to handle?
Nah, well, I mean, I think the thing is with it, right, it's just like the pro scene plays a very different game to the scene that maybe you and I play, right? So you and I, we're sitting there playing rank play, we're playing with very different attachments, because half of them aren't even banned half the time. We're playing with different weapons even sometimes, right? And obviously, you know, the maps conversation is an interesting one, because if you're at pro level, new maps are great, right? Because you're, you know, constantly adding, you know, newer maps into the rotation. You're constantly adding more for these teams to have to work on. And it's basically their full-time job, so it kind of makes sense. For the layman, for you and I, who, you know, sit there and maybe play the game in our spare time, it's a little bit more, we have to learn a new map. Okay, it's fun, but at the same time, as you say, when you have to learn a new game every single year, it can be a little bit draining, should we say, I think is the word I would use. So yeah, we're just waiting for the first game to get underway, guys. Again, it will be Central Europe Alpha going head-to-head with England Alpha. We'll be in that game very soon. We do have the maps available. I don't know if we have got the map graphic available. We know what the maps are for this first best of 5 at least. And I was right. I'll say that much. We don't have any new maps. We have one new map in the rotation, but it's not really new. It's Hacienda, which at this point, if you don't know how to play Hacienda, you haven't played CoD for the last 5 years. Hacienda is actually probably the only map in the newer maps per se, Zep, that I actually enjoy playing, because again, it's just like, it's so classic. It's in everything. It's in CoD Mobile. It's in Black Ops 7. It was in Black Ops 6. It's been in every freaking CoD for like since Black Ops 4, since it was introduced. It's a really fun map.
Oh, it's a really fun map, and again, going back into sort of the map conversation, I think it's one of those ones, it's being rotated in just because of the consistency of how it plays, right? And I think there's constantly been debates over the last, I would say, 7 or 8 years of, you know, when it comes to competitive, should we be really honing on all new maps and all new experiences, or should we be leaning more into just the legacy maps only, the ones that we know work, just kind of giving them a fresh lick of paint across the different eras of CoD? And I think it's a very interesting conversation, because again, I come from, you know, my first competitive CoD being Black Ops 3. Hacienda, I believe its first CoD was a Black Ops 4. It still feels like a new map to me, but it already has kind of taken the mantle of being a legacy map because of how often we've seen it in these titles, and that's just because it plays so well. And I think it's really, you know, again, an interesting conversation to talk about in terms of the mix of different maps we see crop up once again. You know, I remember when Black Ops 7 was announced, we saw Raid coming in. One of the guys that I play with a lot was like, I can't believe we're seeing Raid again. I'm so sick of it, but I was there like, I absolutely love it.
I love that. I don't know why.
Yeah, it's fascinating just the different opinions that people have on what place legacy maps have within, you know, the competitive franchise going forward.
Yeah, 100%. All right, well, we can talk about those maps now. We don't have a graphic to show you guys, but we can at least tell you what the maps are going to be for the first series of the day. And I did already kind of spoil it. We aren't going to see many of the new maps coming through. So we have a Den from map number 1, a Raid Search and Destroy from map number 2, then going into a Scar Overload and a Scar Hardpoint, and then a Hacienda. This is not Den. So I don't know what we're looking at here. Is this the right? Apparently it is the right, but it's a different game. That explains it. All right, we're actually going with 2 different teams right now. So I assume this is the Mediterranean versus England Bravo. I don't know which side is which. We have Normac, Gribby, Rolly versus Real Steb, Pork Chop, and Rager and Boxy. This is one of those newer maps that's coming. Again, this is a remastered map from Black Ops 4, Gridlock. It's been a very fun map to learn, Zep. I've really enjoyed this one. And it is a map, you know what's staggering to me, and I had the same conversation, I think, during the PACAF broadcast as well, is some of these new maps have come in, and people are like, I don't know how to play this map. I've never seen this map before. Some of the people on my team are like, I've never played this map before. And I genuinely, obviously they can't see me because you're playing over the internet and stuff, but I think my mouth was agape when they said that.
Yeah, it sort of reminds us of our age a little bit, doesn't it? When people say that they don't know maps like this, it gives us a bit of unk status, I think, when they don't understand a gridlock. And look, it's a map again. I remember Black Ops 4. One of my hot takes is that I really didn't like Black Ops 4 at the time. I took a break from CoD during Black Ops 4, and you know, again, a gridlock, a map I didn't like, but I'm completely in the same camp as you. I've really liked it in Black Ops 7. I've come around to it. I think it plays really well, and so far playing really well between these two sides here in this game one, as it's relatively even. We're seeing England Bravo taking a little bit of a lead, but Europe Alpha quickly trying to grab that one back as we look at rotations now over towards P3. Not able to rotate though Bravo. They have not gotten themselves set up, and Alpha, after what was a little bit of a shaky start, being just behind by 30-40 points, seem in a good position now to catch up and maybe take the lead.
It feels like a good start here for England Bravo right now. They've got themselves 20 points in the lead, and they do have control of the Dojo hardpoint. This is a notoriously difficult one to break through, and as long as Porkchop's watching his angles, this should be easy for him to hold, but actually switches away towards the wrong side. That's going to enable Greg now to potentially get in towards the hardpoint. Double kill coming through from Greg, and that's a quick break coming through from the Mediterranean squad.
Yeah, fantastic break to get in there, but you've Gerby now 3 and 5, 26 seconds in Hill, getting pushed out, trying to pick up another, managing to get that one shot though in the process, going to child the second, manages to get it though, I think with a little bit of assistance from his team. Boxy picking up 2. It's trades left, right and center on this point. It has been a mixed bag of a kill feed here, as it is going to be Bravo though who are going to take the scrap and are going to be ahead by just over 20 points as we rotate towards P4. Rolly trying to get set up, however they do not have spawn controls at this moment in time, so it's a case of just holding from the front and trying to make it mixy, as you do see Normac rotating through the mid, and looks like he's going to try and hop top, and they're going to try and collapse from either side at this point.
Kills coming through for England Bravo, looking pretty good here. Gribby up top though, starting to put a puncture through. Also Greg in the back line, no help whatsoever. Gribby might not need it, but windy shots means he's not going to get it with that gunfight. Stev is down to 50% HP, but he's going to be back up towards 100, ready for the fight through the front, and Stev will win it. Also has help from his teammates there, and even the opposition, as Rolly gets TK in the mix there. And that's going to give England Bravo the time for now. Those split spawns starting to come through, though, through the front of the hard point. Boxy go for what I would only describe as an egregious challenge. Will leave Stev on his own inside the hard point. Does not need the help, though. Has the hard point. And now we start to see England Bravo really take the lead here in this game.
Yeah, it was a little bit back and forth to begin with. It seemed even, but we're starting to see a bit more of a KD disparity. The real Stev 14 and 8 on a 6 spree with nearly 1 minute in Hill, stamping authority on this map 1, and Ranger Gaming not too far behind with an 11 and 7. Meanwhile, no one on the other side yet to break over 10 kills so far, all sitting negative as well on the KD side of things, but doing a good job to still hang in there, all things considered. Look, just 1 or 2 good waves for kills away from being right back into this game. They still have plenty of time, but I feel like we are seeing this Europe Alpha side start to get warm, start to find the rhythm, and it is just a case now of can we see an answer back.
Yeah, so just to check, guys, I believe this is actually going to be England Bravo going head to Mediterranean. It's England Bravo on the left and Mediterranean on the right. The other game that we were talking about, the Central EU Alpha versus England Alpha game, that is going to be ongoing very shortly, and that will be on a Den hardpoint. So right now, we're looking for England Bravo to find a way back in. Late flank being made here by Rolly. Not the tastiest of shots, but we'll end up getting that kill here respectively. And this is now a big hard point here, Zep. You need this 60 seconds, and you've got to try and unearth those back spawns. Rager Gaming knows it. Has some big gunfights. Also shop control. Looking pretty good for Stev. Can't hold his life though, so now all of that pressure going to be coming from the back line. And there should be a continued stream of players coming through from Central, or from Mediterranean, excuse me, towards that back line. As you've got players in the back, those spawns will be locked down, and you've now got hill control. This is disastrous here for England Bravo.
Yeah, England Bravo in deep trouble now. Again, I liked the way they played, trying to get onto that hill, trying to collapse on, actually getting a bit of a fortunate spawn there for Rolly. If he can make the most of it, maybe there's still something here to salvage, but I like the way the Mediterranean side played that. They played a little bit off the point. They still sat beside 18. They just made sure to wait, and then when the collapse came through, they got the picks, they got the kills, and you know, you can play strategically as well as you want as England Bravo. I think have made some good moves throughout, but we have seen this Mediterranean side just outslay and dominate, with Porkchop now on a 15 as well, on a 5 spree, 1.5 minutes each for the real Stev and Porkchop as well, respectively. They're playing together as a unit. It's just working better, and what was a close game is now over a 90-point lead. Once again, though, we have seen Bravo rotate well for P3. It's just a question of this time, can they hang on?
buy spree, as you said, for Stev, and now 6 for Porkchop as well. This is disastrous. Again, you're going to start to have those Hellstorm missiles that will be really difficult to break through. Even if England Bravo do get in towards the hard point, there will be a Hellstorm or two for Central Europe, or for Mediterranean, excuse me, to actually hold on towards the hard point. Gribby trying to find his way through here. It's going to be a 2-1 split. Porkchop deals with 1 on the other side. 7 spree now for Porkchop. Make it 8 for Porkchop. Gribby on the other side would be 9. I don't think his teammates are going to give it to him. All he needs to do, though, Porkchop, is turn around, and he'll continue his reign of terror. More kills now for Mediterranean. And you've got 10 seconds left. England Bravo hitting scrap time here, Zet. This is not good whatsoever. Huge 1v1 on that next hard point between Normac and Rager Gaming, and the latter wins it. Things just go from bad to worse for England Bravo.
It looks all but done here. Bravo struggling on the rotation. A huge wave of kills coming through for this Mediterranean side, which means they should have it all but wrapped up here. This map 1, 20 seconds left to go. Bravo getting around the back for the spawns, but the Mediterranean side looking comfortable on this hill so far as they pick up another 2. But Rolly and Gribby actually getting through for a nice few kills, which means they will get one last dash, one last attempt at this hill, but they need to get on now, being super slow to break through when they know only one's on point. But it's Rager Gaming who absolutely slays out and locks it down to take that map number 1. Fantastic performance.
All right, just to confirm for the final time, that was actually Central Europe Bravo. Excuse me for being a silly Billy, all right? I'm an idiot. I didn't realize. But it is Central Europe Bravo that did just win that game. And shout out to Porkchop. He finishes the game at 20-13. That's still a really great KD. I don't think that actually fully paints the picture of the damage that he was doing through that game. You can see there's streaks on the final scoreboard there from him and Steve, or Stev. 9 kill streak for him, 7 for Stev, respectively. I think towards that final P3 set of rotations, that is damning. You can't really do anything about that when you're getting streaked out against in a combined 16 spree from 2 players. That's just getting outgunned.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, it was a map 1. It started off a little bit slow, a little bit evenly, but as we saw that game progress, it just got damning. We seen a team just find their form and another team didn't. It's simple as that, really. And look, plenty of time left in this series to try and regain. Could we see them being an S&D side now and being able to really do some damage and maybe have a bit of a shock upset happen before going into a map 3 where it would be all even Stevens, or are we going to see a blowout? It is really, really hard to judge off that at the moment, because again, it was one of those maps where it felt like we were watching one team get warm and not really see how the other team responded yet, and they have time to respond going into the next map. But I suppose it also was a concern that we didn't see much of a response. We didn't see much of a fight back in that map 1. We didn't see really them find answers to any questions that were being posed, because it was even until it was a 40-point lead, 60-point lead, then a 90-point lead, and nothing happened that put a dent in that momentum. It just became more and more of a landslide. Yeah,
and I'll say this much about Gridlock as a map, right? I think so much of Gridlock is predicated on how good your P3 holds are, and I think we saw 2 pretty much full 60s coming through from Central EU Bravo on that map. You can't let that happen. It is difficult to break a P3. I think you really do have to kind of go for at least like a 3-1 split on the flanking player, maybe a 2-2 split. You have to have the hard point being hit from multiple sides. You can't just try and brute force your way through the front. And they were trying that, but every single time they tried it, that flanking player got dealt with pretty easily. And England Bravo going to lose that first game very handily. However, we do have another England versus Central Europe matchup going on here very shortly. It's the England Alpha Squad versus the Central Europe Alpha Squad, and this is that map set that we promised you guys. We are starting off on a Den hardpoint, and this is another one of those maps that's fun in the current meta. I think in particular, this is SMG Heaven, this map here, Zep. So I'm excited to see kind of what we're going to be seeing from the players in that category.
Absolutely. I mean, I love this map. I have to say, Den has been one of the highlights of Black Ops 7 for me. I think it works really well across all modes. Again, I've talked about it in different broadcasts before that, there are issues with it that I believe that could have been fixed, but I think that's really petty, really nitty-gritty stuff. I think in the overall as a map, it plays really well. As you said, it's SMG Heaven, but I think it strikes a nice balance of, and it's a balance that I think a lot of Call of Duty maps need to strike, in which it's SMG Heaven, but the SMG has to make a journey or a trek to get into those positions to utilize the SMG to its fullest. And the only way that in a competitive game that is going to happen is if the AR player is in positions where they've got domination over the lane, whether that be from top window looking over the mid, whether that be from Dojo looking over B, or whether that's over the other side around computers looking over A. You need AR control to allow your infiltration units and your SMGs to get into those key power positions to cause the damage. And the only way you're getting that is from really good teamwork and coordination. So I think it's a map that, you know, it's a jack of all trades, works across all modes, incredibly fun to play, and I can't wait to see how it'll play on this map one. It's a great map to start off a series.
Yeah, 100%. It is also a map I find is punishing for spawn control as well. I think P2 is a particularly interesting hard point because it can kind of flip the spawns depending on, you know, where you position your players. If you have control of P2, you can kind of push out towards tiles as long as you've got a player in towards the backline anchoring those spawns down. If you don't do that, those spawns can be super flippy. That's not a word, but we're making it a word. But the spawns can be punishing on this map for sure. I think rotation-wise as well, you know, that P2 to P3 rotation can be punishing. If you don't rotate properly, you got to make sure that you put players on that next rotation. I think Den is one of those maps that, you know, if you don't play hardpoint correctly, it can really punish you. So something to bear in mind, I think, for these players. And generally speaking as well, with these Air Force gaming teams, you know, be it Konus, be it PACAP, and be it USAFE, you know, sometimes those fundamentals can be lacking at times. That is just true. That is how it goes. Sometimes the fundamentals could be better. And so I'm curious to see, you know, for both of these alpha squads, how much of that fundamental is going to be covered here on Den Hardpoint. We're about to find out as we jump into our first proper match of the day with Siren, KG, Isaac, and Darth going head to head with Raz, RWCA, Monsoon Vibes, I don't know which player that is, I can't remember now, and Gingy. Let's see if he was going to kick things off having a good P1.
And so far, there's going to be Alpha on that point early doors, taking a little bit of control over that mid-map, as you can see as well. Monsoon over on the left-hand side, getting control of that mid-front lane, but you're going to have Gagi that's going to be coming around the back, going to pick up that kill on the side, and all of a sudden has a transition of the control. But for how long will it last? With Raz pushing through the back, trying to get that spawn flip. That's actually a lovely wave of kills now from Central Europe Alpha, who are holding on to this point. However, with those spawns flipped, they are going to have to try and fight their way back to P2. But Gagi on a 5 spree here to begin with. Terrific start from him.
If we get the data view pulled up, that would be great, so we can actually see the KDs of these players. Thanks, guys. Look, I love the production. They know exactly what I want when I want it. They love me. Great start, as you said, for Gagi and Isaac here. 6 spree and 3 spree, respectively. Isaac now going to continue his spree as well, and this is not good. You have players locked in towards his P2 hardpoint. Monsoon trying to find his way in through the front. Immediately shut down here as Central Europe Alpha in a great spot. They've got P2 control. They're watching all their angles. This is not great for England Alpha.
No, Central Europe are looking really strong at the moment. I mean, an 8-2 and a 6-1 with majority of this hill time, 30 seconds in the lead and counting, with complete control of P2 as they just continue to slay it out. A kill feed of Blue as they have complete dominance of the lane. England Alpha are getting nowhere near this one as Isaac CoD is on that 7 spree, 12 seconds in hill as well early on, picking up a couple here as Isaac gets pushed out, but now in a position where they have the luxury, even with 20 seconds left, to be able to think of P3. They've got majority of time in this P2. They're still actually managing to hold on to P2 whilst having 2 players already rotate over towards P3. So far, this is complete and utter dominance.
Isaac is still not died, by the way. He's died once in this game. He's on that 9 spree pretty much ever since. Insanity. Siren gets a couple there on the rotation. Brilliant plays coming out from her, and Central Europe now hit that rotation from P2 to P3 pretty much perfectly. They've got coverage in the middle of the map as well. Gingy and Darth should be able to get the team shots through to remove that one player from the middle of the map. Raz will try it. Nice headshot multiplier to find the frag, but no more kills than that. And now England Alpha kind of have to relegate themselves to pushing, brute forcing their way through Archway. It is just not working. They have hit a stone wall of Central Europe Alpha players. And, I mean, they are on the wrong side of the map right now. They've got to brute force their way through. Oh, there is the spawn flip as Isaac pushes too far through. Will they read this?
Isaac CoD, I don't think will care at this point because he picked up a 2 and then another and is on a 14 spree. 15 and 1. Make that a 15 spree now as he hits the 16. Absolutely staying out on this point. Finally dropped as all the effort goes to just shutting him down, but he'll have a streak in hand. Meanwhile, England Alpha are in the mud. KDs across the board. Pitiful. Again, with the greatest respects, they just aren't able to get anything going here, as this is going to quickly stretch to an over 100-point lead as Europe Alpha are putting their foot down on map 1 of this series.
Yeah, right now this is a 90-point differential and growing here in this game. If you're England Alpha, you got to start putting some kills together and finding a way back towards this game. That's a good start. Gingy gets a double. RWCA now able to get in towards the time, and they're actually doing a good job of reading those back spawns as well. Good read on towards Isaac for the flanking play. RWCA now on 3 in a row, and they're double stacking the hard point. This is a readable back spawn. England Alpha doing everything right here. Can they break in towards the back 20 seconds? KG goes in for the shot. Siren with the follow-up. One more player to contend with. Siren tags the ankles of Raz. And so that means scrap time might well go Central Europe Alpha's way, yeah, as those kills start to come through. So, end of the first set here. This is not good for England Alpha. Right now, they're getting outslayed, outplayed, and outmaneuvered as Gagey finds 3. If there was ever kind of an epitomization of how this game is going, that's probably it.
Absolutely. And I think for England Alpha now, they'll already realize that this map is practically gone from them. They just have to find some form of momentum to take into the rest of the series, right? Even if that's just finding a way to shut down Central Europe Alpha a little bit, sort of show that they're human, make them bleed just once so that you can have something going into the rest of the series. Because if the form it stays any way like this going forward, we're going to be seeing one of the probably quickest 3-0s of a series that you will see, as Central Europe Alpha are, they're not just in the driver's seat. It feels like they built the driver's seat and are sitting in it right now, right? That's the levels we are seeing, is they just have complete control in all areas. And I gotta say, you get credit to Raz though. I mean, 14 and 15 on a 4 spree for England Alpha, trying to drag their team through as best as they can. But when you're up against it the way that they are with Gagey, Isaac, and Darth all picking up the kills, I mean, what can you do as another 4 goes down in the feed?
And now we're going to see that same setup once again from Europe Central Alpha, or Central Europe Alpha, excuse me. Players in the back line, players keeping an eye on the front. Siren's actually been tagged up through the wall, so good plays being made here from England Alpha. Siren now trying to play her life. Isaac with the help. Siren, though, going to fall. And Central Europe Alpha going to back up. Now the hit coming through here. 3 versus 2 inside the hard point. 3 versus 1, and Isaac beams Raz. There's a 3-for-1 trade. Back spawns now flip. Isaac's read it to perfection, and he's going on another tear. 5 in a row. Not going to be number 6, but the damage is done.
Gagey and Isaac caught having a little bit of a race here. 22 and 11 versus 24 and 8. Who's going to finish on top? But meanwhile, you got to give credit to players doing the hard graft work. Siren 9 and 12. I mean, the KD not perfect, but over 2 minutes in Hill. Again, I love that in a team where players just within the moment will recognize their role. Siren maybe not slaying out as much, realizing that Gagey and Isaac are just popping off with Darth not too far behind. Just making the executive decision to go, yep, I'm going to sit in Hill. I'm going to rack up this all-important time. You guys go and do the work all about the place. I'll sit here and reap the rewards of your hard work and make sure that we are getting every second accounted for. Amazing stuff from this Central Europe Alpha squad as a whole. Just playing together as a unit, doing the simple things correctly, and having their moments to showboat here and there with the kills that they're getting. Again, with Isaac going on that 15. I mean, will we see that beaten throughout this entire weekend? I don't think so.
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. It's crazier things than that. So that's all I'll say. Central Europe Alpha right now in continuing this dominant game against England Alpha. There, it should be said, there is a way back in for England Alpha here. They've just got to start slaying out. I make it sound so easy, but if you can shut down the likes of Gagey and Isaac, this game will become significantly more palatable. Trades, though, in your favor here for the moment. Siren, the last one left in the hard point to deal with. Slide out from Raz, goes nowhere, and Siren will survive for the fight. A little bit more to do does Siren have for that scrap time. Unfortunately, will get shut down. So that is 10 seconds for England Alpha as they look to clamber their way out of the 100-point club. And now this is the foot race towards the next hard point. 3v1 around the back line. Got to deal with Isaac. Isaac, great shot towards the first. That stun lands a little bit short, and Isaac wins the fight towards the hard point. It's all blue in the feed as well. Central Europe Alpha look beautiful in this rotation. They hold it. They win this game.
And they look poised to hold it as well, right? I'm not seeing much change up. I mean, Raz picking up a couple, actually picking up 2 now. Maybe going to be able to get through here. Gagey trying to play this one out, get the kills, but to checkerboard a kill feed back and forth. Dart managing to pick up 1, now 21 and 12. Trying to push out wide, and it does look like they're going to be able to do enough here to hang on to this point. But England Alpha actually done a good job of fighting out and, you know, nearly not getting the 100-point club. And I know that sounds like I'm almost trying to make fun a little bit. But when you take into account where they were, the fact that they fought back to get 84 points, I think is a real testament, with RWCA as well on 14, Gingy on 13. I mean, there are building blocks here they can take into the rest of this series. But for now, as we go back to P1 for the final time, it's good night as Central Europe Alpha take map number 1 in some style.
Yeah, that's one way to say it. I think for sure Central Europe Alpha running through England Alpha there, and so much of that just down really to 2 players. Gagey, who you can see here on screen, 31 and 15, making it look so damn easy. And then, of course, Isaac, who went on that, was it 14 spree, I think, before he fell in the end? Something to that effect. I think that in itself is just a good indication of how... 15 spree is a good indication of how that game went. Again, when you've got 2 players going on combined sprees like that, just like we saw earlier on the grid-like hardpoint between Central Europe Bravo and England Bravo, it is never going to be a good time. So, Central Europe Alpha now 1-0 up in the series. Zeb, if you get demolished like that in hardpoint, how on earth do you bounce back in the search and destroy?
It just has to be a case of putting it right out of your head, right? And look, for so many of these players as well, where they found their love for CoD is on Search and Destroy, right? It is such a key map, or such a key mode, should I say, for a lot of players. So you got to hope for this England side that that's the mode they hope to bounce back on, because at this point we're seeing a side in Central Europe, they're filled with so much momentum. If they are able to get through and continue doing what they did on that map 1, then it is done for. There's no way back into this series for England Alpha. However, if England Alpha can take this map 2, proves that they've got something in them, you go into a map 3 where really anything can happen, with Central Europe having that still kind of respawn gameplay advantage, you've still proven that you can do something against them, so it does change the dynamic. But without a doubt, this Search and Destroy, even though it's still early on, is such a make or break map now for England Alpha.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for sure. And I guess the only real kind of hope here is that maybe England Alpha are a search and destroy team. I mean, that is the case sometimes. You have teams that are really good at search and destroy and not so hot in their respawns. Obviously, you still need to take at least 1 respawn if you're planning to take both of the search and destroys in this series. But still, yeah, it feels like maybe that's the only way in for me for England Alpha. Of course, maybe they also just had a slow start. Maybe it's just like you're turning up to land for the first time. This is something you maybe necessarily haven't had the chance to do before. It's something where you're just settling in, you know, growing pains through map number 1. We're trying to give England Alpha something here, mate. Maybe that's the way we're looking at this. Either way, I need to see a better search and destroy performance coming out of England Alpha. I believe we have a Scar, I want to say, off the top of my head. I don't know if that's true. I might have just made that up. I'm going to check real quick. It's a raid. Never mind. I didn't make it up. We've got a raid search and destroy for map number 2. I mean, generally speaking, the way I expect things to go here is with the team that dominates in map number 1, comes out flying at the opposition in map number 2. Maybe that's a way for England Alpha to kind of work around this, is just kind of anticipate that aggression and play around it.
Yeah, I mean, look, it is going to be fast-paced, as you said, and I think for England Alpha, yeah, they got to play in the defensive. They got to make sure to sit back, just get their picks and sort of lull their opposition into a little bit of a trap to pick them apart, as opposed to trying to rely on getting aggressive themselves. Because I think we've already seen from this England side that they're just not going to be able to win their ones. It's just not happening at this moment in time. So they got to play off the back of each other. Got to make sure they're there for the trades. You know, take these maps to a checkerboard kill feed where you bring the Central European side into positions early on, right? Because they're going to chal out early. They're going to be aggressive, right? They're going to push A. If it's their offense, they're going to push A. They're going to push right through. They're going to try and take that top laundry and just instantly sort of dominate and wipe these rounds through quickly. If you can get them off that top laundry and you can just make sure to just hold that area around, try and make that A plant difficult and slowly but surely take back ring, and then implement similar strategies on the defense over towards B as well, then there is a chance for this England roster. However, I'm saying this as a way they might win their defenses, but I gotta put this down, that they need to win their defenses, because they're going to really struggle on these offensive rounds. If they start to drop defenses early, then I don't see a way back into it for them.
Yeah, 100%. You know, I think for me as well, there's also kind of the idea of readability of strategy. I'll be honest with you, I don't anticipate there being much strategy for Central Europe Alpha here. I think they're just going to fly at England Alpha. That is exactly how I anticipate this going. But if there is any strategy coming through, I need to see England Alpha read that pretty much straight away and adapt to it just as quickly, right? You need to identify, okay, where are these players coming from on the defense, on the offense, and kind of how do we play around that? Because I think that's half the battle in Search and Destroy sometimes, is just making sure you know what to expect from your position. As soon as that is sorted out, then I think you'll be fine. So something to bear in mind here, and this is another thing to bear in mind. In Search and Destroy, it is one sniper rifle per team. I mean, how important is the sniper rifle player going to be here for both these squads?
For England Alpha, I'm not too sure. I don't think they can afford to have a player sniping, although no, I think it was on Central Europe that I seen the sniper come
Oh,
through.
there it is.
Siren getting one already, a 4 versus 2. What did I say? Trying to make these rounds quick, getting aggressive with it. RWCA trying to hold down the fort here over at A and doing a very successful job of that, actually making it a 2 versus 2. It's been a great answer back early on from England Alpha, but they need to lock in for the rest of this round.
Gagey and Isaac now, 2 versus 2. They've chosen their corners. That is a sneaky position coming through from both of the players. Being a nuisance here is Gagey. And Isaac, not exactly stair glitching, doing about as far back as stair glitch as humanly possible. But Gagey goes down now, down to a 1 versus 1. RWCA knows where he's got to go yet, and knows that he doesn't have a lot of time to make this one happen. Spots out the player. The hunt is on. RWCA, dun-dun, he's going to find the kill, and 4-0, it's an ace for RWCA, and a clutch to close out the round.
Great play from RWCA. I love that. Getting a little bit fortunate with the timing and the hop up top, but it's Search and Destroy, baby. It's a bit of luck from time to time. The CoD gods on your side as you get up top, get the kill, and get back to site with, I believe, what was it, 0.6, 0.7 seconds remaining. So the timings were close, but there was no fear, challing through perfectly. And again, just being there to trade for all his teammates, which I loved as well. Getting the kills at ring, then going through mid, playing that trade to make it a 1v1. Exactly what they needed to do.
Alright, well, good start coming through from RWCA. 4-0. I've got to imagine that'll be potential for streaks in towards round number 2 if they can carry that on. But this has been an aggressive defense from Search Europe Alpha. Over the top comes Siren and Isaac. Gagey for the drop shot for number 3. And now it is Raz left up to razzle us. And it's not going to be much of a razzle in the round. He is done. That was a very fast one on the defense and the exact kind of response I expected.
Yeah, I mean, look, the defense, it's far easier, and when you're a team that's feeling confident, you can just get pushed through and make life really difficult. And I think this is what a lot of these offensive opportunities for England are going to be. They're going to need to try and pull something out of the bag eventually, but I think it is just going to be a case of back and forth, making sure you're trying to win your defenses, and then from there getting something. But I mean, this Central Europe Alpha side still looking super dangerous, looking really confident, and I don't see them slowing down, as they seem to be still very happy at playing at a high pace.
Alright, well, great start there from Central Europe Alpha. They stopped the streak from RWCA. And it's an aggressive push here. This is what we expected from Central Europe Alpha previously. Siren and KG have been the predicators of those plays so far through this Search and Destroy. RWCA down and out, and there goes the 4th player as well. And this is more the pace that I expected them to set. Yeah, we got a clutch, we got an ace from RWCA in round number 1. It has been all Central Europe Alpha since.
Yeah, we were thinking maybe there was something after that round 1, but as quickly as it came, it has also went, as Central Europe just locked in after a shaky start and are showing what they could do. I mean, just pushing through together without a care in the world. And, you know, you could try and break it down all you want when it comes to the strategies, but I think it's just coming down to the very basics here. Central Europe are just far better on the overall at their slaying power, rotating through together. They know when to look. The reaction times are quicker, and they are making it count now for each and every round, 2 in a row. However, we do have an opportunity for England Alpha here, trying to get pushed through to B. If they can get this bomb laid quick and set up, there is a chance, but there is hesitancy here moving towards the B side, and it looks like that might be costing them. Although a great first blood.
Yeah. Just 1 second, KG. Down low. Oh, beautifully done. Headshot multiplier will get him that kill for free. Now these guys have scarpered. They're worried about pushing from the open stairs. It's actually coming from the elbow by way of Darth. Darth, potential for the second. No. And now it's down to Ruka. Left up in a 1 versus 2. Was a 1v3. We're about to hit the regen, and the last couple of players are separated here as well. So this is all going to come down to timing. The issue for Ruka, of course, is that he has to get the bomb or get the kill, spots out the player in the middle of the map, and does not get the nice shots, despite that drop shot coming through. Yet another round here for Central Europe Alpha.
And not the quickest round they've won, but, you know, again, round where it didn't look that difficult. I mean, Gage is 6-2 here at the moment as well, having a great game, and Central Europe still looking in control in the overall. I've not really seen anything from England Alpha yet that says to me that they have the ability to turn this one around again, taking that first round but having to rely on an ace to do so. Monsoon Vibes and Jinji unable to get any kills as of yet. If they're going to rescue something from this map, they need to get on the board, and they need to do so quickly, because 4-2 for Siren, 6-2 for Gagey on a 5 spree. They're in complete control.
Gagey gets a Hellstorm missile. I mean, it's not going to be game, but it is going to be difficult to come back. And there is kill number 6. Siren now with coverage through the middle of the map. How much damage can she do? Has a couple of players to potentially get good shots in towards the first. Doesn't actually know, I don't think, that was necessarily the second. So immediately go on the hunt for kills. Gagey soon realizes, hey, there's another player. Siren hits the reload, but is ready for the kill, irrespective of that. And now it comes down to a 1 versus 3 for Ruka once again. And will not be able to do anything. Constantly, Ruka, the last one left alive, as England Alpha are being hunted down.
I mean, what can they do here? I feel like they've not just running out of options. I feel like they've run out of options, right? Because, I mean, as you said, I think you've hit the nail on the head. They're just hunting them down. There's no fear. There's no worry. They're just pushing out together, trying to pick up these kills without sort of any fear of, you know, what corner they might be in, catching an unfortunate timing on a child, because they know that even on the off chance they might get dropped from not checking the right place, they're always going to have someone there just to trade it off the back of them anyway. So they're playing kind of without a care in the world at the moment, Central Europe, and that's just working so well in their favor as they look to try and make it 5-1 here. And England Alpha, if you're going to take anything from this series, it's got to be in this round.
Back and forth, KG. Oh my goodness, not going to win that fight. That might be the first time we've seen KG actually get gunned here in this search and destroy. And all of a sudden, Central Europe Alpha here left a couple of men down. There goes Siren, so woman down as well, and now just down to Darth. This would be for the ace. We've already seen Ruka get one. I don't think he's going to get another one here. He's being beamed upon by a couple of players, and that is significantly better from England Alpha, both as a team and individually.
Yeah, great moment from them. Fantastic to be able to take at least another round again, 4-2. You're still a long way away from getting anything from this one, but I mean, every journey begins with the first step. Have they taken the first step? I mean, maybe. Could be 2 steps back right after this round and within the first 10-15 seconds. We've seen that happen already. They've got to compose themselves, and they got to just, you know, again, on a defense, just sit back, not get too aggressive, and make sure that they're there to cover each other's backs.
Now trying that once again. It's also an equally unique look from England Alpha here in the defense. It was a 4-man on towards B, but again, it comes down to, can you win the fight? And when on the other person on the other side of the fight will be Isaac CoD, the answer more often than not will be no. Europe Alpha now flipping the map with England Alpha. They have bomb site control.
Yeah, this looks very ropey now for England Alpha. What will they do? Raz and Gingy trying to play together, rotating out towards B. Will Raz be able to do anything here? Catch a timing. It looks like Central Europe have planted for the basketball side, as it's now going to be a 4v1. Make that 4v none, and Central Europe taking it to the map point. 5-2 up now. And yeah, a couple of shaky rounds here and there, but that's almost guaranteed on a search and destroy. It's still been overall, I think, the status quo from the pace that was set in that map 1. Not much of a change up. A few moments here and there for England Alpha. A couple of players who, you know, have already shown they can get kills, proving that they still can by getting a couple. I mean, RWCA picking up 7 as well. Massive credit to them. But on the overall, another shaky performance, not consistent enough against the Central Europe side, who are really putting a stamp on this series.
Alright, well, we haven't really seen much of Siren with a sniper rifle, and that might be why. Whips that first shot through. KG, though, fast to respond here. Recognises one might have gotten through the middle of the map and reacts appropriately. Maybe even the turn off the second player. Can't let that happen. Has to go to the pistol and can't find the frag. So things will calm down here ever so slightly in 2 versus 2, but the action might not, as Isaac and Darth, they are quickly on the hunt for the last couple of kills. Isaac makes that last player weak. Gingy down to 11 HP. Can they get away in time? Darth checks the wrong corner, so that regen is going to come through.
Well, this would be huge for England Alpha if they could take it again. Whether or not it would be enough to come through with anything from this series, you don't know, but Darth nearly getting it. Not quite. And it's now 5-3, a great round from England Alpha, a huge 1 versus 1. and needing something to try and engineer a reverse sweep in this series, as it looks inevitable that they will lose this map. Of course, you know, that could be a bit of a caster curse to putting on there, but they are having moments, and moments are sometimes just what you need to put forward from. I mean, do I feel like I'm being a little bit overly generous with that statement? I am, but I don't know. I hope for England Alpha there is something here, because if these are just, you know, moments that they're not able to take forward, then there's nothing going to be happening for them after this map.
Yeah, you kind of have to start performing in the search and destroy. We've seen a couple of great moments. This is not one of them. Ruka just not ready for Gagey in that position. Kills now coming through, and it comes down to Raz and Gingy, who have not had that stellar of a search and destroy. Raz, though, it's a big first kill. Now he's got to pull off a 1 versus 3 and an ace to save the search and destroy. It is not to be. Central Europe Alpha continues to roll through their England counterparts here as they take raid search and destroy handling.
Look at the end, another great performance from the Isaac. CoD 11 and 3, just been absolutely phenomenal for the side throughout the course of this series already. And yeah, we've seen a squad in England Alpha have their moments, but moments is all they were. Ruka 9 and 7, a diamond in the rough. Raz, though, the second best player on the side with numbers that still aren't that great, which kind of unfortunately just shows on the overall how this England side has been placed, not just in this map, but throughout the course of this series. And now going into a map 3, which I believe will be a Scar overload. I think that is it anyway. I mean, what can you say? I mean, Scar, it's a map that requires such discipline from your long range players and not throwing your life away based off where the spawns are. Again, you can't afford to have yourself spawning wide all the time. You need to be staying alive, need to be staying together with your side, picking up the right kills in the right moments. And unfortunately, I've just not seen enough from this England side to show that they have anywhere near what it takes in comparison to their opposition to be able to take anything from this next map. I think we're going to be going for a quick 3-0 here.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, look, this is how these things go sometimes. You know, you kind of have a skill gap, I want to say, between Team A and Team B, and there's very little way back into the series. Again, we kind of said maybe they're a search and destroy team, and we saw glimpses of that. We saw a couple of good rounds from them where, you know, they put themselves in great positions. They were reacting appropriately to what was happening to them. But if you lose in the gunfights, there's not really anything you can do, ultimately. Like, that is the base of every single game you're going to play in CoD, is you have to be able to win your gunfights. And right now, across the board in hardpoint and search and destroy, Central Europe Alpha are just outslaying the England Alpha roster when it matters. That is just how it's working right now. Central Europe Alpha are looking pretty damn good. We are going to go to that Scar overload next, and I suppose the question for me is, you know, how's the teamwork going to look for Central Europe Alpha? Because in respawns earlier, at least, it looked pretty good. Like, they knew what they were doing. Siren was great inside the hard point, while a lot of that slaying was being done by Isaac and Gagey. I have a feeling that same kind of setup is going to happen here, where Siren's going to be that ball carrier, or EMP carrier, I should say. We're not saying ball. We're not uplink normies here, you know, just that's going to be the game plan for them. It feels like that's just how it's going to make sense for this team.
Yeah, I completely agree. If they just pulled everything that they were doing from that hard point into this control, then now you've got me saying control because you mentioned control into overload. Now it's going to be, yeah. I think if they just pull the same strategy and then overload, it is going to be a quick one. I mean, look, as you say, Siren just carrying that EMP through, the rest of them slaying, it should be simple enough. I feel like for this England side, I think going for counter caps is going to be the only way you're going to be able to keep yourself in this series, right? You're kind of banking on the fact that Central Europe might be, you know, a little bit on the overconfident side, having gotten a couple of those victories. They're going to be super on the slaying factor. They're going to be pushing up, trying to get those spawn kills that you'd be hoping that if you're England, that when eventually a cap goes against you, that maybe you're going to spawn towards the right side. You're going to be able to pick up that EMP, counter it, make it 1 apiece, make it 2 apiece, and just keep yourself in the running to where maybe again you could scrape something from the series. Similar to what I said they needed to do with the search and destroy, really, is just keep it even until you can hopefully find a moment to carry you through. They weren't able to do it in the search and destroy. They did have moments, just not enough of them. Can they change that fortune and change their fates now in this map 3, or is it going to be all but over? I do have a strong feeling it is all but over. I think we're grasping at straws really as to how England could come away with something from this map.
Muted. I don't know why I'm muted. I'm muted. I'm sorry, guys. All right, thank you for the help, guys. That's on me. I'm not going to blame anybody else. That was totally on me. Okay. So as I was saying, yeah, I think you're right. I think it is just grasping at straws. You know, what I was saying was sometimes you sit there and you're like, oh, you know, Team B who are getting kind of demolished can do this or that, and you know, that's kind of. You know, how they get back into the game after being demolished in game number 1 or 2. But as I've said, I mean, it's come down to slaying right now, and I don't have all this or that to say that Team B is going to come into this series. All I'll say is maybe they're going to be a great Overload team. Maybe Overload is their specialty. They're going to come out, they're going to 8-0 this game, and we're going to be having a really competitive series. But to be honest with you, I don't see that happening here. So we'll see. It's also worth saying there is another game going on concurrently with this one. I'm not entirely sure where that game is at. That is the Bravo squads of Central Europe Bravo going head-to-head with England Bravo. I believe, from memory, it was Central Europe Bravo that was winning that game as well, I think, when we jumped into the Gridlock hardpoint earlier. And that was also a pretty convincing game. So we might well have a couple of 3-0s to start the day set.
Yeah, but look, it's always the way, as you say, right? The couple of these teams early doors have to play against each other in a randomized style, and that is going to, you know, set the standard for what goes forward. But then from there, we should hopefully have a lot more competitive games and a lot more enjoyment to be had. And what's fantastic about all this as well, we're loving the Call of Duty action early on, and we have Rocket League coming up soon. I mean, what's better than that? Just throwing Rocket League into the mix. I cannot wait to get into the rest of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, we've got more Call of Duty and Rocket League action here live from the USAFE 2026 Air Force Gaming Championships. We're going to go to a break. On the other side, we've got more action. We'll see you soon. Alrighty guys, welcome back here to the USAFE 2026 Championships in the Air Force Gaming Regionals. We're about to get into what could be the final map in our first set of matches of the day, as we have Central Europe Alpha right now running through England Alpha, and it don't look like they're going to stop anytime soon.
No, it really doesn't. I mean, for those of you who missed the maps, I mean, they've practically been blowouts throughout, right? I mean, I think anything that England have managed to get from either of these maps has been, you know, really well fought moments instead of any moments of particular sort of dominance or looking like they had control, right? I mean, that map one, I'm surprised. I think it was 84 points they finished on. I'm surprised they got even that because, I mean, it was just an absolute rout throughout. There looked like there was no chance for England to get anything from it. I think relying purely on scrap times here and there to build up that time with never having any moments of dominance on hill, constantly getting out traded. It just was not a pretty sight, to say the least. And then again, I think on the search and destroy, when we were seeing Central Europe win the rounds, they were winning them quickly, running through, absolutely demolishing their opposition. And for England to get the 3 rounds that they did, it was a case of whether it was an ace, whether it was just one nice moment to make it a 2v2, whittling down and winning a 50-50 1v1. They had those little moments that you do hope to get in a search and destroy, but they need to be combined with rounds where you have a little bit of dominance, you establish a little bit of momentum, and you're putting a little bit of a marker down to whether it's control a site or control a lane. They never had that. They were gifted a couple of moments, and beyond that could never take more for themselves. And going into a scar overload, I think combining all of that together on a map that requires a lot of discipline and long-range dominance and control of high ground areas, I think it's a recipe for disaster for them.
Yeah, I agree. This is going to be a difficult one to win for sure. You guys can see how much of a one-sided approach this has been so far to this series. That Den Hardpoint 250-84, the Raid Search and Destroy a 6-3. And those rounds that they won in Search and Destroy, I mean, you called it pretty much perfectly right. That, you know, for Central Europe Alpha, it kind of felt like more often than not they were just kind of running at England Alpha. And if they lost those 50-50s, that's the round they're going to lose. So I imagine that same approach is how we are going to see things collapse here in Scar Overload. If Central Europe Alpha come out swinging, they get the setup going, this is going to be over very damn quickly.
Absolutely. But do England Alpha have what it takes to hang on, play the counter-attacks on these overloads and stay in this game? Or is Central Europe going to try and make this one a 4-minute overload? We've seen them happen before, rarely enough, but it is poised for another one here unless England can lock in. The initial back and forth with Gingy picking up 2 to get a 2 spree before getting dropped. And so far, a little bit stagnant throughout the middle of the map, but already, as soon as I say that, Darth Siren pushed through for more, and Central Europe, complete mid-map control, already angling this towards B. We're not 30 seconds in, and England are already on the ropes.
No, well, I don't know. They've got players towards the back spawn, and they're going to go down. Isaac is the route at the wrong time here. Oh, never mind. Gets the slide up, potentially the second.
Oh,
yes,
wow.
Isaac, huge double. There's still players to contend with, though. They might not get that EMP3 just yet. Gingy looking to disrupt the circumstances, and Gingy gets the double from behind. How about that for a stop from Gingy? Not exactly a goal line one, but does enough to disrupt the party. Gagey, though, continuing to apply that pressure. That double is going to keep Central Europe in the conversation here. They're now going to have another chance for a potential overload. Darth tries it without getting the kills through Thirst. That's not going to work in a month of Sundays. Raz, good for the defense for a couple of kills here. Isaac, weak, can't survive. Down to the last remaining player, Engagey. They can't get anything either, and it takes them a couple of waves, but finally, it's a clearance from England Alpha.
Actually, a really good defense from them in the end up, because it was ropey multiple times. It was last-ditch efforts, but they played patient, picked up the kills, has now rotated out, and I think are nowhere near getting this overload through. As you see, collapsed upon there, trying to work it through. B have to go back on the defense through the motel. However, the fact that they got out from that unscathed on the overall, I think is a really, really good sign for England. If they can keep up this defensive effort, maybe they can sneak something through on the offense. As you have actually Raz trying to get through, making life awkward. 6 and 4, kind of catch a timing, manages to pick up 1, turning for the second, but it doesn't quite happen. Darth now trying to rotate back and cover this EMP carrier. It's staying pretty stagnant now towards this P2, but England are continuing to keep the pressure on at the very least.
Yeah, I do like this. This is probably the best look we've seen so far from England Alpha, especially off the back of that defense. However, it does still feel like Central Europe Alpha are more often than not the ones in control of the EMP device. Flanking play from Isaac here could still be crucial. Yeah, he's now going to disrupt things. Good kill from Isaac. Good shots in towards the second. That should be said, Monsoon is now the last remaining player alive here. So he has to get some kills and is not going to be able to do so. And now you've got players forward. If Isaac finds frags, this should be an EMP through. However, one player has still not been dealt with. It's Gingy. This time, Gingy down. They should be able to get this EMP through, especially with how deep these players are going through. Isaac playing his life. And there is the first overload. I have no idea how Isaac is on a 6 spree and Darth is on a 3 spree. These players just continuing to get kills they shouldn't.
I mean, you've hit the nail on the head there. Something I was about to touch on. The position that they're getting kills in, these should be kills that they're getting won and then getting traded off the spawn. But they're constantly able to stay alive, able to make it somehow a second and rotate around and do the damage. Both eventually drop, but not without the damage already being done. Now playing the stretches across the left and right side of the map to double the lead, 2-0 in complete control. Now as we do see Gagey as well on top of green, just locking it down. And they're going to be in a good position actually to, well, I say they're in a good position to collapse, but potentially the counter on here for England if they can get this push through quickly. But Darth there doing enough alongside Gagey. Isaac as well with another clean sweep, and the spawn being damaged again as Gagey through a 2, not able to make it 3. But when Central Europe get the ball rolling, they are very, very dangerous.
Yeah, this is exactly what you didn't want to see here. A snowball effect now starting to be presented. England now faced one remaining player. Darth can't land the pistol shot, so that actually might slow things up enough for a defensive line to come through. Yeah, it's not. Those players are not going to get there quick enough because Siren is blocking those spawns. Gagey not going to be able to get the follow-up, but the third overload is through. And now you've just got to win one to close out the half. Players in position once again. One little bit of rebellion coming through from Raz. Gingy trying to get a kill with a pistol. This is going to be an immediate flip out towards potential B. There could be a detonation here unless this is stopped by Darth. It is at the last second. Siren down. And there is the overload. Finally, something here. Some kind of resistance from England Alpha.
Listen, a great counter from them on the overall, but is it too little too late? They weren't able to counter after the first or the second, and the lane is completely open. In saying that though, Rockab doing a really, really good job there of covering that mid-cut, but Isaac up top continuing to be a nuisance in green before getting dropped. 15 seconds left in the half. Potential for another overload here to go through. Siren with 2, desperately just trying to rotate this EMP out of the danger zone, but it's not to be as Isaac picks up 1. Is he going to go for the last ditch dart through? It doesn't happen as England Alpha managed to just about hold on, and we go into a bit of an overtime here. One more chance for England, but it has just been a case of holding on by the skin of their teeth a lot of the time for England.
Yeah, I mean, this is, yeah, for them, it just feels like, you know, that even the one overload they have had has been, for the most part, kind of just like, hey, we're in a position and now that we can actually do something and we're going to do something with that. It feels more circumstantial than maybe them actually setting themselves up for a good play. And it's just been the slaying. When you've got players up in your face like that, it's going to be annoying. And I have a feeling it's only going to get more annoying here as we get into the second half as well, because it's going to be Central Europe Alpha attacking that blue side. And you get a player inside blue, like, you know, say Isaac, for example, just being a nuisance and dealing with you coming off the spawn. Things are going to get out of hand very quickly here, and we'll see whether that's the case, because Isaac is already at 18 and 11. I can't imagine how much higher the ceiling is here in this one.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're in that, I think, flow state once again. Central Europe, they've had to deal with some good defenses from England, but on the overall, England have not been able to do enough. I mean, look, Monsoon 3 and 11, Gingy 10 and 20. It's just not working as a unit. And again, I meant in no disrespectful way, but you are just seeing a little bit of a disparity in the skill across the board from what England are bringing to the table. And against a side like the Central Europe side, it just cost them. It's simple as that. It's just not good enough against a side who look very consistent as a 4, not just in the slaying ability, but as a unit, how they're playing together. I love the teamwork that they're providing each other, the roles that they seem settled into when they need to be there. As they now push it through, they make it a 4th overload, and I think this is too big of a mountain to climb for England now.
Yeah, 4-1 down. Players up in your face. At the very least, they have cleared out space inside their own base, so that's something. They're actually getting players on flanking as well. Raz needs to produce gunfights, though. Does do so. Players towards the field, and there's a double from Siren. Immediate trade out coming through from Monsoon. Opportunity for England Alpha here. Don't actually clear out that middle cut. Gagey instead tries to get players off the spawn, and that might actually leave an opportunity open here for England Alpha. Never mind. The defense is too strong. Now the follow-up here. There's an immediate switch over from England Alpha in strategy. They've still got one more player in Ruka. left to deal with. Can Ruka do anything? Shots out. Actually, yes, he can. Provides a little bit of resistance, but the ball already away on the other side. And just like that, England Alpha too slow to react.
And that's the thing as well with Central Europe, even if it's checkerboard or kill feeds and they don't have a complete wipe, as you say, the pace is a big thing that comes into it, right? England Alpha are just a little bit slow to react to things sometimes. So Central Europe can do a great job of playing the stretch across those different points, just constantly be able to pick up one, drag it one way or the other, and sort of utilize the spawns to their advantage, just play with complete control of those positions of the map. And again, working really well for them. They have all the cards are on the table, so to speak, when it comes to what they have been able to bring to the table. I mean, Gagey 24 and 14 now, Isaac CoD 24 and 16, Darth as well up on that 20. Siren not had the greatest game and not actually been really there for the objectives, but of course, again, you know, maybe just doing that hard graft work that we don't always, you know, sort of get to praise or see, so to speak, keeping the lanes clear for the likes of Gagey to go through for those overloads. But yeah, 2.5 minutes left to go. 5-1, complete dominance from Central Europe here. Gagey now on the 7 spree before getting dropped, now 28 and 15. I mean, what more could you want from your side off of the first map? I mean, if you're a Central Europe fan here, this is perfection.
Yeah, this is exactly what you wanted. Only real thing you could ask for is them to maybe close out this game now by starting to get that setup going. A relay towards the overload. You've got players, though, just really enjoying this game now. Gagey for an easy double. Didn't deal with everyone from the base as they now move back to actually try and grab that EMP device. Siren doesn't actually have any help close by. Does she need it is the question. Well, yeah, she does. Goes down by way of Monsoon. Follow up from Gagey. Good for the first. You've got to try and put the moves on now if you're a Monsoon to make sure you don't fall to Gagey. At least find some times that the help can come, and Monsoon pretty much does that to perfection. So that help is still a little bit far away here. So yeah, good job to get that EMP closer towards the help, because there was probably a world there set where that EMP goes down, it's immediately picked up, and that's another overload to Central Europe Alpha.
Yeah, absolutely. England doing a good job to rotate it out of the danger zone, but sort of out of the frying pan into the fire there, trying to push it up through plane just to get collapsed upon. And now the opportunity for Central Europe to pick it up once again, try and push it through A. And this would probably be one of the last cap if they got it. It feels like it's going to start to get a little bit stagnant out here. Although in saying that, we are seeing Central Europe sort of rotate out, and again, are just so happy to play defensively instead of trying to force the issue now. They can just sit up towards play and get the picks, and while also having players trying to rotate through mid and get the damage done. Of course, on the overall, England managed to sort of stay in there, and Central Europe didn't get the EMP again, and that of course has caused the EMP to spawn on the other side of the map, as we now see England try and rotate over first. But even if they do, look at the position from Central Europe, they can just clap on this from all sides. They are in no danger at this moment.
Yeah, it feels like we're now encroaching towards the inevitability, doesn't it? This game is done. 30 seconds is not mathematically enough time to get 4 overloads, or technically speaking 3 overloads, and then have the ball in your hands towards the end of the game. You cannot get them across the map in that distance. They're going to try, mind you, at least for one final overload. They've got the setup in to potentially do it, but that setup is now going to melt away. Isaac for the pistol for the final kill, has the Hellstorm missile. Might not even need it because he himself is a Hellstorm missile. Those kills coming through, and this game is done. Darth will have the EMP device to close things out. We will probably get an extra 30 seconds here. And at this point, the question is, can they get an extra overload through? Flanking play from Raz says no. 5-1, final score, 3-0 in the series.
Yeah, fantastic performance from Central Europe Alpha. Congratulations to them for a convincing, dominant victory against this England Alpha side, of which commiserations to them. Had the moments, but moments was all they had. Weren't able to string anything together consistently. A bit of a disparity across the 4 as a unit, which ultimately led to them capitulating to the consistency of Central Europe Alpha, who as a 4 were dominant. Gagey, 4,100 damage with 36 kills. Isaac with 4,900 damage. I mean, just collectively as a unit, I mean, we've talked about it already. The way they have settled into the roles that they have, it's so fun to watch. You got Isaac and Gagey clearly happy to play around as the Slayers, and then having the other two sort of pick up the other roles as and when needed. Look, it's something that may fall to them if they were to go up against more top-end opposition, right? They may need to bring a little bit more to the table, but they were playing against a side, and again, with the greatest respect to them, I don't think they needed to bring everything to the table here, Central Europe. They were just able to go out there, have a bit of fun, slay, get the job done, and in through that, never really had to break a sweat.
Yeah, I will say that's the least impressive of the 3 games we saw from Central Europe Alpha, and I think that, you know, you kind of called the reason for it perfectly there, which is just they took their foot off the gas by a fair bit. I mean, you're already 2 up in the series. As soon as you go 3-0 up in that overload, I think you kind of already know that it's over, and as soon as that happened, we saw them kind of be like, all right, cool, we can now just kind of play for kills a little bit. We don't need to stress as much anymore, and we saw that in the way they play. I mean, literally on your screen right now, right? 3 players inside the defensive line, nobody playing for the overload device. Like, that is a team right now that is just playing to pad the stats, and they are playing to slay out the opposition, and that is exactly what they did. One thing that did remain consistent across the series is that Gagey and Isaac are shooters, so I cannot wait to see more of those players as we progress through the tournament. Great start for Central Europe Alpha. They are 1-0 up now, or at 1-0 start to the day.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from this Alpha side. And again, really excited to see what else they will bring to the table here in this tournament over the course of the weekend. I mean, look, really strong performance from them, and they're a side that I'm looking forward to see being tested, right? Because I think it's pretty obvious. We clearly haven't found their level as of yet. We haven't found that team who's going to give them trouble, and I wonder though, are they a side, like, are we going to find a team here that's going to give them trouble? Like, are we seeing a side that's just gearing themselves up to just dominate all throughout and have already sort of set that marker as to how dominant they hope to be for the rest of this season? Or are they just a side they've come up against this England side, which, again, greatest respects, not the best side, and we haven't really seen anything of what the Central Europe side will really have to bring when the pressure is being put onto them, because the pressure was never put onto them in that series. Again, we've talked about it moments on moments where, you know, rounds were taking counter-attack overloads, but there was never anything tactics wise, slaying wise, that indicated they were ever in any trouble. And how will they respond in future if they are put into trouble? How is their ability to answer back?
Yeah, 100%. We got a lot of questions, and hopefully we get those answers. We see more of those teams very soon. For now, we're going from the Alpha teams to the Bravo teams. We've got a Game 5 about to start here very soon between Central Europe Bravo and England Bravo. Given what we saw back in Game 1, Zep, I'm kind of surprised that it went this far, because Central Europe Bravo, they, I want to say dominated, but they looked pretty convincing in the gridlock hardpoint. I'm not entirely sure what the split looks like, who took the search and destroy, who took that second hardpoint and the overload. But either way, it has come down to a Game 5. These ones are always fun. This tension is going to be ratcheted up.
Yeah, I agree. I'm super curious as to how that series actually panned out for us to get to this map 5. There must have just been a bit of, we're either seeing potentially like a reverse sweep or just a bit of S&D prowess that came through for the opposing side to be able to get in and just, again, make life difficult. I'm shocked that we've gotten to this position with this series, but I'm really excited to now see how this map 5 unfolds. Again, we don't know how it was split. Who's the better side of the S&D? What even S&D map are we going into? All these questions will have to be answered once we get into it, because yeah, I mean, look, we're going into the series virtually knowing nothing about it, and as you say, it makes it even more bizarre that we're sat here seeing that go to a map 5 based off what we've seen on map 1. We thought it would be another blowout.
Yeah, I can only assume that, like, Central Europe Bravo won the second hardpoint, because the way that they were playing hardpoint fundamentally was great. And then obviously the search and destroy and control went to England Bravo. I genuinely have no idea. We're all just making things up. Let's be honest here. We don't know what's happening. What we do know is we know the map at least, which is going to be a Den search and destroy for game number 5. Den is always a fun one because this is one of those search and destroy maps, and I mean, you can always bring a sniper in any search and destroy map, but this is one where it kind of feels like you almost need it in a way, especially for those offenses towards B. Having a sniper rifle, making sure you're watching towards Dojo's side, like, it does feel like making sure you've got a proficient sniper rifle in your team is pivotal to winning Den matches.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you have a good sniper rifle overlooking that Dojo or overlooking that A, it does a great job of, like, even if you're not getting a lot of kills with that sniper, the fact that the people know that you're there, it does a lot to shut down a lane, right? Because one of the things that can get you damaged quickly on Den is if on defense you sort of let a site be taken quickly, if you have a lot of aggression coming through one of the sides of an either A or B site. all of a sudden you're playing very much on the back foot on that defense, to either trying to retake an A from your O spawn or retake a B and barely be able to get out of dojo. You need to keep those key points under lock and key, and the best way to do that is that even with that sniper, if you're not picking up the kills or they just know you exist on the map, making players take that extra second or two to get towards a site can make a world of difference when it comes to overall map positioning and control. So will we see the sniper utilized by either of these two teams? Only time will tell, but for now we're getting into it. England Bravo versus Central Europe Bravo, map 5, Den Search and Destroy.
All right, let's see. It's for all the marbles, or rather for a better record in the group stages. But this is an important one. For the first time, these two teams are going to go head-to-head over the next couple of days. And it's going to be England Bravo starting things off here on the offense. Rolly with that bomb in hand. Action going down by A. Stev has got nothing going on by B at the moment. Gribby going to get shot down almost immediately. Trace coming out. Rolly will pick up the first couple of kills now. And I love the aggression there from Greg to really try and buy space, because not only do you find that kill, you now know where the last player is.
Oh, the snipe through gets the job done. Round number 1 going the way of England Bravo. A few back and forths there, but overall getting it done in the end. Normac with the sniper in hand. Doesn't have the pick, but manages to just, clip the back of his heel on the way out, doing enough to pick up the kill and take that first round. Can we see Central Europe answer back?
Good aggression coming out there from England Bravo. Those A hits, I'm curious if there was a smoke in that play, or was it just a case of, just pushing through and winning the gunfights, getting the trades out on towards A, because it's not, generally speaking, something that's kind of an easy bomb site to get into, especially for the defensive player. You've got somebody there. As soon as you get that information, you get the hell out of dodge. You don't need to play, and there is that sniper rifle. It is on the defense that it is effective. Stev tries to make a move forward, and then is immediately red, and the reaction is so damn appropriate from Central Europe, or England Bravo, excuse me. Aggression coming through. Greg will get the Semtex kill, and it's just down to one player. And again, you know where they are.
Yeah, Pork Chop in deep trouble here as they're trying to at least pick up one. It doesn't happen, though, and dare I say, are England perhaps the more well-equipped search and destroy team here, as they have so far looked dominant in their performance. And again, we're only 2 rounds in, but I mean, Rolly already 3-0, taking down Pork Chop in the back spawn. I mean, just thriving on aggression here, England. And look, they need it. The England side, on the Alpha side, not doing that well off of map 1, or off their first series, excuse me. So for the England fans out there, they need something from one of their sides to be able to cheer about, and Bravo trying to give that here for them in this map of Central Europe. Have plenty of time to answer back. Plenty of rounds left to go, but they do need to answer back quick.
Yeah, England Bravo really starting to take over the search and destroy now. Getting aggressive. Rolly, you got to be careful about how aggressive you get with the bomb there. Almost gets shot down. Puts the bomb in a precarious spot. Elsewhere, you've lost Gribby in the round now. It feels like this round is kind of all down to what Greg can procure here on this defensive play. Not the tastiest of shots now. Going to get chased down by Rager, and everyone's starting to fall for England Bravo. You're not even going to get the rock down. Oh, yeah, you don't even finish that gun. I was going to say, you got that rock down miraculously early. Then that bar goes down. Rolly surviving well past his expiry date, and finally going to get cut down. That felt like the most disparate round for England Bravo so far. Central Europe Bravo with the correct reads.
Absolutely. Great round answer back in. They got pushed up over towards that B side. England were getting a little bit overzealous, as you said. Rolly pushing up with the bomb into that dojo. And, whatever about pushing up with the bomb into dojo, but not checking all sides. Again, checked left, but not right. I mean, who he was up against was right beside him, really. Could have just turned to probably pick up the kill from that position, as I believe Rolly would have caught him off guard, but didn't happen. England Bravo not able to take that round. Rolly was left in a 3 versus 1, I believe it was, at the end, and just was not able to do anything from that point. Again, you can very much get isolated on that B site. We want to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Yeah, the sniper rifle damage for Central Europe Bravo. Rage is trying to appropriately wrap for the middle of the map. It would have been nice if he could have got that trade on his teammate, but there's no vengeance to be had today. Only violence instead on the other end of it. What do you got for us? Good first kill. Oh, good second as well. Can he get the hell out of dodge? Yes, he can. Brings us down from a 1 versus 4 into a 1 versus 2. Doesn't even need the bomb because he is drawing the ire of those last 2 players. He's getting himself in a position where he can pick that thing up absolutely scot-free.
And did he see the player in lights there? Does he? Oh, he's been looking away just when he might have been catching the shadows at lights. I don't know if he did spot them. He is going to be able to pick up 1. Does he know to turn for the 2? No, he's going to go to late, surely. He rotates off.
Wait. He might have got an audio cue. Could be a 1v4.
Oh!
It's a 1v4. What a beautiful play. Coming through from Stev. Your 40's done. He gets those first couple of kills and then manages to hit the reset for the last two. Separates him out. And he must have got an audio cue or something. Maybe a comm from his teammate that somebody was coming behind. Either way, massive 1v4 for Stev.
I mean, incredible. We went from that round to Rolly on the precipice of an ace, having gotten 3, chasing down that 4th, to an ace then happening on the other side with Stev locking it down, picking up the initial 2, rotating with beautiful timing through A back to mid to get that bomb, bring it back to A, pick up the kills. I mean, that round just had drama all over it. What a play.
Wow, Stev is going to be hyped after that one. I would love to have seen the in-game cams. And now you got to think as well, he is 70% of the way towards that Hellstorm missile. Something to bear in mind. If he can survive, oh, it would have been nice if he could get those shots through, because now you've lost full control over the beat. Last couple of players here for Central Europe, Bravo. Got to find a way to hit the retake, and it's probably going to be by way of flank, because that rock's going down.
Yep, it looks like it's locked down, and it is up to Porkchop and Ranger Gaming to rescue this round for Central Europe. Rolly dominating at the moment, 7-2, really enjoying being aggressive and pushing out. Normac 3-2 here, trying to cover towards Tin. It's going to be the first one in an engagement here. Will get traded, beautiful bait and switch through from Central Europe to make it a 2 versus 2, but hopping the bomb for some reason. However, 1 versus 1, Greg versus Porkchop. Porkchop trying to get through here to get this kill in time for the defuse, but Greg can just play the clock from this position. Needing to be patient, and it looks like it's going to pay off as Porkchop doesn't have any time.
No time to make this one happen for Porkchop. Nothing you can do on that retake, and that is, unfortunately, sometimes the way things roll when you've got yourselves in a 3 versus 2. You've got the numbers, and you don't have any map control if you're on the retaking side. Bring it down to a 1 versus 1, though, so you can be relatively happy. But still, that is a difficult one. I think especially after that 1 versus 4 from Stev, that was a big round for England Bravo to actually put a kind of stop to that aggression from Central Europe Bravo. You can very easily fall away from you. So making sure you cut down Stev before a streak can get away from you and before Central Europe Bravo can make a comeback, that was huge.
Absolutely, and England now up 3-2. Gribby still not getting on the board, funnily enough, which is actually one player on either side not getting on the board. It's essentially a 3 versus 3 here when it comes to players picking up the kills, which is quite bizarre to see this far into a search and destroy on a map 5 as well. But again, it's just leading to more moments for the 3 players that are in this one to try and rescue something from this. But Gribby getting up his first kill now, 3 versus 1, 3 versus none. England wiping the floor with that round, doubling the lead, 4-2. And now this is where things start to get ropey for Central Europe. But the difference between a 4-3 and a 5-2 is monumental, so they cannot afford to drop the next round.
Yeah, it's just, it feels like at the moment England Bravo now really starting to control of this game. Big performances coming out from Rolly in particular, 10-3. On the other side, Boxy hasn't really had much to say in this search and destroy. Dropping the donut 6 rounds deep is never a good look. They can get involved. Maybe Central Europe Bravo can have a better look here. 2-2 split on the defense. Normac not going to find anything through the middle of the map. This is an aggressive look on the defense. Look how far pushed up Rager Gaming is. That's not a spot that you often check for. He could definitely get the jump on at least one of these players. Just has to hold the angle. You've lost a teammate. I love it. Nerves of steel, but it gets checked. That's so damn unfortunate. This has been a fast reaction from Stev. Maybe he can do something here. Yeah, good for the first. Switching on towards the second. Not good enough for the fight. And now it's down to Boxy, the player. He was on the donut in this round. He's on the breadstick, but has to pull off a 1 versus 2.
And Rolly on 12-3, by the way. Immaculate from him. Will he be shut down here on the plant? Oh, those were not the best shots. The opportunity there for not just 1, but the 2. But a couple of windmills there. A couple of whiffs on the shots mean that Boxy is in big trouble. The shot comes through, and Central Europe 1 round away from dropping this series in a map 5. England Bravo can see the finish line now as Normac manages to pick up that snipe from the window. And I mean, what can I say without being too harsh? I mean, it was there on a plate. It just wasn't taken.
It just feels like there's these moments where it feels like maybe Central Europe Bravo can get back into the round. I think that little peek on towards Rager was everything for England Bravo. The right decision was made. Hey, I'm not going to get too over aggressive here. The peak from England Bravo is still there. And that round completely falls apart for Central Europe Bravo. Now just one more and it's done. England Bravo could win this game 5. There's the kills coming through though from Central Europe Bravo. Normac gave us a search and destroy sniper masterclass. Whiffs off the first. Can't get away for the second. Flank play though from Greg. Could still blow this entire round up. He hasn't made his position known just yet.
Yeah, I love the position that he's taken here. Of course, he is going to have to rescue a 1 versus 3 because the timings didn't work. The real Stev getting through. Now I think taking a little bit too long though around the back. This will now be a predictable position to be checked. Greg is going to have to go huge and he doesn't have much time to do it.
Yeah, Greg spotting out the players here. Play towards the middle cut as well. Oh, he needed to get those shots cleanly away. The jump shot does do it, but that's going to bring Greg down to 37 HP, and that is just not enough HP points. Well, health points. HP does mean health points. Health points to win those fights. So stuck between multiple players there in the 1 versus 3. And Zep, I called it. Boxy's got to start getting involved now. For the last couple of rounds, he's found himself 3 frags. Like, this is exactly what you wanted to see. Central Europe Bravo now, all 4 players in the mix.
Well, you know, I often say, you know, you look at players doing well, you look at the best players, and they do shape a game. But in terms of how you can see a game being, you know, shaped on the counter, seeing a player who's had the worst numbers KD-wise pull it back will make all the difference to a side who is struggling. The fact that Boxy's picked up those 3, as you said, it's been a huge difference maker. If they can continue to operate at this pace, all of a sudden, if Gribby's still slow at a 2 and 6 and can't pick up more, they're almost operating in a 3v4 scenario.
Good trades now for England Bravo, though. Reaction has been fast for Central Europe Bravo here. Everything, it feels like, is on Steph towards that cut. Gets checked. Semtex connects. That's player down. And that's going to be Central Europe Bravo down. England Bravo with the Game 5 victory. They will win it in the end. An eclectic search and deploy performance to close things out.
Oh, what a performance in the end. Up again, ropey from time to time. There were moments here and there, but on the overall, once again, consistency is key. Rolly 12 and 5 with only 1,000 damage, actually, but Greg 9 and 7 with 1,200. On the overall, you had Stev coming through 8 and 6, but again, 8 and 6 with 1 round being an ace. I mean, do the math on that, and the overall, that is, you know, in terms of, again, consistency throughout the map, not a great performance on the overall, but again, you know, an ace to win around, you can't downplay that. But look, as I said, it was moments once again for this Central Europe side, but whereas England, consistent across the board. I mean, Rolly just seems to revel in getting aggressive onto these sites, and they really struggle to find a way to stop them.
Yeah, Rolly was pivotal in the search and destroy. Obviously, that we didn't get to see much of that series. We only got to see the hard point and then the final search and destroy. But it did feel like that was kind of maybe the consistent factor through for England. Bravo was just having, or Rolly doing as good as he was, consistently looking excellent. You know, just every single round, Rolly had something of note to say. And I will say as well, just as a team, it felt like they were appropriately reading what their opposition was bringing to them. Central Europe Bravo, every single time there was something, Joe was trying something a little bit different. It was pretty much always read by England Alpha, and that, or England Bravo, excuse me, and that is just annoying. You know, when your plays get read, you think you've got something that's, you know, going to get you the win around. When that doesn't happen, it can be very frustrating. So shout out to England Bravo. They are able to get the dub there in that Game 5. Again, I'm surprised that it went the distance towards the Game 5 in the first place, but I'm glad that we got a competitive series.
Yeah, hugely competitive series. It was so much fun to watch. Again, massive congratulations to England. And for Central Europe, I'm sure they will find their footing later on in the Call of Duty proceedings, of course, over the weekend. But it's been really interesting to see the sort of difference in skill across the teams now we have seen in Call of Duty, and how will they fare out then against each other as things progress and as it becomes a little more even. Of course, we will find that all out in due course, but I think we've got some very entertaining series on our near future.
Yeah, absolutely, we do. Well, that's going to do it for Call of Duty here for the moment. Of course, we already mentioned that it's not just Call of Duty going on today. We have Rocket League here in the USAFE Championships to work with. So we're going to be changing games here, and we're going to be changing our matches over. While we do that, we're going to send it to a break. On the other side of this break, folks, we've got more action from the USAFE Championships. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, everybody, here to the USAFE Esports Championships. Apologies for the long delay, but we had to get everything set up, getting some new teams in, and get a new game here as we get into our second block of the day. Because yes, we are moving now from Call of Duty to Rocket League for the first set of Rocket League matches of the weekend. My name is Infinity. I'm joined by Zep here for all of the action today. And yeah, Rocket League's always a fun time here, Zep. I enjoy doing it for the PACAF region. I know this is going to be a ton of fun.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I absolutely love covering Rocket League. I mean, it can be so intense and just a lot of fun as well, right? I mean, I feel like Rocket League is one of those titles where, you know, even in the games that, you know, you might consider slightly duller games, it's still so much fun. You get to see the way that the players are controlling the pitch, you know, the way that they're able to maneuver about. I've often loved watching teams having control of the halfway line, just constantly rotating it through if they're not being able to get out of the corners, just simply filtering it along, constantly keeping those rotations going. And we're going to get a look to see how these teams will fare out on that when we get into this game. And the first roster we'll be seeing on your screens today, folks, the Mediterranean roster: Radius, Crash Living, and Huncho. Do they have what it takes to go all the way here today?
I love the poses, these guys. They're like, right, listen, guys, you're in media day. You got to do some poses or something. Give us something for the photos. Radius is like, all right, I'll serve. That's what he's been doing right now. I love that for Radius. He's coming in here as the big boy to watch for the Mediterranean roster alongside that Crash Living and Huncho as well. You'll love to see it. What does England Alpha have for us? A lot less pizzazz, but you know what? It's fine. This is Tyler Onju, Zorvix, and Elite Striker. This is a roster that we saw earlier on today. I'm just excited to see who of these guys is going to be the shooter for the roster here in Rocket League. Who's going to be the one that we got to watch?
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see, you know, who has what it takes when we get going. Again, I believe it is a best of 7, right? So I think, again, we talked about at the beginning of the broadcast here today that, you know, best of 7s, they're a marathon, they're not a sprint. You have plenty of time to feel out your opposition. It's not like Call of Duty where you have to get used to different maps, different set of rotations, different mode. It's Rocket League, baby. It's all the same. So you get plenty of time to figure out your opposition. And it leads to more interesting dynamics in the sense of, right, you know, styles that you're going to take into your play, whether you're going to be quite aggressive, whether you're going to be defensive, whether you're going to be going up for every ball, whether you're going to just be hanging around, making sure you're keeping your goals safe, playing that counter-attacking football. I mean, do you play all your cards straight away? Do you go out from the rip? Do you go into just the first matchup just showing everything that you have in your arsenal and having a dominant victory, but then from there leaving all your, you know, your cards on the table for your opposition team to then figure you out and learn how to play around you, which they will have plenty of time to do so in that best of 7? Or you do what you should be doing. You know, you have one strategy that you think will work, you play that for a while, you see how that's going to work, you see how the opposition responds. As soon as you think they're getting to grips with how you're playing, boom, shake it up. Constantly keep them guessing, never let them know who to be watching, who to be tagging, who to be watching for, who's going to go up in the air, who's going to be goal line tending, whatever it may be. You know, constantly mix it up. Don't give it all away straight away. Just drip feed what you're able to do throughout the game and constantly be able to shake it up.
Yeah, should be a reminder, guys, these are best of 7 matches here in Rocket League, although the matches are also shorter themselves, 5 minutes per game. Already a good start coming through here from, I believe this is Mediterranean on our screens right now. Seeing what they can do. Head Honcho now with the ball in hand. This could be a shot straight away, and there's a goal line defender there, but not enough to stop the shot going through. So it is going to be Mediterranean starting strong.
Yeah, huge from Mediterranean early on. Again, some sort of sloppy defending, but just lifting it early, being caught on the front foot. Maybe not expecting the shot to come through straight away, so just couldn't get up in time to get over it. It just shows that if you're lacking early on, you will be punished. Terrific early goal for Mediterranean.
I love the team chat already starting to come through. That's one of the beautiful parts about Rocket League is the absolute BM that will be in the chat right from the rip. And you're already starting to see some of this aggression now coming through from Team Mediterranean here. Getting right in towards the orange side of the map. And another shot now potentially on the way. It's going to be cleared away by Elite Striker. Dead of the ball there does Head Honcho. Now is trying to get it across, but blocking is Elite Striker. So now it'll be England Alpha, a chance to get that ball towards the blue half. Defensive side from Head Honcho is good, though. Brings that one down. There's a couple of players to meet, but actually that is not the clearance they wanted. There should be an opportunity now for another shot on goal towards the top right corner, and it barely misses.
Is so far applying the pressure well, and the deflection sent it rifling into the top corner, doubling the lead for Mediterranean, consistently putting on the pressure here. Crash Living just taking a shot. Super unfortunate deflection, but when you get the power into them like that, anything can happen. Such a great opening minute.
Huge start coming through from Mediterranean. You see a little bit of defense kind of being put together here by England Alpha, but it is only a little bit. Outside of that, it's been all Mediterranean flying high. For the first time, feels like an aggression coming through from England Alpha. I thought for sure of how slow that ball was going to the top right corner of the net, that was going to be an easy defensive pick coming through from Crash Living. Does not rise to the occasion. That is an easy one off the top post.
Again, I'm loving it from both of these teams, not afraid to take shots early and catching each other off the goal line, playing slightly forward, catching them in positions where they're putting enough power in the shots to where they just can't get up on time. One of these sides is going to need to have a player playing slightly deeper, maybe playing almost towards in the goal, to be able to be there just to rebound these shots and set themselves up to go on a counter-attacking foot, because for the moment, just for the most part, both of these sides are finding themselves getting caught out, being a little bit pressed up too high of a line on their defensive efforts.
All right, we finally see some life in England Alpha yet. Maybe some more now. Starting to carry the ball over a couple of defending players. Head Honcho is here to hold it, though. Nice little tap, and this could be a very quick counter-attack from Head Honcho, depending on how this hit off the wall goes. Juggle in the air. Is anybody there to meet? Tyler Onju tries it, and across the way, a defender play from Zorbix is made. They hold for a mile.
It feels like this is nearly the longest time we've gone now without a goal. Both of these sides have been incredibly back and forth, but now it's getting a little bit tentative. Both sides just trying to move it forward. Raining down from above, though. It's Zorvix evening it up 2 apiece, and that's what you love to see. You know, you try to keep it in the corner as best as you can, but when that starts to bounce over towards the center, towards the goal, it is always going to be there to be had. And Zorvix soaring high, predicting the bounce, slamming it right down to even this one up. 2 minutes gone, 4 goals, 2 each. It's as even as it could be.
It really does feel like the tables have completely turned here. For the first couple of minutes of this game, it had been all Team Mediterranean. Maybe not so much on that. It needs to be a quick clear. It is from Radius. Now Honcho and Radius both playing for the same ball. Going to have to get a little bit better on those rotations to make sure they clear things out before an attack comes through. It will, but it's a pretty weak one from Tyler Onju. So back in towards the right corner it goes. Elite Striker now ready for it. Wall jump. There's 3 players there, all of which can do something. Elite Striker goes a little bit past it and is not ready for the follow-up. So back and forth here in the middle of the map. Off the back wall. Is anybody there to meet it on the offense? No. Head Honcho sends it away. So now once again, Mediterranean, the ones moving forward. They wanted an easy kit, but they're going to have to work for it if they want to go.
And a huge rotation back here. Radius getting the touch, but making it a little bit dangerous. And the cross through, but no one there to send it into the goal. 2 minutes left to play for now, as we do see Mediterranean start to go up again. But England's defense is immaculate. They turn defense into attack so quickly. They're really able to put the danger onto the opposition whenever they get out of their own half. But the problem is when Mediterranean are in England's half, they too look dangerous as they just try to get themselves poised up. But once again, Zorvix just sending it straight into the Mediterranean corner. Now going to try and get the crossing quickly, but again, another nice block and just trying to slow the pace of this one down as Elite Striker sends it back into the middle. But that's where it's going to go for Head Honcho, who's going to try and send it through. But again, another good defensive effort as both of these sides seemingly warming into the game a little bit here, making sure to cover each other's efforts.
It just feels like England Alpha now. The defense has gotten a lot tighter, and some of those easy shots that Mediterranean were working for, well, they're going to have to work a little bit harder for it. Back in towards the middle it goes, but it's a soft touch coming through there. Now back towards the middle we go. Tyler Onju should be ready for this one. Zorvix instead is going to take it, and Tyler Onju is going to play a little bit more passively here for the follow-up. Not 50-51 there. Zorvix should be good for it. Mediterranean right now, the door is being hounded down. Can Zorvix break it? Maybe Elite Striker can! Over the top, and it goes in. England Alpha were 2-0 down. Now they're in the lead.
I love that shot. Just coming through on it a little late. You think maybe he'll just slam it down, but no, sending it above Radius. Completely catching him off guard to score that one. 1 minute left, 1 goal in the lead. And I've been loving when Mediterranean go up. I mean, I feel like the actual quality of Mediterranean going up has been better in terms of what they're trying to do. But in terms of those counter-attacks and just getting the ball in the back of the net, what England does is paying off for them.
Man, it feels like we've completely seen the turn of the table. It's going to see it again. Oh, defensive player is good there. Tyler Onju tried to send it low, and it is met by a player on the defense. So looking pretty good. Mediterranean trying to get something going again now, but the rotations have been solid for England Alpha. Towards the skies goes England Striker once again, met down low. Now the follow-up doesn't have a lot of boost to work with, and so it's going to be taken out from under the wheels very quickly, but Zorvix is there to keep it in the blue half. England Alpha, 25 seconds left now. All they have to do is hold steady on the defense.
And they're trying their damnedest here as Mediterranean desperately seeking to send this one to, at the very least, the overtime. Will they be able to do so, though? Zorvik's playing a slow in the corner. A shot actually coming through. Horrible defensive efforts. Calamity at the back. Doesn't go in, but runs the clock down enough to where Mediterranean have surely run out of time here to even this one up. Trying to keep it in the sky, but it takes a bounce on the ground. And what was a tough fought game, back and forth, England come from 2-0 down to take match number 1 3-2. Terrific bounce back effort from them as they got really warm in that series very quickly.
Yeah, just talk about a phenomenal start from Mediterranean. It really did feel like maybe England Alpha were like missing a player or something on the defense for that start. That was kind of an unfortunate defense day. Saw a couple of players ready to save the ball, and unfortunately ended up actually kind of helping towards the play. But as soon as England Alpha started to get those rotations on point, making sure they always had a player back ready to meet a ball that was in the air, and of course they got their defense tightened up a little bit. There was always somebody on the goal line ready to deal with that pressure. England Alpha looked like a totally different class of team. That is a great start from them in the series. You don't want to go down 1-0 at the beginning of this best of 7. I think making that comeback in the way that they did, just a phenomenal way to start this best of 7.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, look, I liked, as I said during the game, I liked the way the Mediterranean side were going forward, right? Seeing a couple of the plays they were trying to do, kind of trying to get the pinch off the back wall, be there for the rebounds. The quality of what they were going for definitely seemed a little bit more, shall we say, outlandish, a bit more of that higher tier quality. But as I said, what England was doing was working. And at the end of the day, you break down the goals. Mediterranean capitalized on an early goal, then a really unfortunate deflection. In terms of them being able to hammer down on their opposition, break that defense down, and then come through with a good shot, they actually didn't really get anything through other than, again, these fleeting moments, right? Whereas England, when they went forward, they were bearing down a little bit more. They had some great moments, actually managed to deceive the defense with a couple of great shots in terms of the directions that they sent it. So in terms of that actual finishing product quality, England had more of it on the back half of that match one, should I say. There's a lot of matches left to go here in this best of 7 as we get into the second one.
All right. Mediterranean will want to see a bounce back here after that game number 1-0. Can they do it? Already off the start here. England Alpha getting aggressive. Elite Striker not really in a position to do anything with that ball. They might be able to. That was a blue hit, actually, sending that back towards a half, hoping for a powerful enough hit off the backboard to maybe put themselves in a position. Is Radius good for this one? No, it goes wide, but there is a demo, and so that should keep the aggression up here for Mediterranean.
Yeah, really like that play, but ultimately Zorvik's getting in there, doing a job, but sending it to the halfway line to where Elite Striker has to deal with it. And he does so very, very well, sending it wide, but still in the danger zone as the Mediterranean side are controlling the halfway line, causing a barrage of pressure here onto England, who, as we've seen in that first match, maybe do struggle with the opening minute, but now that they've passed that, can they find a little bit more of their footing and a bit more of that form? So far, they've not shown anything yet, as this is their first time in the offense, but Mediterranean look poised to clear. In saying that, though, I thought the shot was going to come in, but that was a great clearance.
Yeah, really important there, even though there was a kind of a double team on towards the ball. Maybe a bit of over-aggression, because now that's going to leave the goal line open. They've just got to softball this in. There's players to meet, but not good enough. That in itself is a double hit coming through from England Alpha. That's going to leave things open. Not a good enough touch coming off 2 players there from Mediterranean by way of Head Honcho and Radius. Third player has to be good for it. Can they be? No, there is a lot of fumbles happening from both sides at the moment. Thul now going to be deaded here towards the orange goal, and Head Honcho barely misses. So fortunate there at England Alpha, because now they will get another chance for themselves. Radius for the double tap. Not going to happen here. Inside the blue half it goes. Head Honcho does manage to get it past 1 and gets the touch towards the second. Can he get the third? No. Defensive strats are good for England Alpha here for the moment.
Such an entertaining game to watch as well. 2 minutes 45 left on the clock. Both teams going forward, being aggressive, but both sides also making mistakes. You never know where it's going to go, who's going to miss what, which will leave an opportunity open. As a poor clearance left an opportunity, but Zorvik was there to clear. Crash Living trying to deal with it, but Head Honcho's going to send it right back up into the danger zone. But once again, England are there to clear, not in too much danger as of yet. No one has really struck the hammer down in terms of a shot that's really made things difficult for either side here. Very much back and forth, very different to match 1, as we're now on the way to 2 minutes left with no teams having scored.
Yeah, I want to say the defense has actually been tightened up for Mediterranean as well. That was a big problem in the second half of game number 1. This game, things looking a little bit better, even though there are still a couple of moments where we see double challenge coming through on balls where they probably shouldn't be. There's still a ways to go before we see Mediterranean's defense tightened up all the way. Right now, there's still a couple of loose bolts in the mix. Should be good for Radius to stop this ball, and it will be. Follow-up is good, but not good enough for a goal just yet. And there's that double tap again coming through. Head Honcho is going to be the one to grab it. Follow-up is good from Crazy Living. Should be a good enough one here from Head Honcho, but no, it's actually kind of stolen away from it, kind of inadvertently by Radius. The follow-up not there from Crazy Living. Maybe this one will be from Head Honcho, but there's not enough venom in the shot to get past two defensive players. Head Honcho goes for the double tap despite the fact that there is no boost on side. And a hit from the other side is going to make things awkward. Head Honcho might have just centered this perfectly. How about that for a triple defense from Mediterranean? Making sure that ball is not going to result in a goal.
Yeah, I mean, at times it's so clumsy, yet somehow it works out. I mean, Crash Living had just the best opportunity for a shot and missing that one, but still managing to deal with it. Taking the shot now, though, atoning for the mistakes. Just over a minute left, and he's got the first goal of the game. And the first goal for Mediterranean here in the lead. What a shot right into that top corner, again, catching the defense off guard. Exactly what they needed. Having missed a couple, Crash Living has scored an absolute blinder.
That is a pivotal moment here in this game. 1 minute remaining. That is going to up the ante for England Alpha. How about this, Tyler Owen? You go for a solo challenge. Oh, gets the wrong side of the ball. That could easily have been a goal. There wasn't even a player on the defense ready for it. He'd gotten it past the last defender and could not collapse into a ball. So that means now, with 45 seconds left, it is once again up to Mediterranean for the defensive side. It's going to be another kick coming through. Good defense. Brilliant demo coming through from Radius as well. That's going to cause England Alpha to have to go even further back towards the defensive side. Some solo efforts coming through. Radius over the top. Do you have enough boost to get this all the way through? Runs out of Venom right at the end.
And Venom's been going for a lot of those. They haven't quite paid off as of yet. And then the counter kills as Zorvix comes through to even it all up. Again, just dealing with it high, a little chip over the top, enough power on it. Pancho not able to get the clearance, whether he was out of boost there, I'm not entirely sure. Just wasn't positioned right, maybe caught on the corner, but they're punished for it as it's all evened up.
All right, well, 15 seconds left now. We have yet another game on our hands. I think Mediterranean weren't necessarily expecting this one. They weren't expecting that to be so quick! From up high, England Alpha, the crosses made from elite striker, elite assister here, and look at the backflip into the play. Zorvix with an eclectic potential finish to this game.
What a goal. That is a poacher's goal, to say the least. Catching the defense, lacking a little touch to send it on through. Mediterranean, for all their hard work, for all the praise you gave them for shoring up the defense, it's been a couple of poor errors that has once again cost them here on game 2, as it's going to drop to the ground any moment now. Mediterranean nowhere near it, and now 2-0 down in this best of 7. Game 2 not going their way. It was in the palm of their hands, and once again they let it slip.
Man, that last play from Zorvix is perfect Rocket League, isn't it? Just perfect maneuverability of the car to make sure that they do get that final goal through. But we said, I mean, the defense was remarkably better for Mediterranean, but there were still moments where it felt like there were holes in their game plan. And then finally it kind of cracked towards the end of that game with a couple of players chasing on the defense and that final ball, and this play from Zorvix. Frankly, that is just one of those situations where you never expect someone to pull that off of the car in the way that they do, and mechanically that is just a beautiful play from Zorvix.
Oh, it was just fantastic, right? And that's what we love in Rocket League, those moments of sheer class that just separate you from the rest of the pack, right? And I mean, that could be a key pivotal moment, right? I mean, we have seen this England side twice now come behind from losing positions. 2-0 in the first game, then 1-0 in the second, with Zorvix having that moment of brilliance. I mean, first of all, we're seeing a side that's already showing the ability to show resilience to the situations that they are being put in. But we're also seeing a Mediterranean side who, I will say, I think their defensive efforts really started to go down after scoring that first goal. Whether it's just the pressure of trying to hold the defense, whether they were trying to rush for a second, I'm not entirely sure what the issue was. Maybe England just finally started applying the pressure. Maybe England play a bit too defensively and need to play out the gate a little bit more aggressive, because they've shown they can score against this Mediterranean side if they continue to apply that pressure.
Man, Mediterranean, this is now 2 games consequentially here where they have had the great start, and then it's kind of fallen away from them towards the second half of the game, or rather we should say in that second one, right at the midnight hour. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. Mediterranean do want to have the good start though. Maybe not. Ball slowly dredging towards the defensive line. Head honcho now trying to balance this one away with 9 boost. It's not going to happen, and those players in the defense were so close that this is going to be a dead ball in the middle here for England Alpha. Nobody there to meet it now. Straight back towards the orange half we go. Head honcho from the air, but it's met on the defense by Tyler Onju as England Alpha keep the ball out for the moment.
Is so far dealing with the Mediterranean, out for blood, out for vengeance here as things are getting ropey. Can Crash Living block it? He can, but it still does go out. Head honcho though back on it, continuing to apply the pressure. England once again with a good clearance, and once again a flick from Zorvik, which is causing a whole host of issues. And Tyler Onju hitting the post, but Zorvik's hitting the crossbar and sending it in right into the top corner. I mean, the little touches that England are coming out with constantly, whether it's just to send the ball up, cross the ball, these little touches that just completely disrupt the rhythm of the Mediterranean side. Once again, they are punished.
Again, it's just mechanical plays right now. That little touch from Tyler Onyu to kind of dead the ball just towards the middle, so serves it up perfectly for Zorvix. That's the kind of play right now. It feels like Mediterranean are lacking. England Alpha dominating this game. Crash Living will be able to backflip that one, dead it towards the middle. Is anybody there for England Alpha? Generally speaking, again, the rotations have been solid for England Alpha to the point where they've always got a player on the ball when they need to. That's not a great touch from Crash Living. That's going to slow things up. Somebody from England Alpha should be there for it. Straight back to the middle. Is the third man through? No, it's not. Back towards the defensive line. That should be good for sending away, and it will be. That's probably not the touch that you wanted. You need the follow-up. It's there from Zorvix. Then that's a demo coming through. Actually from Zorvix. Bumps on the remaining player as well, but somebody comes from the other side. It's Radius, who has been the star man for Mediterranean. Head honcho to meet it in the middle. Anybody to touch? No! It's a venomous shot. And it's beautiful team play from Head honcho and Radius.
And I think that's what's been missing for the Mediterranean side, right? We've seen Radius constantly getting into those positions up high, but either fluffing or shot or not really having a good pass. But sending that directly down to Head honcho for the shot was just absolutely beautiful, picking out that corner to perfection. That's what Mediterranean need to actually start getting a wave of goals and try and pull this back against England.
That's a big play. Probably the most impressive goal we've seen so far from Mediterranean this entire series. Now they'll try again. Head honcho towards the middle. Radius not prepared to deal with it. Better to exercise caution with the way that England Alpha play. They're going to be constantly up in your face. Radius will send that ball forward. And actually will win the follow-up 50-50 too. So not a terrible position for Mediterranean. I guess the question becomes, are their players on the defense ready for this one? It's Head honcho. Follow-up from Radius. Looking to win the 50-50. Barely does. Has to now turn around and steal a boost away from the opposition. Good defensive play coming out from Head honcho and Radius. Now back towards the middle. Is Radius there for it? Nope, too high for it. Maybe Crazy Living. No, that's not a 50-50 one. And now all three players are out of position. Zorvix is here, trying to carry the ball through. It's not going to happen. That ball is venomous towards the orange side, but it is not good enough for a goal just yet.
No, and so far England are dealing well here. Mediterranean having a few chances to go up. They were in a little bit of trouble when Crash Living wasn't able to take that touch in the halfway line, sort of misjudging it. It caused a lot of issues. But speaking of causing issues, Tyler owns you. He does indeed, owning the opposition here, raining it down once again from above. Terrific touch to send that one in just off the bottom of the crossbar to once again take the lead. Again, just a couple of moments of brilliance is all England Alpha need.
England Alpha again, just continuing to put their noses out in front. Maybe another one here. Oh, 50-51 there on the defense by Radius, who has been a star player for Mediterranean. Can they be good for the second? Tyler Onju, oh, trying to play for the follow-up on the 50-50. Not to be. England striker. Oh, barely sent away. But again, the reaction is appropriate here. 50-50 continues to be won every single time by England Alpha. Is anybody here on the defense to carry it? Yes, they are. Barely. Elite striker keeps that one away from tying things up.
This is getting very intense between these two here as England are now holding on in the defense. Honcho's going to grab it. He's taking a touch and then not really knowing what to do with it. And a dead flip towards the center means he's going to be rushing back in that defense. Although Radius is there for a great clearance out to the corner. Give a side an opportunity to go up against Radius now. Just a little touch over. Beautiful shift across the box for Honcho to slam it home, evening it up once again. 2-2 now. I mean, that was brilliant from Radius. That was perfect. Elite striker might be a little gutted he didn't get a touch there to clear it, but still, that's what you got to do. You just got to put it in the danger zone and hope that one of your team is there to slam it home.
I mean, yeah, eventually You put enough dents in the door, it's going to crack. And it will break down. That's the case here for Mediterranean. You are constantly up in the face of England Alpha for really, it feels like the first time in a long time. Their goals do, generally speaking, seem to come out of counter-attacks or perhaps even out of nowhere. Crash Living, not particularly great spot. Zorvik's not able to do anything to clear the defensive line, and that's a dead ball here in the middle. Radius has to get it. No, the backflip's going to go awry. Crazy Living, though. Oh, Crash Living, excuse me, is there for the follow-up. Now things will slow down. Radius trying to meticulously get it out. Not going to happen. The cross towards the middle, but it's a great defensive play from both Head Honcho and Crash Living. Are they there for the follow-up? Yes, they are. 10 seconds on the clock now before we hit overtime. Zorvik's towards the middle.
Great demo.
Hit away. Anybody through. Zorvik's can't get the ball. It's probably going to hit the middle, and it does. Overtime we go.
That was a great demo towards the end there, by the way. England were in, but Mediterranean getting a demo to stop that cross from having any sort of threat. That's what's kept them hanging on in here, but not for long. England drop the first game of the series here as Mediterranean hanging on. Great cross once again, and Honcho's there to rifle that one in to the goal to win this one 3-2. Again, the passing plays being key for Mediterranean, who finally, deservedly, take a game.
Yep, finally, it feels like the spontaneity of the play from Mediterranean finally plays off, because there were so many moments in this game in particular where it feels like that's where Mediterranean are strongest. And you see that, right, from, goal number one. I think that's the difference right now, is that England Alpha, the goals that they're getting, it kind of feels like they're, I don't want to say they're earned, right? I don't know if that's the correct terminology, but it feels at least like they are the result of continued pressure, constantly over and over again, great team play, great trust in one another. It feels like on the other side, Mediterranean, for the most part, kind of feels like those goals are more often than not circumstantial, that they get them on the counterattacks, they get them maybe when England Alpha are at their weakest. Outside of that, though, I mean, we had that one goal, I think it was, in that game, right, with a little pass between Head Honcho and Radius. That is probably the most impressive goal I've seen so far from Mediterranean.
Yeah, absolutely. And now a few of their goals have come from these passing maneuvers, right? And as you say, I completely agree. I think a lot of the Mediterranean's goals are coming from circumstances, but I feel like, you can get a lot of goals in Rocket League from circumstances, right? Dealing well on the defense, putting up with that offensive pressure, catching England off guard, and then going up high, getting that pass down quick, so you can just get the momentum to a shot to catch on the counter attack, or just simply stretch the play. That seems to be working for Mediterranean more. England Alpha have that quality going up. They're able to cross well, they're able to shoot well, they're able to sort of catch Mediterranean off guard, constantly keep them second guessing. But in the moments that they don't, Mediterranean can punish them, which is what's making this such an entertaining game to watch. We're not seeing one team whose method is just clearly working more than the other. You're seeing both methods work to a treat, but then you're seeing those methods also be their undoing. Whether Mediterranean don't get a cross out, whether England can't put up that pressure, both sides are getting punished and rewarded for their own strategies, which is making it really entertaining.
Yeah, this is definitely a kind of a mix of strategies for sure. That is the big thing right now, is it feels like England Alpha are significantly more meticulous in the way that they're playing the game. Mediterranean right now feel, I guess, chaotic is how I would describe it. Beautiful chaos is their gameplay at the moment, and Mediterranean managed to win a game off the back of it. So they are now on the board here in this best of 7, folks. England Alpha still needs to get 2 more games on the board to take the dub. Can they get it done? And honestly, this is kind of one of those points as well I wanted to make, is it feels like a lot of the plays right now from Mediterranean are coming down from Head Honcho and from Radius. If Crazy Living, or Crash Living, excuse me, I keep calling Crazy Living. Crash Living can get involved in the mix a little bit more, can have a little bit more effect. Mediterranean could well take the lead in this game.
Oh, absolutely. This series is there for them to win still, without a shadow of a doubt. But we have seen England have the ability to deal with pressure. Oh my God, what a shot. Couldn't have been more in the top corner. Zorvik, I mean, take a bow. He's been clinical this game, and once again showcasing that here. But I want to finish the point that I was making, is that we've seen England have already shown the ability to come back from poor positions on multiple occasions. So for Mediterranean, they know they've got a long game ahead of them, because they can't go into a game, be the better team for the first 2.5 minutes and feel like that the game is theirs. They know they're going to have to fight for every second of those 5 minutes tooth and nail.
Oh, what a great start for England Alpha again. Mechanically speaking, Zorvik is the most talented player in this lobby. Maybe Elite Striker. Oh, doesn't need to do anything there. Does not get a touch on the ball. Will now survive a little bit. Zorvik's going to dead the ball. Elite Striker not able to get anything off it as well, and that's going to relieve a little bit of a tee-up. Oh, and the follow-up as well from Head Honcho. When two players from England Alpha, as talented as they are, cannot get rid of the ball, Radius puts it in a perfect position for Head Honcho to follow up exactly like this.
And that's exactly why you follow up. You're constantly there making sure that you are in for the rebounds. We have seen some high quality shots, by the way, in this first minute. A lot of them have been heading towards those top corners, whether they've gone in or whether they've not. They've caused issues either which way. As now we're seeing the quality rise. Both these teams get warm as another cross goes through and Head Honcho gets a second goal. Again, the fox in the box, rewarded for his efforts of staying up. Radius with a great touch in, and Honcho descended to the bottom left corner. Nothing could be done there on the defense, as Mediterranean seem to have found their groove on the passing mechanisms.
Just feels like, again, the opportunities now starting to present themselves, and Mediterranean consistently getting better at taking them hand over fist. Maybe another one now. Straight towards the middle we go. Tyler owns you. Not able to do anything. No boost to do so. Elite Striker should be able to, but that's a pretty weak touch. It's going to enable now the follow-up from Sorvix, though. Does he have the boost to get this off the back wall? No. Doesn't even have an opportunity to get a bump off. Now Elite Striker can do something. Again, the defense holding strong at the moment for Mediterranean. This dam is not breaking.
Maybe another counter attack. No, it doesn't quite happen, and they have a little bit of time now. Tyler owns you, going to try and get this one out. Going to take it high in the sky. How's your touch as the cross coming through? That touch works out immaculately well, and Elite Striker sends it over the defense to even this one up once again. Such an awkward little touch there, which caused a perfect bounce. And I feel like that was something out of the playbook, because you've seen the position that Elite Striker picked up. You've seen the position then that Tyler owns you took on the ball to sort of send it towards the corner instead of the inside. Playing to tee it up. It feels like it was out of the playbook, that one, and it works so well.
Man, these guys just constantly juicing and dicing here. This is what we want. We're going to see Crash Living get involved a little bit more. Opportunity for him to do so now. Not really great positioning there, unfortunately. So now it's going to have to be the defensive line. Off the back wall, this is always an awkward one. Head Honcho can't touch it, but neither does Sorvix. Tyler Onju is there for it, the follow-up, but not able to get anything going importantly. Now Radius looking for the dribble through towards the goal line. It's barely touched by Elite Striker. The follow-up is there. Now can the follow-up be there from Crash Living? No! The goal was open, but Crash Living could not take it home.
I'm really surprised Head Honcho wasn't able to score there and make it a hat-trick. It was again on a play, as it's been from so many times before, and will they be punished for not getting the job done? It looks like they're hanging on. Another shot comes through. Tyler owns you underneath it. It's going to be Crash Living trying to clear, but once again, a miss. Crash Living's had a number of poor attempts here, which has put his side in so much danger now as England continue to ramp up the pressure, but finally Head Honcho getting a good clearance, sending it up and trying to get a cross in. That last 30 seconds has been rough for Mediterranean.
Ball now back towards the middle. It's England Alpha trying to get it forward. Radius now has been great with these jumps off the wall. Wasn't quite ready for that one. Bit of a miscommunication coming there, but Crash Living might be. Doesn't get that great of a touch, unfortunately. Zorvix now on defense, though, manages to transition this one from a clearance into a potential goal. If anybody's there for the follow-up, but no, gets sent away. Tyler owns you now, back towards the corner. Can they do anything? As now on the retreat goes England Alpha, but for how long? With how fast and aggressive these guys have been, do not be surprised if they quickly manage to convert this in towards a shot. They just don't have the boost to do so right now. Again, just trying to play this one carefully, get your players in position. This is an opportunity, and sent away.
And good clearance now, 1 minute left on the board. It's all even. Steven Zorvik sending it to the corner, trying to alleviate some danger here. Terrific touch to take it underneath, continuing to apply pressure to the ball, but so is Radius. But the clearance coming out once again. Head Honcho with the touch, doesn't quite happen, and Radius sending it back up. The pace is slowed down just a touch. That is an immaculate touchdown, and Radius is there to make it 3-2 with just 36 seconds left. Honcho take a bow. Talk about an MVP of this map. That is succulent. Putting it on a plate for DDT, and Mediterranean, they have had some game here.
Yeah, just continually, every single time we see success for Mediterranean, it comes by way of Honcho setting Radius up or vice versa. Their team play at the moment is beautiful. We're going to see that again here. Head Honcho trying to get a fourth goal in that would bring this one home. It's worth saying They did lose the last game, or the second game, excuse me, just barely in the dying embers of it. Could well still happen again. Crash Living trying on the defense. Doesn't get a good enough touch, but Head Honcho should to get that one away. Just 10 seconds, and Team Mediterranean will tie things up here. Opportunity now for perhaps a final goal sent flying away. Has to be met by Elite Striker. It's not. Perhaps somebody else can do so. Still in the air. Still opportunity here for England Alpha. Puts it over Tyler Onju, but down it goes. And Mediterranean will tie things up.
Mediterranean are really coming into their own. I mean, I think I said it after the first game or two that I feel like the quality of the play and the touch that Mediterranean were going for across the board was more, especially DDT. I mean, the way that he's playing, trying to go up for those little deft touches, trying to control it in the air. I felt like they were going for a lot more of the fancy stuff and it wasn't working out. But now that they've gotten a little bit warmer into this series and they've played a couple of games, it feels like those touches are working out and they're starting to reap the rewards from those touches. The gameplay between Head Honcho and DDT has been absolutely immaculate to watch, with maybe a little bit of weak link and Crash Living, but missing a lot of good chances to do some damage. But on the overall, you have a top two who are really carrying the side. But again, being put against what I would say is a more even England squad as a whole, of course, having their key players, their influential players, but as a three feel a little bit more put together. It makes it a fascinating game and a fascinating series going into the back half, because if we start to see this Mediterranean form run out a little bit in terms of the top two not being able to carry as much, is the consistency across the three of the England team going to be enough to get the job done in the end?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Right now, it feels like England Alpha have been a consistent roster throughout this entire game. And really, they've been capitalizing on errors, mistakes being made by Team Mediterranean. Those mistakes, I think, game after game have gotten less so. I mean, literally look at the way we started this series, right? Mediterranean gave a couple of goals away for free, or they went 2-0 up in that game of one, and then the kind of defense just completely collapsed for Mediterranean. That, I think, has gotten much, much better game after game between these two teams, and now we've got a really competitive best of 7 on our hands here, folks. Make sure you tell your friends to tune in for this one. This has been a brilliant match of Rocket League, and already off the start, we wanted to see Crash Living getting a little bit more involved for Mediterranean. I mean, being perfectly honest at this point, Zephyr doesn't feel like he needs to necessarily, and that has been the case. He keeps that ball in action here. Head Honcho with very little boost, keeping that one juggled towards the corner, but it is going to be Zorvik's now potential final state. No, Crash Living comes through with an important touch to keep it one in the orange half.
And Zorvix is a player that I feel like when he gets into the opposition third, he really does a lot of damage, right? He can sometimes run a little quiet in games, but the touches that he has in the opposition half really can be the undoing of defenses, and we've seen that happen in Mediterranean multiple times. They want to make sure to deal with him and make sure he's not going to be in those danger positions when they are on the defense, or else they will be in a lot of trouble. And Crash Living not able to take that one there. Again, another miss that potentially put Mediterranean in quite a bit of danger, but Radius managing the deal. But we're already seeing a bit of consistent pressure now from England Alpha, and we've normally seen it that when they're consistent with the pressure, they eventually end up scoring, as Tyler Onzu tries to send that one off the backboard, but to no avail. But this pressure is starting to really ramp up.
Does feel like it, doesn't it? Oh, little bump coming through from Tyler Onju, just trying to bully the defensive line. Zorvix gets it back towards the middle, but nobody's there to meet it. Dehentit, the demo here, comes through, but no, it's only going to be the 1v1. I didn't think for a second there that Radius was going to get that one through. Tried to carry it all the way through on the juggle. Gets it past one on the defense, and this 50-50 goes awry for Tyler Onju. Radius there continues to be one of the MVPs for Mediterranean.
A terrific goal. DDT just again forcing the issues, getting it up, putting it into a 50-50, and that pinch works out perfectly for them. As I would say on the overall, the last 2.5 games, it's been Mediterranean in control, England continuing to be dangerous, but not having that end product that they had in the first 2 games. That dead ball potentially going to lead to trouble, especially with the miss. They're in their own heads here a little bit, rushing to clear, but doesn't get there. Calamity at the back as England are punished. DDT scoring another one here as he just rolls it on underneath, just out of the defender's reach.
Radius just continues to fly high and get better and better every single time we're on board with him. The confidence must be at an all-time high right now for Mediterranean. The tables have turned, and frankly, the table isn't even there at this point for England Alpha. They are 2-0 down. Still 3 minutes on the clock, though. Still opportunities to see some of that great team play that's worked so well for England Alpha in the past. Mechanically, though, there's been less to hope for. Maybe this one slow roll coming through there from one on England Alpha. Doesn't affect anything, though. Tyler Onju brings it back towards the middle before Radius sends it flying away. And no, Radius is not going to win that fight, but does actually win the 50-50 to send it back towards the middle. Oh, barely misses from one of the players on Mediterranean. It would have been 3-0 there. Radius now wants to make it so, though, and actually has the boost to execute this one from the backboard. Deads it towards the middle. Anybody there to touch? Everybody misses. Radius, a chance to get it in, and does so. England Alpha even further in the hole now.
And the hat-trick heroes DDT puts it off the backboard. No one's there. He says, fine, I'll do it myself. Wraps back around. Deft touch to send it into the top left-hand corner. A Mediterranean in complete control of this game, potentially of the series, as England have started to flounder a bit in the defense, as Mediterranean have grown in confidence. And as soon as I say that, Mediterranean, you know, they just match one calamity at the back with another. Huge defensive errors allows Elite Striker to capitalise and at least get one back. We've seen England in this position before. Once they get one, they've proven they can quickly get another.
That's exactly the response you needed for England Alpha. They were in a hole for really for the first time in this series. Their 3-0 down is a very different look to 2-0 down. They've now brought that deficit back down to just 2. Could even be a third one coming through here if that defense isn't ready, but Head Honcho does get the touch on. Tyler Onju, we've been on board with him for a help minute here. See that he can set himself up. Doesn't really do so in any eclectic way. Radius sends it back towards the middle. Isn't good for the follow-up, so we'll have to exhaust some more boost here to try and get back into position for the inevitable attack from England Alpha. Here is that attack. Radius in position, ready for it. Does get a bit of a bump, and that is going to be very frustrating because he isn't ready for the follow-up from Tyler Onju. Now has to do this with very little boost all the way through, and somehow manages to get it past a couple of players on the defense. Elite Striker, though, gets it over Head Honcho. Bounce off the corner. Crash Living, not going to be able to touch. It goes down to the middle, and great clearance from Radius. Could be good for the follow-up now. Nobody home, but Radius can't get there quick enough. He's blocked by Elite Striker.
What a block. What a block. I mean, I don't know if he was going to get there anyway, but talk about a last-ditch attempt. Good thing you don't get any bookings for those types of blocks in Rocket League, because that was criminal, but it was needed. As another shot comes in from Tyler Onju, defended well though by Mediterranean, and 2 goals needed for England to send it to overtime with just a minute left on the clock. They're running out of time. They need to get something here, and they need to get it soon, as Mediterranean are starting to look a little bit ropey on this defense. But can England capitalize on that? Elite Striker sends it back up. Can someone knock it home? They can't. It's cleared once again by DDT, the man of the match for sure here, as they maybe look to get a fourth to kill it.
40 seconds left. Time is really starting to run out here in this game. A 4th goal would absolutely get rid of any hope that England Alpha could well win this game. Here on the defense, it's a beautiful 50-50 coming through from Crash Living, but nobody there for the follow-up. There was one for England Alpha, now straight towards the middle. Elite Striker has to be the player to do so. As Orbix was ready for the follow-up, it just wasn't there in time. Deaded the ball in the middle. Is Crash Living ready for it? No, Head Honcho isn't either. That's going to put Head Honcho in a position here where he should be good for the defensive side, and does clear it away in time. Bounces it over one. Radius to carry this one home. A celebratory victory lap here in this game, as there is that 4th goal.
And Radius with his 4th as well has just been on the end of absolutely everything. Once again, Radius and Honcho running the show for the Mediterranean side at the moment, with Crash Living providing that stability at the back that's been ropey at times, but in the last couple of games has been more than enough, as England now find themselves just 1 loss away from losing this best of 7 series. Mediterranean in the driver's seat now, and potentially going to see this one through, as they look a completely different team than what we saw from the beginning.
Man, what a turnaround this has been. Honestly, we've seen sparks of brilliance from Radius and Honcho throughout the entirety of this game so far. It feels like Radius in particular has stepped it up about 6 notches. The way that he's been playing, every single hit that he's taken has been pretty much on target. If he's not been in a position to do so, he's the one that gets the ball in position. I mean, just look at follow-ups like that, right? I mean, it's just a perfect exemplification of how good of a player Radius is. He puts the ball in a position where a teammate can follow up for it, and then recognizes, hey, my teammate might not be able to get this ball, so let me just make sure that I'm in a position to follow up for it if my teammate can't. Does so, gets the ball in. Radius is playing out of his damn mind at the moment. Without a shadow of a doubt, he is the MVP of this series across the board at the moment. He's playing very well.
Oh, yeah, but again, as you said, without shadow of a doubt, I mean, he's absolutely immaculate. I mean, and Honcho, I will say, though, as well, not that far behind him. I mean, a lot of the plays that Honcho is coming out with, I mean, I can't remember if it was even this game or the game before, but the one where Honcho came across the goal up high and that little touchdown for Radius to send it in, I mean, just absolutely beautiful stuff as well. And you know, whatever they do as a 3, it certainly is working for them, right? You can't deny it. I've been critical of Crash from time to time, but in the overall, they're winning the games. I do just wonder, against maybe stronger opposition, will the fact that he's missing so much of that as a consistency throughout his game, will that come back to bite him when they go into the later stages against arguably stronger opposition? I suppose just a case of waiting and seeing. But on the overall, really good performance from them, close to getting over the line. But we've seen England's comebacks before. They just need to pull it out of the bag again here going into Game 6.
All right, we'll see now whether or not they can get it done. Right off the rip here. Aggression starting to come out from Mediterranean. Elite Striker not able to clear the ball away. How uncharacteristic of him. Head Honcho should be able to clear, and Radius is in a position for it. Can he do anything? No, not going to get there quick enough. Radius should be the player, if anything, to deal with this one on the defense. And is anything just trying to get back for that clearance? There it is coming through from Radius. Going to win the 50-50 in the middle of the map as well. Crash Living and Head Honcho both want a piece of this pie, and they both get a taste of their own medicine. It is going to be a clear from Radius, but England Alpha right now, they are the aggressors in this game.
Yeah, that was a very ropey defense. I think the double child for the ball didn't help, and what certainly isn't going to help is Zorvix being on the end of that one. Again, a player who's been so clinical for England, once again showing what he can do, getting up, reading the path of the ball to perfection, and sending it right down into the middle of the net there to get the first goal of the game. A minute 10 gone, England in the lead, a vital lead for them. But they cannot rest on their laurels here. They know that Mediterranean are confident going forward. England are going to need to get another.
All right, England Alpha now trying to follow up on their success. They might be able to do very quickly here. Yeah, I mean, attempts on the defense there from Crash Livin, but you just can't get behind the ball fast enough. I was wondering, Hugh is there on the defense, and that's very unfortunate for Mediterranean. It was a triple stack on the offense, and when the half opens up like that, that's more often than not going to be an easy goal. England Alpha starting to capitalize once again on those mistakes that are opening up for Mediterranean.
You capitalized super well there, and again have found a little bit of momentum that they've needed, that they've been lacking in the last 2 or 3 games. Just being able to get onto the end of these things, chasing down the correct balls and exposing the weaknesses in Mediterranean's defense, of which there are many at times, but finally being able to capitalize on them once again. But having their own defensive frailties capitalized as well, as DDT for now his 5th goal in a row, I believe, for this Mediterranean side. 4 in the last game, now 1 in this one, as he halves the deficit. Now 2-1, Mediterranean still behind, but we talked about how well England answered back in the last game, scoring 1 directly after conceding. Mediterranean have done the same here.
It's big. Great little bounce back from Mediterranean. And then the whole opportunity to get it forward, not going to happen. Sent away, Tyler Onju now. 50-50 doesn't go his way. Zorvix is there for the follow-up, though. Now we'll slow things up, try and get it through. Bump has been made from Tyler Onju. Good effort there. The comms were definitely in. They knew what they wanted to do. The delivery just not quite there for England Alpha. And now they will have to deal with an attack coming their way. Crash Living doing well to get that ball up towards the corner. Towards the middle it goes. They can be there to meet it, but not really that good of a look. Head Honcho going to have to put in a position for Radius once again. It's there, but it is saved.
That was a great cross, a great shot, and a great save. We're seeing some really high-quality Rocket League here, ladies and gentlemen. There's just 2.5 minutes left to go in this one, as a shot from the halfway line rifles its way in from Head Honcho. Even Stevens here once again, coming from 2-0 behind to even it up. Again, no one back in the defense. Just a bit of a misreading of the situation at hand, where Mediterranean are able to capitalize on it once again. And we are all even.
What a bounce back from Mediterranean. This has been insane. Hit straight from the middle here. And I went to follow up as well. I did not anticipate that follow-up whatsoever. There was a couple of players on the defense. And yet still somehow Elite Striker, living up to his name, is able to get it past both. Beats the first player, the second player, Crash Living. Way too aggressive on the defensive play. And that's an easy one for Elite Striker.
we're seeing both of these teams now start to catch great timings against one another. I mean, just constantly catching the defenders in the middle of their rotation, sending it in the opposite direction or above or below them, just constantly catching them off guard, playing it in between the lines and the pathways of the rotations. Can they keep it up? Both sides have shown they can do it, but England having this lead, are they going to want to start slowing things down again? Just playing defense only, I don't think will work for them, but they may be inclined to do so here unless they can get another one here. You would think 4-2 with 1:40 left would be enough for England to take this one to a game 7, but head honcho sending this one up. He wants to take it to at least an overtime, maybe even get the victory before we have to go to overtime and take the series for his side. Now 1:30 left to go. Crash Living, oh my word, that was a massive error at the back, and that could be costly as England double the lead.
Yeah, it just unfortunately feels like a lot of time right now. Crash Living on the last remaining player here, trying to hold back for the defense, isn't working out for Mediterranean. Their rotations, I think, so heavily reliant on head honcho and Radius being the player forward that Crash Living very often gets left up as the last man up on the defense, and that's just not going to work. That's a couple of consecutive attacks now that he's not been able to fend off. And it leaves them with a gulf in scoreline. 2 goals they have to make up with 1:15 left on the clock. Can they get it done? Well, it is at the moment in the orange half at the very least. Tyler Onju trying to dribble it forward towards a goal for a potential 5th. Not going to happen. Elite striker. Good to send it away on the defense. Back towards the middle. That's a pretty weak touch for Tyler Onju, but that's all right. Head honcho is here for it. Can he dribble it past the first defender? No, he cannot. Zorvix can't get the follow-up, though. Good defense being made from Radius. Elite striker should be good for it. It sends it back towards the middle where Tyler Onju will pick it up. Towards the side it goes. Crash Living not able to get anything of note on this one, but the 50-50 is good for Radius here. Time really starting to be burned off the clock. Centered. Crash Radius not there for it once again, and they just continue to exploit the defensive setup for Mediterranean.
It feels like they've finally figured out the weak links in the Mediterranean defense, as they can just play the stretch, pull DDT and head honcho to one side, leaving Crash Living on another side. As soon as they send it over to that side, they know they've got a gap, a window of opportunity, and England have been taking that. It has been a terrific game from them, as they seem to have figured this defense out, and it was nearly too late in figuring it out, but now figuring it out just in time and taking us to a map or game number 7, 6-2 now in this lead. They're just running away with this one. They have figured out the formula. Of course, Mediterranean may have down tools a little bit in this game 6, so they're not out of it just yet. But in terms of a side looking like they figured out the formula, this is the strongest one of these sides has looked in this series.
Yeah, I mean, what a wild series this has been. Mediterranean feels like they kind of cracked the code a little bit in the last 3 games consecutively. England Alpha, a lot of that incredible mechanical play that we kind of come and know and love over the first couple of games completely dissipated. And now it's been all England Alpha. They are really driving this point home as Elite Striker earns his 3rd goal. And it is back towards that mechanical prowess that we saw previously. Just like we were talking about on the other side, a couple of players in from Mediterranean doing well. It is England Alpha that have 2 of their own that just continue to play incredibly well together.
Well, that's as we've been saying throughout the whole series. You apply a pressure to that Mediterranean defense, it will break, and broke it has. Here, 2-7 is what this game number 6 finishes. England Alpha taking that one in style. 3 apiece now, sending us all the way to game 7. For Mediterranean, especially in the back half of that game, looked like less than a shadow of their former selves, and England are perhaps in the ascendancy when they need to be the most. Can they carry that form through is the big question. Can Mediterranean answer back? If there's any tricks up any of these teams' sleeves, now's the time to pull them out.
I just don't know what to expect at this point. I mean, these games have been so back and forth. We talk about this game and how great of a start it was for Mediterranean, right? England Alpha, they came back swinging, and then we finish on an incredible scoreline for England Alpha. I mean, we just thought there's a chance Mediterranean, and every single goal that went through that chance started to disappear. And it has to be said, it feels like at the moment Mediterranean maybe feel themselves a little bit too much, because the majority of the time, the thing that's been working so well for Mediterranean is when Radius has been on the defense, making sure that goal line is cleared out. Head honcho on the defense, making sure that goal line is cleared out. At the moment, it feels like they're getting so aggressive and so content with themselves after great performances in 3 consecutive games that now they are feeling a little bit more comfortable leaving Crash Living in that back line, and unfortunately, that's not going to cut the mustard.
No, I completely agree. I think what we're seeing as well is just a difference you know, we talked about going into this Rocket League series, and we talked about a best of 7 just being a mode of consistency, right? And we are seeing a Mediterranean side who have 2 players who I feel like have a little bit more of that natural ability, more of that talent, more of that prowess and passing to each other when things are working, versus a side in England who are just more consistent across the board and as a 3. And that consistency is starting to pay off for them now. As Mediterranean, you just can't rely on 2 players overperforming the whole time. Eventually that is going to catch up. It is going to balance out. Whereas England, when it all balances out for them, they look at the stronger and consistent team as a unit. Nothing is flashy, nothing is full of flair, other than maybe Zorvix, I would say, who's had a couple of real high flair moments, but enough to get the job done and be constantly there to cover each other's backs. And that's been the difference maker for England Alpha. Can it get them over the line here as we're 45 seconds into games number 7?
I honestly just don't know what to expect whatsoever. It feels like we've had so many moments of high praise for both of these rosters at various points. You talk about Zorvix being the guy that mechanically has been insane through this series. We've seen the likes of Head Honcho and Radius really step things up for Mediterranean. Who knows what's going to happen here in this Game 7. We're already a minute deep into it, and so far, no dice from either team. Attempt there by England Alpha, but it does go a little bit short. Crash Living, his defense for the first time, really working out here for Mediterranean.
Yeah, finally having the defense come through. I mean, look, if there's any time for it to come through, it needs to be now. But getting caught a little bit there in no man's land. Whoever his team is there to cover it, he'll be happy enough about that, as Zorvik's going to try and send this one into the corner away from the danger zone. Both of these teams feeling the pressure, feeling the heat now within this series. But who is going to be able to deal with it? Oh, it's really, really hard to tell. Zorvik once again there in the defense. But Mediterranean now putting up a little bit of a consistent offense themselves, as Zorvix tries to rotate it out, but Elite Striker is going to have a chance for a shot. But as you say, a player who's been key in defense, it's Radius that's there to cover.
Yeah, sometimes it's really difficult when your players on the defense are just as good on the offense. You want them in both places at once. Radius has been paramount to the defense for Mediterranean. Radius now going to be paramount to the offense as well. Sends it forward. Doesn't even get the bump off, though, on towards the second player. There's the follow-up, and that means that Crash Living is going to be that third man on the play. Radius is here for the follow-up once more. Crash Living just trying to play this one passively, but that's just not a good enough hit. So the possession now going to be back in favor of England Alpha, at least for the moment. Radius has enough boost to carry this one through if he so wants to. Gets it past a couple of players. Is the follow-up from Crash Living good? To be fair, that's actually a pretty solid shot from Crash Living, at least to get it in towards the half, but it's not good enough for the follow-up, and now a demo coming through. Opportunity now for England Alpha. Is anybody there to meet it from up high? Yes, they are. Goes short and is sent away by Tyler Onshu, barely surviving a Mediterranean.
Yeah, just about hanging on, but now with the counter-attack, great pass, but the finish, not there. Can Crash Living put it in? He can't, but he's been caught off the goal line. No man's land again, and that could be the nail in the coffin for Mediterranean. Not in defense, not in offense, just in no man's land. And that has been hugely costly. 2 minutes exactly left to go. England take the lead, and Mediterranean will be kicking themselves for that huge error.
Yeah, again, it just feels like so much of their defense is predicated on one or two players. Got only one player there, and it's not going to go well. Now Head Honcho has to clear. Will do so. Less time now on the board than there ever was. You've really got to start to ratchet up the tension. That's an effort to do so. Zorvix is going to keep it in the middle of the map, though, and has well enough boost to get this one through. Nobody willing to go for an immediate follow-up, and that's okay, though. That bump is not, however. That's going to slow things up significantly, and it's going to put both of those players in a bad position for the follow-up.
It's got a little bit scrappy here, but squeezing it in the bottom left-hand corner is Elite Striker. That was huge. Now that is a poacher's goal, just getting up there, sniffing out the angle. Crash Living off the line, Head Honcho nowhere to be seen. And that is huge. Mediterranean have not really looked much like scoring in this game, and now running out of time to do so. 1:20 left to go. If they are going to score, they're going to need to do so right now, or it's going to be too tall of a mountain to climb.
Yeah, it has to be now. You've got to start getting some of that venom through right now. Crash Living is good for it. Sends it forward, and actually wins a 50-50 here. Great follow-up now. Potential from Head Honcho. Has to go into the air to meet it. Keeps it in play. Takes that boost out of the corner. That's going to slow things up for the defense, but doesn't actually get the follow-up tap here. This is a lot of slow pressure coming through from pretty much everybody. Radius doesn't really know how to deal with it, so we'll send it back towards the corner. Zorvik's up to meet it. And that's fine. All of this is fine. All of this slow pressure from England Alpha because time is being drained off the clock.
Yeah, this has been great from England just to slow it down. They're happy to just absorb this pressure. They know if they can absorb it for long enough, even if they concede one, there'll be no time for the second. With now just 30 seconds left, applying the pressure. Realistically, this is Mediterranean's one last chance to get it through, and my God, have they taken it. Now with just 23 seconds on the clock, Head Honcho buying his side a lifeline at the death. It's going to need to be quick off the rip of this kickoff, but at least it's something, and they have a chance to take this one to an overtime.
20 seconds left. The tension is still on here. Radius, oh, tries to carry it through. Almost sends us to an overtime, but back towards the blue half we go. 15 seconds on the clock, back towards the middle. Crash Living, an opportunity to try and clutch up when he hasn't been able to do so in this series, but Tyler Onju wins it in the air. And the hopes and dreams of Mediterranean to win this first game, it feels like it's just disappeared right in front of him. Elite Striker sends that ball home, as it will be them who take the first series of the tournament.
Well, what a series we've just watched. One that went right to the death. One where England looked dominant to begin with, proving they could fight back through anything. Then they dropped it in the middle part of that series, and you thought Mediterranean had finally found the formula. But England once again proving that that form and that ability to fight back is something that is consistent in them throughout. And they found the rhythm in that game 6. They started to really make it click, taking a huge win there, 7-2, taking that momentum into a game 7 and scoring some really well-worked goals. Again, just capitalizing on defensive errors from Mediterranean, but still getting the job done. It has to be said, though, it feels like if you had, whether it's a different player or slightly different setup to eradicate some of those defensive errors from Mediterranean's game, it would have been their series to take.
It's just a wild series. It really is. It felt like England Alpha started so damn strong in this series. Obviously, they were the ones that went 2-0 up. It was like, oh, God. This is going to be a 4-0 here in this best of 7. And then Mediterranean started to clear things up, right? It felt like their rotations were on point, I think, specifically with 2 players. And I don't want to ever give a player a hard time, because Crash Living did have a couple of moments in that game 7 where he was a really important player for the side. But it did feel like a lot of the defense there for Mediterranean came down to Head Honcho and Radius, getting those offensive hits coming through, making sure they're rotating so they're able to play for the defense as well. That little duo ship, I think, was so pivotal to Mediterranean winning 3 games straight. And it was like, yeah, this is over now. And then England Alpha do that in the last couple of games. I think that game number 6 in particular was a dominant one, and that set themselves up for an incredibly confident game 7.
Yeah, absolutely. That game 6 certainly the game changer in the series, and on the overall, it's one where I do feel really bad for Mediterranean, because some of the moments that they provided as a team, I feel like were just next level, right? Some of the passing plays that we were seeing just as a duo at the very least, when we saw DDT and Head Honcho up front, like what they were able to do as a combined duo was so entertaining to watch. And, you know, both of these sides, I think, have errors in their game that they need to try and shore up, right? I feel like sometimes England are a little bit slow on the offense, not able to get it over the line at times. They needed to have like consistent offenses before they could get it through with a goal. They changed that towards the end with a couple of nice goals being squeezed through from sort of half chances. But then also on the defense side of things, wasn't always perfect from them. We're getting undone by these passes. But I think it is a case as well where it was so back and forth between these two sides, to where it got to a point where maybe how you would judge a team on the overall strictly from the series kind of goes a little bit out the window, because they're dealing with each other just so in the moment based off of what they've been dealing with throughout the course of that series. It ultimately just made for a very, very entertaining watch. And I'm really glad we had the opportunity to cover that series, because like I think beyond anything else from that sort of neutral point of view, there's not much else you could ask for in terms of a series. Comebacks in the initial games, Mediterranean looking like they're going to almost reverse sweep the series, to then England coming through and be like, actually, no, this is my series and we're taking it all the way to a game 7 and taking it from there. Like, what more could you want?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm very happy with that one. That was a phenomenal series. Again, I think the last time we got to cast Rocket League was PACAF, and that was a dominant showing. I think like we literally only got to cast like 4-0s, 4-1s. So to start off the USAFE portion of the DAF World Championships and here in the regional event, and it be like a game 7 is an incredible start. And I think it really does set ourselves up well for the kind of games that we're going to be getting throughout the entirety of this tournament. I believe that there was another game going on concurrently with the one that we were just watching. I'm not entirely entirely sure if that's true, if I'm making that up. I'm fairly certain there was. So I don't know how that game went. Maybe that was a game 7 as well. Maybe that was a 4-0. But I will say it gets me excited because obviously the format here, folks, if you don't know, is that these guys all play each other twice over the next couple of days in the group stages before they play everyone again, pretty much, in the final bracket. For the spot in the DAF World Championships. So this is not the only time we're going to get to see these guys face off against one another. Like, they will play each other again. And what I'm curious about is what are the learnings for these guys going head to head in that second matchup? Like, you now know a little bit more about the team that you're facing. Like, how much do you change your game plan going into that second matchup?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great point, right? You're going to face up against your opposition so much that there's going to be a lot of things that you can change up. But I think between these two, I'll be really looking forward to seeing them play against each other again because, it was just such a mixy game full of errors, full of highlight moments. I mean, and I think there are errors where, look, I would argue on say the Mediterranean side of things, I think the errors that they had are a little bit more fundamental to their game. The issues that they had at the back, rotating through who to send up, who to leave back. I feel like they constantly had issues of trying to manage rotations based off, as you say, DDT could do so much damage up front. But because he's so good at the game, they needed him to get back as well. They needed him to get back and hold on in that defense, which meant they were sort of limited then going up on the counter attack without him. It was such a hard balance to strike, which I feel like they need to fix. But in regards to, the England squad, I feel like they're pretty consistent, shore up a couple of things in their game, and I feel like they will start being a really, really dangerous side. Yeah,
this England Alpha squad, they take the first match of the day 4-3. We get to game 7, and now we get to talk about that incredible matchup. We have an interview of a player from the winning squad over there in Suffolk. Let's hear what they have to say for themselves after what was an incredible game 7 win for them. I can't wait to talk to this guy. I actually don't know who the interview is even going to be with, so this is going to be great to hear which player we actually get to talk to. But I'm excited to hear what they have to say with our interview when we get there in a second. We'll get the interview. I promise, guys. I'm not lying to you. I might have lied to you. I don't know if we have the interview.
We have it. I think it's in the air. I think we have it. Throw the interview.
Throw the interview?
Let's say we
just had to get our mental back and play faster. And I think we dominated the rest.
Ease off the gas a little bit.
Yeah.
God, I'm so sorry. So, what was because obviously you guys went to, how many games was it?
We went to game 7.
You went to game 7. So, what was your biggest oh my God, clinch moment?
I think the biggest was when we went to 3-1. And we had to bring it back, and it was just, we were nervous, but fought hard and won it back.
Wonderful. So, who are you looking to play next?
I'm really looking forward to playing the England Bravo team.
Oh.
Yeah, we all know each other, we have good banter, and we played before, so I'm excited to play against them.
Oh, I love a good back and forth with it. All right, well, that does it for you. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
And we'll catch you guys next time.
Sweet, thank you.
Oh, no.
All right, sorry about that, guys. I had no idea that it wouldn't be us talking. I thought we would be yapping away. We just clearly love the sound of our own voices. I was like, yeah, we're going to be interviewing. Don't worry about it. That's fine. We're just casters now. But that was a great interview. Really excited to see them. The dub off the back of the England Alphas win there for the game number 7. One bit of interview I did manage to kind of pass away was the squad that they want to play, right? And unsurprisingly, it is that England Bravo team. They are the squad to beat because that is going to be the match for England, right? You got 2 English teams in this event. You want to be the squad that represents England at the DAF World Championships.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to be that number 1 squad, right? So it's about coming in, showing up your best performances, and just putting that marker down again. And this England side have shown that they're a side that can do that. I mean, again, as a 3, I really, really liked what I seen from them on the overall, right? Again, areas you can improve. That's one of the things I love about Rocket League. There's always areas of your game that you can be improving. It's such a fantastic game in that regards, in terms of the skill gap areas you could hold, whether it's on the ground, in the sky, as a solo, as a team, how you rotate. So many areas of your game you can constantly be working on to be a better player, be a better teammate, and just find the formula that clicks within your unit. And so, look, on the overall, I think they're a great side. I think Mediterranean, though, shouldn't beat themselves up too much either, because I think what we've seen from them was really, really entertaining stuff. And I hope for them they're not a side that's going to rely on form too much. If they can find a little bit more consistency in their game and shore up those defensive issues, I would almost argue that I think Mediterranean could be the best team here if they fix those issues. It might be a hot take, but I feel like that their pathway to being a top team seems a little bit more clear in terms of what they need to work on.
Well, there's only one spot from the DAF World Championships here on offer at the USAFE 2026 Championships. Our first serving of Rocket League was incredible, but we've got more Rocket League coming your way very soon, guys. Before we get there, going to go to a break. On the other side, stay tuned for more action with flying cars on a massive football field. Welcome back, everybody. Here's the USAFE 2026 Championships. We are going back to Call of Duty now. I lied to you a little bit, all right, before the break. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes little porkies just spin out my mouth. However, it is going to be Call of Duty coming up next, and I cannot wait to get back into this one because it's Central Europe Alpha going head-to-head with Central Europe Bravo. We have a face-off in Central Europe.
Yeah, the Battle of Central Europe. Who's going to come out on top? It's going to be very hard to say, but I mean, really looking forward to getting into it. I have to say, we all love a bit of Rocket League action. I know I sure do as well, but Call of Duty is the bread and butter for both myself and Infinity, so really excited to see more Call of Duty action. I'm curious to see what maps we will have. I'm not sure actually if we have them. Of course, if we do, they will end up on your screen very shortly, or if not, we'll make sure to tell you when we have them. All right, we're going to be nice like that. We're generous over here on the caster side of things, but no, I think it's going to be a really entertaining series. I think we've seen quite varied action from the Call of Duty at the moment. Some things that have been a little bit more landslides as opposed to the kind of right to the death affair that we saw with the Rocket League. So I'll be excited to see a Call of Duty game that hopefully has a little bit more bite to it in regards to the back and forth. I know there was a best of 5, but we only caught the first and last map of that on broadcast.
Yeah, Central Europe Bravo, if you guys weren't here for the first set of the day, did lose their game 5 versus, I believe it was England Bravo. That was the match of the Bravos to kick things off, albeit, I mean, I think they performed pretty well in the gridlock hardpoint to kick off that series, so it was kind of an interesting one to see it go the distance and then them lose it. On the other hand, Central Europe Alpha pretty much dominated their series. They looked incredible, their team play looked great, and a couple of players on the roster looked like some of the best players I've actually seen compete in any kind of Air Force gaming event. So they look great, and it's this composition of players, right? I think, you know, you look at Isaac in particular and how good they are, Gage as well, also there. Both of those players are Slayer, but I think one of the things that kind of goes underrated here on this roster is actually Siren. Siren does a lot for this roster in terms of the objective play, and I think just, you know, having a player like that, making sure, like, we've got a couple of players and slaying out and somebody just doing the dirty work often goes as a player that doesn't get not enough love, I think, for sure. So definitely, I think, a player worth mentioning on that roster.
Oh yeah, I completely agree. It was actually a player that I was going to mention. I mean, just really a top tier player in terms of doing that objective job, and, you know, going over to the Central Europe side, of course, Rager, Stev, Porkchop, and Boxy. I mean, again, we didn't get to see too much of them. We're not fully sure of what they're about just yet, but I mean, really excited to see what they can bring to the table against their alpha. What would you say? Their alpha opponents. I would say, the Battle of Central Europe. You know, it'd be very interesting to see what they can bring to the table. It's essentially, it's a derby match, and, you know, there's a bragging rights on the line here for who comes out on top of this one. And of course, as we've been reiterating throughout the day, these teams are going to have plenty of chances to go up against each other and try out different strategies and different styles, and, you know, with the Call of Duty side of things, different map combinations. And we know that the map combinations can change a lot of how our series works out, especially if the two teams are very evenly poised. Yeah,
I'm kind of looking forward to, at this point, repeat maps that we saw from the last couple of series, right? I mean, because obviously at this point we are still learning a lot about these teams and these players. For the most part, it's us learning about these players for the very first time and their performances on particular maps, and so we're kind of seeing, you know, are we going to see maps that we saw from the first series in both of these rosters make their way in towards this one, and then we kind of know what the setup's going to be looking like for those rosters. Speaking of those maps, let's show you guys what we have for this best of 5. So we're starting on a map that we haven't seen from either of these teams, or at least, you know, maybe it was in the series for Central Europe Bravo, but it wasn't on broadcast, and that's Colossus Hardpoint. But we will be seeing that Raid Search and Destroy and the Scar Overload, both of which are maps that we saw from Central Europe Alpha.
Yeah, listen, if we get to go all the way, we get treated to one of the newer maps as well in the competitive rotation. Hacienda Search and Destroy, of course, getting there. They have to fight through a Den Hardpoint first if it goes that far. But I'd be really interested to see Hacienda Search. I haven't actually even watched any gameplay yet of how, you know, high-level players are playing Hacienda Search and Destroy on Black Ops 7. That's how out of the loop I have been as of late. So I'd be really keen to see how these players decide to play that one. But it'll be a long road getting to that one. The first map looks like we've loaded in to a Scar.
This is not Colossus.
No, this is
this the other match, or have we been lied to? Let me have a look. Actually, 1 second. Let me double check myself here. Okay, nope. Apparently, we were supposed to load into Colossus. These guys are just like, yeah, we don't want that. We're just going to load into Scar right now. I guess.
Do you know what?
This is standing.
I respect it. I respect it.
Whoever's host of the lobby, he was just like, yeah, I don't want Colossus. I don't care for that. We're going straight in towards the Scar. And you know what? Yeah, you're absolutely right, Zep. Why not? Just go for it. We know that these guys... Wait, they're playing Overload? this game 3? I've just realised. Are we 2 games deep into this? Am I being? Someone tell me. I feel like we might be 2 games deep.
That is the case. It seems like that is going to be the case. Because Star Overload is in fact what we were supposed to play. And then Central Europe Alpha are actually 2-0 up with what we just heard in the ear, so can confirm this is the 3rd map here where Central Europe Alpha are dominating. Apologies for that, folks. We were unaware that the series had already been underway. Of course, as you know, the red zone style that we're doing here over the course of this weekend, multiple games taking place at the same time. We're hopping in and out. So sometimes these things will be missed, but so far, Central Europe Alpha in complete control, looking at the job done on Overload.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Yeah, we kind of didn't. We had no idea what was happening here, right? But we're in the mixer, and I'd like to know, kind of, if we can, what Central Europe Alpha's scores were through the hard point in the search and destroy, because I got to imagine that they'll be feeling pretty confident. Finally, though, that detonation is coming through by way of Darth, and it does feel like, comparatively to their earlier matchup versus one of the England squads, that Central Europe Alpha have definitively had to work for these overloads so far. The first one that they finally get. They're seeing a lot more resistance through the middle of the map, and they can no longer just go for these solo chows up just like this. That's not going to work ever. You need to get players forward. Siren is trying to clear space towards the back line, or at least play a little bit of a distraction play. Isaac on the back of it forward. Number 3. Oh, doesn't get enough shots through, and you lose Siren in the play. So back towards a fight on the plane we go, and it's now going to be Europe Bravo picking up that overload device, trying to get through towards A. And it should be met by Isaac, and it will be. It is incredibly difficult to get the overload device forward when you don't have anybody helping you out.
Pork chops on some run here. 8 and 4 picked up a number of crucial kills around that plane to keep that pressure alive up front. As now we're seeing Stev trying to get a little bit mixy around the back. Is Gagey causing a bit of trouble. Taken down though. And Darth had a little bit of a shaky start as well, alongside Siren. Alpha not having their best performance. I think we did point it out before the last time around, if I'm not mistaken, that, you know, the Overload seemed to be the weakest of the 3 modes that we had seen Central Europe Alpha in, and that so far seems to be ringing true again, as Bravo have evened it up, and we're seeing Pork Chop now on a 5 spree. And I mean, this has been a great answer back from them.
Yeah, and the way that we've seen Central Europe Bravo play, generally speaking, is off the back of, at least from the couple of maps we did see, off the back of streaks from Stev and Porkchop as Isaac burns through Stev and Rager Gaming. And now an opportunity here for Central Europe Alpha to get through. Yeah, Siren not dealt with on the cross, and she will get that overload home. So just as quickly as we see Central Europe Bravo get an overload on the board, there is a response in kind from Europe Alpha, and they've now got complete control of the middle of the map. That's 3 down. This is disastrous. One little flanking play from Boxy. It's been read from Isaac. How about that for 2 on the bounce from Europe Alpha? They have been quick, and they are following up with more frags as well. However, going this deep in the spawn, that's going to cause a spawn flip.
Yeah, but I suppose if there's any time you want to spawn flip, it's when you have that EMP spawning over towards the plane, keeping A completely free to relay and get the half done early. Demolition in this last minute as Europe Alpha ran the show and have brought us to the halftime early. That was utter dominance.
Yeah, I mean, just what a complete flip of the script, right? Because it felt like they'd actually had some resistance for a really long time there. Even an overload coming through on the other side, and then just that kind of bounce back play from Central Europe Alpha to get 3 overloads over in quick succession. And also what a heads up play call for them to do this as well. It has to be said. I mean, you kind of called it, right? They knew where that overload was going to reset to as soon as they got it through on the detonation, and they played for the spawn flip towards P2, towards Motel. Those kills and that little play on the spawns is such a great play call, and it's why Central Europe Alpha are continuing to prove themselves as one of those indomitable squads here on Call of Duty in USAFE. So, looking pretty good now. Central Europe Alpha now 4-1 up. How do you bounce back if you're Central Europe Bravo?
And I mean, raises a good point that this is Central Europe Alpha squad, they look like the one to beat. It doesn't look like anyone has the makings of stopping them as of yet, as they are just running riot through this entire bracket so far. Now already making it 5-1. Folks, I'm sorry if any of you went away for a glass of water or whatever, because you're missing what could end up being one of the quicker overloads you're ever going to see, as Central Europe Alpha are running riot with 2 players not even really picking up the kills. But the player that you have highlighted, we both highlighted as being an objective maestro, double neg, yet 4 overloads through. Siren have to knuckle down and do the dirty work and getting the all-important scores on the board once again. Such an underrated role, but one that is freeing up Darth, Isaac and Gagey to do so much around the map and have so much positional control.
Yeah, this is just gone from bad to worse, isn't it? Century Alpha continue to bring this one home. They've got the overload device, and it will only be one more before they call time on this game. However, Century Bar are going to get it back. Isaac now from the middle of the map looking to put a stop to them. To the wall jump for number 2. Gagey's there for it. Gagey's there to final 3. That's the full clearance, and that should be game. Nobody's going to get there off spawn. Surely they're not going to toy with them. Yeah, they are done messing around. It is all business for Central Europe Alpha as they take the map and they take the Series 3-0.
I mean, what else can you say? It's scary. It's scary watching how good they are compared to everybody else, right? Because we've seen them have their backs put to against the wall a little bit in the early part of that overload, right? It's the map mode we thought it was their worst one from what we've seen from the previous series. I think they've arguably tried to prove us wrong in this one. And they did concede one, and they were losing some lives, but as soon as they got that momentum, as soon as they found the flow and isolated the lanes they wanted to go down and had a bit of that mid-map dominance, dominance is exactly the word it was, right? They were just picking and choosing what lanes to go down. They were picking up the kills. If it wasn't a 4-piece on the board, it was just constant 3-to-1s on that kill feed, majority blue, getting the job done with like no resistance from Europe Bravo whatsoever. It just seemed to be run after run. From about 2-1 up, we got to 8-1 just in a matter of what, 2.5 minutes of gameplay.
Yeah, just insane. And that team is scary because you kind of mentioned it at the start of that overload, but it feels like overload is their weakest game mode by quite a distance, at least just purely from what we saw in the first series. I could be making a terrible conclusion off the back of that one. But I mean, it feels like that's the case at the moment, where these guys are playing well in Hardpoint and Search and Destroy, but their overload kind of needs work. That doesn't feel like the case at all. It just feels like they're good across the board. Their slaying power is great. And I think, again, their team play is an underrated part of how well they play. They are moving as a unit across the map. They're not just, going out there getting kills that are unnecessary for the game plan. Like, almost all the kills that they're getting are important to making sure that they win these games. I'm really loving watching this Central Europe Alpha roster right now. They are playing so damn well, and I can't wait to see more of them.
Oh, I mean, I completely agree. I'm more so just hoping again for the neutral side of you that we see someone who gives them a challenge, right? I want to see a map 4 or map 5 at some point, but I'm not seeing them break a sweat. And then the scary thing is I'm not seeing anything from any of these teams that suggests then, other than maybe a couple of throwaway rounds in the Search and Destroy, that any side is going to be able to get anything from them. That's the real scary proposition that we have in our hands here, and hopefully some team is able to give them a game, because otherwise it's just going to be a little bit too easy for them. But hey, they won't complain about that. It being a little bit too easy for them, I think, is a testament to their ability and the cohesion they found together as a 4. Again, doing what works, and we've seen that from a couple of the teams that we've seen throughout the broadcast today. We've seen that from the Mediterranean side in Rocket League, having a player that sat a little bit more deeper on the defense, who maybe didn't have as much of the aerial skills going up front, being utilized in a different role, and that role, working at times, not working. It freed up the other 2 players who were able to go forward and cause the damage to be able to do damage when they could. So it was great on an offensive side then. And we're seeing it once again here, having the likes of Siren, for example. Maybe Siren isn't a player who can slay out as much, but because of that, they've become an objective master, which is, again, freed up the side. We're seeing teams have, these roles complement each other so well, which is just leading to some really great and entertaining gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, that's going to be another little short micro dosage of Call of Duty done for the moment, guys. We're going to have more action live from the USAFE 2026 Championships very soon. Before we do that, though, we're going to send it to a break. On the other side, we've got more Call of Duty Rocket League. Who knows? It's a lottery. We'll see you in a moment.
target center.
Welcome on all here back to the USAFE, I don't say USA, the USAFE 2026 Championships. We're about to get back into Rocket League, but first I do have to give some love to the USAA, because without them, none of this would be possible. The USAA was founded over 100 years ago by 25 military members with a mission to always take care of their own, and you guys can learn more at USAA.com. So give those guys a shout out, check them out, because without them none of this would be possible. And this is awesome because we get to watch some fun Call of Duty and Rocket League throwdown on LAN, and we are going now once again to Rocket League. Is that if our first match of the day in Rocket League was anything to go by? Sign me up. I can't wait for more Rocket League.
Oh, absolutely. The Rocket League we have seen today has been absolutely fantastic, and hopefully the pace doesn't slow, as we're going to be seeing England Alpha take on England Bravo in an English derby match here on the Rocket League side of things. England Alpha managing to take the victory in Game 7 against the Mediterranean side on our previous watch of Rocket League. As I said, going all the way to Game 7, they were down at multiple points, but certainly not out, showing resilience to come back and apply the pressure and ultimately take the victory. But now for England Bravo, it is time for them as the underdog to try and come through and see if they have the beatings of this Alpha side, or will Alpha be able to stay dominant like they have been from the previous series. I mean, the last 3 maps they played the previous series was absolutely immaculate, so they'll be looking to keep up that form.
Yeah, looking over towards the England Alpha roster then, we got to give a lot of love to Zorvix and Elite Striker. Both of those players were playing phenomenally. Tyler Onju had his moments granted, but it felt like mechanically some of the stuff that Zorvix was doing in their last matchup was frankly insane. I still have that like backflip goal seared into my brain. The ball coming in towards the opposition's half. Zorvix there to meet it and hits of the back wheels on the underside. Absolutely nutty. But do England Bravo have the source to take them down? Boniface, Sheffy and Machete Chief. Those are the players that we are looking for to see if they themselves have a Zorvix on their roster.
Well, only time will tell as we look forward to getting into this first game. Again, folks, those of you that may be just tuning in, it is a best of 7. So as we said before, it is certainly a marathon, not a sprint between these sides, who will have to face up against each other multiple times throughout the course of the next few days. So we'll be very familiar with each other by the time we get finished up, but we're really looking forward to seeing how these sides fare up against each other. This Alpha side, I mean, I said it in the Mediterranean game, and I feel like it still rings true, is that they're a side that, you know, are so resilient in the sense of that you can't just go 3-0 up in the first 2.5 minutes and think that you might have this game locked down, or you can take the foot off the gas pedal. To play against this Alpha side and be able to win, you are going to need to give everything you've got to the game for that full 5 minutes, no breaks allowed. Because we seen in that Game 1 against the Mediterranean side, going 2-0 down early on, they still managed to punish that Mediterranean side and take the first game 3-2. On multiple occasions, they have proven that even when they're on the back foot, they can very quickly switch themselves to the front foot.
Yeah, I agree. If there's one word I would use to describe this England Alpha roster, it is resilience. They look great. And we go to that post-match interview that we heard from one of the players, I believe it was Elite Striker, on England Alpha. Who do they want to play most? And it was England Bravo. So they have received their wish on day number 1. Of course, it is worth saying, the way we formatted this tournament, folks, it's not going to be the only time they get to play England Bravo. They'll get to play each other twice during the group stages before we get down to that final championship bracket, as it were. But still, this is an important one. You said you wanted to play England Bravo. Now you're getting the chance to do so, and it is going to be England Alpha this time on the blue side of the field already. Getting it right up towards the other side, but unfortunately, Zorvix, a little bit unseasoned here, going to whiff.
Yeah, it doesn't quite happen, but again, early doors, still having the opportunities to come through here as they are just desperately trying to send this one forward. Doesn't quite happen though, and now we're going to see Bravo try and clear, or in saying that, it doesn't happen so far. England Alpha completely controlling that halfway line, causing the danger, just squeezing that line in tighter and tighter to try and get a shot through across the face of the goal. No one's there though, and there's no real clearances coming through. They're only seemingly slowing down the inevitable here, is once again on the halfway line, trying to get in for the block, continuing to push it into the corner and continuing to apply the pressure. Bravo have only just managed to get it out now, but even that, a fleeting second of it being outside of your half before the pressure is right back on.
Yeah, feels like the ball's constantly been in the Bravo half of this entire side so far. Zorvix not able to get anything off that touch. We'll have to move all the way back. Has no boost to work with, so might have to retreat very far back into their half. It doesn't really look like there's a lot of boost going around right now for England Alpha. Boniface has a fair bit ready to go though. Now should be ready to get it. Redirect straight towards the other half. Demo comes down. You don't need Boniface in the play though, but you do need Urgaloa. I have no idea which player is playing under Urgaloa, but still, that's what we're going to com them as they are not able to get anything going. Feels like a lot of opportunities here for both sides, but nothing really that solid just yet.
No, nothing really coming through in terms of actual offensive shots, just the kind of pressure maybe leaning slightly more towards Alpha, but now Bravo having a little bit of a moment of their own. Can they make it count? We will wait and see, but so far, at least, the defense holding here as Elite Striker tries to take it back up. A huge touch from Zorvix coming through. A teamwork goal, nearly slamming that one down. Still a chance for it to go through. Close, but no cigar. Bravo are hanging on. 2 minutes gone. No goals either side. Tyler with a huge block to send it right back up into the danger zone. But now the ball's hanging around that halfway line. Neither side looking to set it forward just yet.
Yeah, that was not a great touch from Machete Chief. It's going to enable England Alpha to have another hit at it, but unfortunately he does get demoed out. Does Tyler owns you. Elite Striker is good for the recollect on it. And that actually redirect is not going to be that great for England Bravo. They're still keeping it in the conversation here, but the defense is good. Oh, England Striker. Elite Striker, excuse me, barely sends it away. England Alpha now feeling a little bit like they're on the back foot here as they are desperately trying to keep the ball out of their half, and that should be the clearance they wanted here. Things now looking pretty good for England Alpha as they get the counter-attack through. Zorvix is there for it, but a great defensive save from Boniface. A crucial one. That's something that Mediterranean could not do, is keep Zorvix's shot out of goal. But England Bravo, they're able to do so.
Yeah, a great shot warranted an even better save, as somehow that has not gone in and we are still goalless here with 2 minutes left to go. I mean, that was just an absolutely phenomenal save and proving that you can deal with the stretch on the back post if you know where to position yourself. As now Bravo trying to get up once again. Great opportunity here to send it up. Not the best hit though, but still managed to grab it. I mean, it's scrappy at times, it's cagey, but when the moments come through, you think, how has one team not scored? But still, it is Alpha trying to nick this game one here with 1.5 minutes remaining.
Everything still clear across the board here. Had some shots from both sides, but the defense has been stalwart. Boniface now looking to play that same defensive line once again. Has had a fair bit of solid start to this game. 2 saves to their name. It's going to go across the middle regardless, but should be there to collect it. Will be one from England Bravo. Now time for Boniface. Zorvix ready for it with the bump. Oh, the save is good from Urgaloa, but Boniface has been demoed out here. So you're going to see both of the remaining players now fully get back towards base. Flick over. The collection, not good, but Boniface still keeps it in. And there's the shot coming through from Elite Striker. All 3 players involved from England Alpha. That's how much it takes to get a goal through against Bravo.
Yeah, Bravo, their defense has held on immaculately well, but they've had so many opportunities now, Alpha. They were finally able to take it, just recycling that ball through the center, and eventually had all the defenders occupied. A nice tidy finish in the end up being rewarded for the pressure they've been consistently applying. Will they double the lead, or can Bravo... I'm not even going to finish that because they absolutely do double the lead. Alpha getting through Zorvix from above, just hitting it at such an awkward angle. Very hard. Oh, it's actually an own goal from Butterface. I think it comes off the back of him as it bounces off the wall. Super unfortunate, as Bravo surely don't have enough time to even it up.
Yeah, this is completely changed, isn't it? For the longest time, there was an incredible stalemate between Alpha and Bravo, and now Alpha have taken a staggering lead here, and just considering how little time there's left on the clock, I got to imagine there's not that much time left for anything special to happen for Bravo. Zorvix tries to carry one through. A little bit of fake play from Tyler Onju on the defense as well. Lee Striker not ready to deal with that one, so it will go back towards the blue half here with 15 seconds left. The need for a goal continues to rise, and you're not even going to get the opportunity to do so. Maybe they can meet this in the air. Galoa does. The catch is there, and there it is from Machete Sheath. With 6 seconds on the clock, England Bravo keep this game alive.
And where's that been all game? What a pass, what a shot. I mean, again, I don't think if they didn't get that power on it, doesn't matter where he's putting it, it was being saved. Perfect power in the perfect position, catching the two defenders right in the middle of them both. Huge moment. Now they need to score off the kickoff. Can they get control of it in time? They need to send it high. It doesn't happen. Alpha doing enough to take game one.
Wow, I mean, just two goals in very quick succession coming through for both sides. It really did feel like there was a lot of back and forth there. I'll be honest, it didn't feel like England Alpha were dominantly in the lead there in that game. England Bravo had a great defensive line, and then England Alpha just came through and broke it with two successive goals. And of course, it would be Zorvix that got it done. That one was great. All three players got involved. Then right off the rip, just a failure to get the ball out leads to Zorvix getting another bit of a stumble through. This was a beautiful goal, though, to close things out. You have to give it towards Machete Chief to actually get that one through, and the pass from Ergaloa. But in the end, too little, too late. 6 seconds on the clock. Not enough time.
No, absolutely not. And it was a really, really fascinating game to watch for the first 2.5, 3 minutes, because we were seeing two sides who were holding up very strong in the defense whilst having, quite good offensive moments. You thought, like, surely there was going to be goals through, but the defense were holding up, and ultimately in the end up, though, not enough for Bravo. I think they held out very strong until Alpha were just consistent enough on the offense to get the job done. And then a little bit unfortunate on the second goal. Those things happen, but, so those are the finest of margins, really. You got to make sure if you're going up, you're going to be able to get that ball cleared, or else you're on the risk of it rebounding off yourself. And Bravo answered back really well with that goal, but leaving it just a little bit too little too late to show much on the offense. And that's what I'll be curious to see for them going into the rest of this series. We haven't seen too much of what they have to offer on the offensive side of things. But as they get more comfortable in this series, surely they're going to be able to do some damage up front.
Oh, what a start already. Oh, my goodness. 4 seconds is all it takes sometimes. How about this one from Elite Striker? 50-50. And I just don't ever think you're expecting that to be that fast. England Alpha, are just incredible. Incredible start from them. England Bravo have to have a response in kind. And Zorvix off the start. No way. No freaking way. Oh, Tyler Onju barely stops a hit coming through from England Bravo. Or from England Alpha, excuse me. I think actually didn't want to do that, if anything. Loa brings it across, and now there's an opportunity here for England Bravo to get a goal through. Both players go past it, though, and that's really unfortunate. Is there a player there to collect? No, Machete Chief now going to have to come back and try again.
And Ergaloa trying to send that one down, but to no real avail, no power on it. Bunner getting up, can he get the cross? No, he misses it. And you see, those are the little ones that maybe, as the Bravo side, you can't be affording to miss those. You've got to be able to get those crosses in to do the damage, otherwise you will be punished, as they nearly were there. Now trying to send it up forward once again, but there are still no real venom in these attacks yet from Bravo.
Does feel a little bit weird right now. Another one coming through. Zorvix okay, though. And that's what Zorvix does so well, by the way, is the fact that he doesn't always have to go for the aggression. He's constantly evaluating whether or not he's to be on the aggressive defense. Elite Striker, I think, wanted to be on the aggro there, but unfortunately got bumped by the player on the other side. Zorvix gets the same kind of treatment as well. So good defense coming through. 50-50 good for Boniface. Now Tyler Onshu wants to be there for the collection. Has to back away, but can't mechanically get involved with the play. Maybe can make some bumps happen. Is Elite Striker good for it? Brings it down. Just barely goes through. Off the top rope. A second in for Elite Alpha.
Whew, 6 kilometers per hour. That trickled over the line, but again, just a shot placed to perfection, completely undoing the defense. Bravo on the back foot and are struggling. Where we seen in that first game, they had moments where they could come back, where we could maybe see what they're made of. They've had an opportunity to answer back here in this game, and they've arguably just gotten worse. It is not looking good for them here as Tyler Onshu gets another 3-0 now, and it feels like whatever sort of momentum that Bravo had coming into this series in terms of, you know, playing that derby game against the Alpha side, it seems to be seeping away as Alpha grow in comfort.
Yeah, this is now getting worse and worse for England Bravo. Alpha have found their footing, and their foot, I think, is right in the face of the Bravo players. Tyler Onshu now here on the defense, looking pretty good. Zorvix going to get that one away. Nice touch from Tyler Onshu to keep the aggro on, and the third touch is also good. Maybe a 4-4. Barely get away there by Bravo, as now they are going to be the ones on the offense. Tyler Onshu now getting more actively involved in these plays. He will get demoed out, but clearance from Zorvix is going to give opportunity now for England Alpha to once again get another goal.
Yeah, Alpha are looking more comfortable and confident now, and some of the shots they're taking are just next level. The touches from each and every one of them is perfection. Zorvix coming through off the crossbar. I mean, just, you're not saving that. It's simple as, and they're just getting these crosses through now so easily. They're being left very, very uncontested. I mean, Bravo are just doing quite a poor job now of, at the very least, just keeping the ball in the corner, keeping it away from the danger zone. Even if it's in your corner, as long as it's not facing in on goal, you have a chance of clearing it and you're not in any immediate danger. But now they are just raining down on them. Every single ball that comes through is being scored now as Alpha are running riot.
Oh, and it feels like there's kind of I guess I want to say a domino effect happening now as well, right? Where it feels like England Alpha, you know, are really starting to frustrate Bravo. Obviously, there's a bit of camaraderie in there, obviously a bit of fun, but you know, when you start to lose goal after goal, it really does demoralize you, and that is what's happening right now for England Bravo. Everything's just getting worse. Every single goal that goes in. Give us another one, Zorvix. Go on, why not at this point? We'll not be able to get that one through, actually, and 50-50 leads it to go straight in towards the blue half. Good demo coming through from Bravo. Take one player down, but even still, it is consistently England Alpha on the offense. Elite Striker sends it forward. Dead ball now towards the goal. Tyler Onshu, the one to collect, and Zorvix, where is he? Bit out of the play, but the shot's still good for Zorvix. Not going to result in a goal just yet, but they are never far away from another shot.
No, they're just taking turns teeing them up now at this point for each other. I mean, even that perfect ball up right into the danger zone. Going for a little bit of a pinch there, I think they were off each other, and it didn't quite work out. Trying to be a little bit stylish, but hey, when you're 5-0 up, you can be stylish. They've worked for this Alpha, and they're reaping the rewards of it now, having a bit of fun, trying some different things. And again, I talked about it at the beginning of the game, like, there's still no venom from this Bravo side on their offenses. I'm not seeing them be able to do anything going up front. Like, I swear they've barely had a shot. I mean, like, it's just been very, very lackluster, and any shot that's gone through has just been so weak, so timid. They just have not found a way to cause any sort of stretch or hurt to Alpha as of yet.
5-0. It doesn't really feel like there's going to be anything to say here for England Bravo, does it? Effort for Ergloa. And there was that attempt to try and get his teammate involved in the play, but doesn't go anywhere. There to collect will be Tyler Onshu. Deads it down toward the middle. Elite Striker not quite ready for it just yet, so third player is going to have to get involved here. I don't think they're ready for it. Zorvix will touch, but doesn't have enough boost to follow up. Elite Striker gets a touch. Tyler Onshu can't get his other side of the car there quick enough just yet. And so that means now it's going to have to be another play. Solo play coming in here for Ergloa. That little bump on towards one from England Bravo will stop them. Gets across. No collection, no. And this might be the goal unless Elite Striker can stop it. He will. 20 seconds on the clock, though. Now you're looking for goal number 6. And Elite Striker gets demoed out of it. Zorvix throws the pass. Tyler Onshu can't get the kick through. 10 seconds away and this game's done.
Yep, it has been done for a while, and now it is all but over. 4 seconds on the clock, nothing to be done for Bravo as they drop game number 2 and go 2-0 down in this series. And we had our judgments, we had our criticisms of the Mediterranean side when they were playing against England Alpha, but so far it's now looking like a completely different kettle of fish, to where at least the Mediterranean side, despite all their issues, were able to sort of expose England Alpha in certain ways in that they were playing. They were able to sort of highlight frailties in their game. Bravo are just playing into the hands of this Alpha side at the moment. Everything is just going their way. I mean, there's no resistance. It's just passing plays and blocks here and there, but virtually no resistance to what Alpha want to do. It's a completely different kettle of fish. It's a completely different level of gameplay that Alpha are playing on. And again, finding themselves in a super comfortable position. But I have to ask the question, though, is this because they're so warm based off the game against Mediterranean, right? Are we seeing such a disparity because, you know, Alpha are reaping the rewards of having fought the hard fight so early on in this tournament that they're now coming in as warm as they'll ever be, so full of momentum?
Yeah, it feels like it is the case, right? Where England Alpha, I think certainly in the first couple of games in particular, even though they won them, it should be said, right? I mean, there were 3 games on the bounce back, if you guys remember that, in their matchup versus Mediterranean, where Mediterranean were actually 3-2 up in that series. England Alpha are definitely kind of working out teething issues and settling in. It was in those last games where I think we saw the same kind of form that we're seeing right now from England Alpha, where it's consistent aggression, where it's everybody getting involved in the play. It isn't just Zorvix anymore. You know, everybody is involved. Everyone is providing some serious value to the roster, and they are doing that consistently. That is a scary team. England Alpha now on point here, and there's a demo to really drive that point home. Pun fully intended. England Alpha right now are running away with this game.
And there's still time for it to be changed up from Bravo. We've seen no signs of it as of yet, but there's no time like the present to get something going for you, as Alpha are looking to defend here again. Not really in any huge trouble. Like, good crosses like that coming in, but the rotation's not fully there. But in saying that, finally a cross. A bit of a shaky defense there from Alpha, capitalized on by Bravo. It was slow, but eventually Boniface coming in at the angle he did. And I think sort of an attempt for him to be hit was missed. Managed to avoid being demoed, get through for a little tap into the bottom corner, and that's what Bravo needed. By far not the flashiest goal you're going to see all weekend, but certainly one that could spell better things for Bravo going forward.
Beautiful play from England Bravo. That is exactly the response they needed, but how about that for a response back? It's inevitable, isn't it, when you have so many attacks after attacks. There's the first one from Zorvix, there's the second from Elite Striker, and there's the third from Tyler Onju. When all 3 players are involved in a play like that, it's worth saying that is a risk, right? You get all 3 players up in the face like that. If that goes awry, you've got nobody back on the defense, no matter where Zorvix is going to get to. You're not defending that play. So for them to be as aggressive as they are, it is a risk, and it's a calculated one at that. Now they will try that exact same thing again, but England Alpha, they are never more terrifying than when they're playing together.
No, absolutely not. We are seeing this Alpha side just, you know, really excel. And again, it must be so demoralizing for Bravo, having worked so hard to get that goal, to have something to fight for in this game, for it to be so quickly undone. And potentially Alpha could go here and just get another and take the lead. I mean, we've seen that they can do that now. They can be so quick in that offense. They can just really catch you off guard. They're so consistent as a 3. It's something we talked about in the Mediterranean game, that they, you know, as a 3 they can do a damage, and having the triple threat of them is such an advantage, to where even when they take shots and 2 of them miss,
oh my god,
the third guy is just there to send it in. And this is calamity in the corner of the goal here. I can't believe nothing's come from that.
Yeah, and Boniface doing so well on the defense there, by the way, but can't get in towards this time. Zorvix are up high, and again, it's that exact same thing. When you apply enough pressure, they will break, and that is exactly what happens. Elite Striker with a boost in towards the ball. I think he actually got a bump there as well off the back of a player on the defense, and, well, up in the air. It is met. Alpha get the goal through, and again, it's that just aggression. You've got all 3 players through. How about this one for a slow one? It's not going to get all the way through to a goal just yet. I think Tyler only actually kind of overcommits to that play. So going to be a bit too far forward, but now Zorvik's going to try and dribble this one from the air. Bummerface spin everything. Doesn't need to. His teammates through, but now will need to get involved in this play. A bump on towards an offensive player is going to do enough. Now opportunity from Machete Chief. Can he get through? No, he can't. It's once again England Alpha with a ball in hand.
And nearly getting something through there. Not quite. Still an opportunity to do so, though, as they look to squeeze this one through. It doesn't quite happen. Is now cross surely coming in once again. Actually missed by Tyler there. Now going to have to rotate back on this defense again. Not in any real danger. That was actually a great opportunity. Super unfortunate for Machete Chief to not have had a better shot on that one, as now Alpha looking to counter themselves. It's becoming super back and forth between these two sides. It's corner to corner stuff. Trying to get this cross in. Beautiful touch, but takes it just a little bit too far. Bravo, this is the closest Bravo have been coming consistently to doing some damage to Alpha.
Yeah, I think it's just those goal line defenses right now that are working out so well for Bravo, right? Because Alpha are being consistent in their hits. It just feels like Bravo are actually doing a much better job of making sure that they are the last car there every single time. Now an opportunity for them, though. Great save. And that's actually a double commit coming through on the offense for England Bravo. So they've got to be careful here about where they're putting the players, because all three now trying to get back in time. Tyler can't get there for the recommit. Double hit now coming through. Elite Striker keeps this one in the air. Not going to be hit away here on the defense by one, but it will be by the second and the third. Good reads, though, from England Alpha. They get themselves back far enough, and now they've got the players through for the follow-up. That is just beautiful play from England Alpha and a great read of the situation.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic, and that's what Alpha will do. They'll start to punish you, Bravo, trying to get a little bit more aggressive to try and even this one back up, and because of that, Alpha could just expose those weaknesses, getting that demolition through right before the shot, just giving themselves a clear path to the opposition's goal, and what is going to be a crucial goal, I think, in this series. We've seen the fight from Bravo in this game. We thought there might have been a chance, but I think it's going to be too little too late once again if they can pull any more goals from this for Bravo. They might get one. I don't think they'll do it, and to go 3-0 down against Alpha at this stage, I feel like Bravo, all hope might be lost, but please do prove me wrong.
1 minute left. It should be said it's an eternity in Rocket League at times. You can do a lot in a minute. But you've got to make sure the ball is out of your half first and foremost. So Elite Striker should be good on the defense if Zorvik's not. Zorvik's there for it. Elite Striker should be ready for the collection here. This is deadly. Elite Striker position. Gets it past the defender. And you just knew as soon as we were born an Elite Striker, you could see Zorvik setting that up for his teammate. The dynamic and deadly duo back at it again.
It has to be said, though, just a little bit too easy. Granted that neither defender had a lot of boost, but someone's got to get up there and get aggressive, right? You look at that main defender sat in front of the goal, you realise you have someone rotating in from the corner, or you should realise that at least. Get forward and even jump in to be a nuisance, and then have your other defender come through across on the goal. Sitting too deep just allowed Alpha to prep that shot way too much, and a great shot, well worked, but a great Rocket League player, that's just their bread and butter if they're given the time to do so. And Elite Striker with another one now, 28 seconds left to go. Alpha running away with game 3.
When it rains, it pours. And that was the case back in game number 2. It's the case here in game number 3 as well. As soon as the dam breaks, the flood arrives. And England Bravo well underwater at this point. 28 on the clock. And at this point, you're looking for any kind of consolation to maybe carry you through some momentum into game number 4. But it's worth saying they had that. They started off this game 1-0 up. And then it got away from them, and that is now what they're looking for once again. Is a great start to the next game, because Zep, this one is absolutely done. Is there going to be a final goal through? Barely goes wide there. Tyler keeps it in play. They are looking for goal number 6, a pass to the teammate. Elite Striker back to the corner it goes. Is Zorvik's there? Doesn't even care. Just get game 3 done, because we are 1 game away from a clean sweep.
And what more can you say, really? You know, Bravo, I feel like, you know, we were waiting after map 1, or after game 1 to say, what do Bravo have in their locker? Because we haven't really seen it. And then in game 2, when that one was done, we were wondering, do Bravo have anything in their locker? It may sound a little harsh, but it was a question, you know, worth raising, because they looked so meek, and any sort of offensive pressure and even the defensive prowess, there was just not really much happening there. You wondered where it was going to go, and when they got that goal early on in game 3 and how they were able to hold on defensively, I felt like we were seeing their fight. We were seeing them finally come out of the cage, being let loose a little bit, trying to play a little bit of their game, try to extend that lead. And extending that lead, I think, would have done a lot for them, because it really would have let them feel comfortable to sitting back on defense and playing comfortably around the boost management and defense as well, which I feel like would have meant a lot to them in the back half of that game, because so many of the opportunities came from being overexposed by having to go forward or lacking boost and being boost starved in the back of their goal. So we saw the fight. We saw the opportunities for Bravo. And I just don't think it was enough. Alpha were just able to hold on defensively, sort of ride the waves of pressure, score in the counter-attack, kind of put Bravo back on the back foot. And then from there on offense, run riot once again. For Bravo, I feel like we've seen what they got. And I don't know what else they have to bring to the table here.
All right, well, England Alpha have been in the driver's seat the entirety of this game. Can they drive this car home with one final game victory? Well, England Bravo did start out strong last time around. It feels like they might do the same thing again. Good defense coming through from England Bravo. They stopped England Alpha from picking up a shot through. But in classic England Alpha fashion, they consistently have another player there ready to collect it. It's Zorb from up high, and Elite Striker barely misses for the first goal of the game.
That would have been an incredible read from both players to get in on that. And look at this now. That is just absolutely fantastic. And they knew what they were doing there. The little raise over. Tyler knew he wasn't getting back on that. Just a little dink just to sort of bait in the defender. And Zorvik's there in the underneath just to slam that one home. I mean, that is just absolutely fantastic. Take one defender out of the picture. Take the attacking defender out of the picture. And then leave the two that are in the goal on the back foot as you pile drive a power shot through. Fantastic stuff.
Yep, that is England Alpha in a nutshell, isn't it? Finally, some venom here from England Bravo. Machete Chief, not enough boost to work with there, so that's going to be an easy clear from England Alpha. Now Tyler trying to get it through. You'll take that pinch play all day long. There's more players to connect with it, and Tyler has so much boost to work with here. Doesn't even need it. Is there Azorvix? It's going to be a slow hit, and the second hit, not the connection that you wanted, but that ball is still in play. That's not a clear defense whatsoever. And that's great for England Alpha. Tyler owns you right back at it again. It's been an incredible setup player for England Alpha. Wants to do it again. Zorvix, can he get the ball towards Elite Striker? It's met by a defender. Elite Striker trying to dribble it through, but that time just a little bit too high.
And you feel like one more goal for Alpha will be all they need. We've seen Bravo get the ability to have one on the board. Never really any more than that. Alpha getting one more surely has the heads drop of Bravo just a bit too much. Can they get the job done, or can Bravo even it up to have some semblance of a fight back for the reverse sweep? It's now or never. They're applying the pressure, but so far Alpha are dealing with it, trying to get it out of their corner. Cross the box, but no one really there. Urgaloa can be trying to force it through, try to get it back, I thought, on the cross initially, but actually just tried to force it straight into the goal. Managing to be dealt with, though. Boniface trying to deal with it. Urgaloa there once again to take to the corner. And we're actually having a period of a little bit of a Bravo dominance. But Tyler owns you trying to send that one through on the backflip. Doesn't quite happen. But once again, we're seeing what can happen when Alpha have the ability to counterattack. They can be lethal.
I don't even think that was an attempted shot. I think that was a little fake coming through so that the teammate could be the one to close out the shot. Almost was as well, if it weren't for the fact that the teammate themselves got a whiff through. Nice shot over the top as well from Long. Yeah, another save. How many have we seen from those from England Bravo so far? Boniface will pinch from the corner. Machete Chief not there for it. Demo, though, from Elite Striker. That should provide a fair bit of space here for England Alpha. And now, back on the attack they go. Boniface stops it. Just over 2 minutes left on the clock here. Elite Striker now trying to get it through. Can Boniface stop it? Can't get on the right side of the ball in time. Doesn't have enough. And Elite Striker gets an easy one home over commitment of two players there. And Elite Striker wins that 1v2.
And it feels like that might be a GG. 2-0 up, 2 minutes left to go. Bravo. Again, I've shown moments here, but it's not been near enough. Alpha looking confident, firmly in the driver's seat, just living life here, enjoying these different plays, trying to catch out Bravo in different ways as they nearly get the third through, but continuing to apply the pressure, continuing to be dominant, and looking at the moment like the strongest Rocket League team that we have on offer here in this tournament. Is anyone else going to be around to prove us wrong? Only time will tell.
All right. Opportunities now for England Bravo. You have to score. Feels like you have to start setting something going right now. Nobody ready for it. Both players that were perhaps there for a collection, not in a good position. Boniface, he says, fine, I'll do it myself. Not going to get the goal through. Maybe a second one. Not going to happen either. Feels like every single time they've got a player in a potential position, they just can't quite get it slid enough to actually get it home. Opportunity now for Machete Chief. Horrible positioning. Now down to Boniface on the defense. We'll have to just settle for a little tuck in the corner. Not good for it, though. Is the defense good at all here? 1 minute remaining. The longer this ball remains in the orange half, the longer it is distressing for England Bravo.
there's just nothing they can do. I mean, like, they're not able to get it through in any way. Alpha are just so comfortable at the moment in the way that they are sitting, not having any real look at these clearances. Complete halfway line control from Alpha as they look to tee it up once again. Does not go through, but they'll have at least a couple more opportunities. Again, that was a great cross through from Tyler. There's no one there. Maybe a counter-attacking opportunity, but what a defensive effort. Now a counter-attack on for themselves. Elite pushing on through, not able to get anything from this, but with 20 seconds left, it's fair to say that the job is done.
Yep, this feels like it might be over. 15 seconds left. We've seen crazier things. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves just yet. One last attempt. Sorvix, though, it's in the other half, and now it feels like an inevitability. 4 seconds. England Alpha have been indomitable this entire series, and that will continue. One last goal will elude them, but that does not matter. England Alpha absolutely drove through England Bravo. They are the ones on top here in England.
Yeah, massive congratulations to Alpha. A confident, dominant performance. Not much really that Bravo could have done in the end up, it seems. I think it was just a different level of class. I mean, again, having these moments, but I feel like Alpha, and what we saw from an Alpha side who were really having to fight against it the entirety of the way in their first series of the day, I feel like this time around, they didn't really have to break a sweat. They had moments of showing off, moments of trying new things. It didn't feel like a side who were really struggling at any point.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know what else to say other than this England Alpha roster look phenomenal. I'm loving watching their Rocket League right now. Obviously, they delivered us a really competitive Game 7 in the first game of the day, but I think we kind of already tackled that by saying that it kind of felt like they were settling down a little bit, right? I think especially through those first 5 games, which I know sounds like a lot of Rocket League, but I think ever since then, it has been totally different gravy, where almost everything we've seen from them has been frank perception. It was like a 7-2 Game 6 to begin the day earlier on versus their opposition in the first match. And now, obviously, we've seen them 4-0 straight up across 4 different games here. This England Alpha roster, 100% top dogs right now. I don't know if anyone can take them down if they keep on playing like this.
I completely agree. I don't see what another team can bring at the moment because... Look, we've seen this England Bravo side. Granted, there may be more to see of them, but although it's hard to tell. Like we just didn't get anything from them from that game against this Alpha side. So it's hard to tell what they have to bring to the table and where they may fare up against other opposition that we will see throughout the course of the weekend. With the Mediterranean side, they were a side who, again, I feel like if you were to ask me honestly, the top 2 players in the Mediterranean side, I do feel like are probably the best 2 Rocket League players that we currently have in terms of ability in the matchup or in the Rocket League side of things here, but just didn't have cohesiveness together as a unit, as a 3, and because of that, I feel like they just ultimately suffered in the end up against an England side and England Alpha who just have it all. They have a little bit of everything, which is more than enough at the moment.
Yeah, England Alpha looking great. They 4-0 their second match of the day. We want to hear how on earth did that happen, so we're going to go to an interview with Tyler Owenshu.
Right. Good afternoon, sports fans. It's your friendly neighborhood Paul here at the USAFE Championships, and I'm joined today by Tyler Owns You. God, you had to make the worst name for me here, man. But hey, you did fantastic out there in Rocket League. How did you feel like your team did today?
I think my team did great today. We won all 3 of our series. I mean, I couldn't ask for any more.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. What was your biggest clinch moment in your last series that you had? Like your biggest
series?
man.
There wasn't one.
Oh,
there wasn't one.
just smooth sailing all the way through?
No, I mean through this last series, yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, well, who are you looking forward to playing again?
Definitely the German team.
The German team.
Yeah.
Looking forward to playing the Germans.
Yeah. Took them to
nice.
Game 7 the first time. That was great.
Awesome. All right, well, thank you so much for your time, man. Cool. Appreciate it. Back to you guys.
Absolutely brilliant. I think it just said, looking forward to playing the Germans, I think is literally what has just verbatim been said at the interview there. Absolutely brilliant interview. Thank you so much, Paul. Yeah, I mean, these guys, they know who they want to play. They know how they want to play them. Honestly, at this point, I don't think it matters who they take on. They're going to beat them. Just the way that they're playing right now, they are unstoppable.
I completely agree. I don't see what another team, as I said before, will be able to bring to the table. I think they're a terrific squad as a unit, as a three. They look really comfortable. And as you could see from the comms there in the interview, it was just comfortable. Like, that game just really took nothing out of them. They knew what they were going up against and they were able to get the job done, no problem. And I think they're scary opposition. It's great that even on day one, we're already seeing kind of where the land may lay with a couple of these teams. But, you know, same with the Rocket League, same with the Call of Duty. I'm looking forward to seeing kind of that middle of the pack. We've seen the standout teams. There's a couple of fights in the middle of the pack that I'm really excited to see as the days progress.
All right, well, we're going to have a middle of the pack matchup coming here very soon as we switch back to Call of Duty for England Alpha versus Central Europe Bravo. That's going to be a great matchup. We'll be back with that after this short break. Welcome back everybody here to the USAFE Esports Championships of 2026. We're about to jump into a match in the middle of things as England Alpha take on Central Europe Bravo. Why can't I say Central Europe Bravo? Why is that such a difficult thing to say, apparently? Last we heard was that England Alpha were 1-0 up against Central Europe Bravo, so I don't know where this series is at right now. However, I'm excited to get back into Call of Duty. I know that map 1 was a Colossus hardpoint. I don't know how much England Alpha won by. However, this is a big match. We know that both of these teams have had a bit of a struggle so far. I think it was England Alpha that had to go to game 5 to take their first series of the day, if I remember correctly. So this would be a big one if they could take this series 3-0.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, funny just having a look at the map set here. And you called at the beginning of the day that we were going to see a lot of familiar maps, right? Because I believe we'll be going into map number 3 now, which will be a Scar Overload. The third Scar Overload we have seen in a row. And we really are seeing, I think, a lack of variety. Unless, of course, I am looking at the wrong one, which is incredibly possible. But it would actually be great. I should have just waited, and then it actually is a scar overload, and I just play it off like I was a genius and I knew the whole time. But we'll hopefully figure out what the maps are going to be anyway very shortly, as we just have a little bit of a reminder of the rosters that are playing in this one. England Alpha, Gingy, Raz, Rocca as well. I mean, all three of them just absolutely fantastic players. And the Ranger, Stev, Porkchop, and Boxy on the side of Central Europe Bravo. And again, a really, really great squad.
Yeah, I love watching Stev, I think, in particular, is a really great player. Porkchop as well. It feels like for Central Europe Bravo, if we're looking at any players that want to step up a little bit and really kind of take over the games, it is definitively those two. With that said, then, I'm kind of surprised now that England Alpha are officially, by the way, 2-0 up in the series. I don't know if we can kind of read out the scorelines. If not, we'll wait for the map set to come through here in just a second. But, I mean, I'm kind of surprised that Central Europe Bravo are losing this series, just because, generally speaking, it feels like those are the two players that really do step up massively for Central Europe Bravo. And even with them slaying, which I gotta imagine is still happening, they are losing this series. So let's talk about where we're at in the map set then. Obviously, it is England Alpha 2-0 up. And there are the scorelines. Fringe Search and Destroy, I wouldn't say it was dominant, but it's still relatively convincing. However, that Colossus Hardpoint, that is absolutely the definition of dominant.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, 250 to 112. I mean, that would just have been a dominant run through, dominating those rotations and the spawns throughout. But yeah, with that Fringe being a little bit more up in the air, that leans to there being a bit more of a being a 50-50 on, as I should have just left it with, Scar Overload. I'm right, it's Scar Overload again. And look, I think, you know, it's really hard to call what happens after those first two maps, right? Because Colossus, Fringe, and Scar is a weird three to bounce through, because you have Colossus Hardpoint, you know, I feel like it's really aggressive, really fast paced. A Fringe, Search and Destroy, which is kind of like a map mode myself that I'm still trying to figure out how it actually plays in Black Ops 7 and what are the most dominant ways to play it. Then switching over to a Scar Overload, to where, as I said, super long range. There's a lot of dominance of the ARs on the kind of on the verticality side of things, controlling top green, top blue, whatever you may have it, and then how the subs sort of sneak throughout and can open up those lanes. So it's a difficult one to call from here. I mean, I still think we could have a series in our hands that may make its way to a map number 5, depending on what we see on this Scar. I think we just need to see a little bit more consistency across the board from the Central Europe Bravo side. I think if they're able to get going well as a 4, then you're going to be able to start to see some real damage be had.
Yeah, 100%. I got to see some fight back right now for Central Europe Bravo. I mean, this is a roster that has performed well in the past. Obviously, we've seen what the players on the roster can do. They are capable of greatness. They just have to deliver that on a more consistent basis. Right now, they are 2-0 down in this series. England Alpha back to Scar Overload. I swear every single series of CoD today we've seen played is on Scar. Where's the Dens, guys? Where's the Gridlocks? Let's get a little bit of a variety in here. Right now, though, it is going to be Scar Overload and Central Europe Bravo. We have to see Porkchop and Stev go massive, because those are the players on Central Europe Bravo that have an absolute slaying ability. England Alpha aggressive right off the start here, looking for some kills through the middle of that, and it's trades that for the moment are going in favour of Central Europe Bravo.
Well, this is good as well, because, you know, looking at how the games have gone previous, it's Raz and Rocca that are running the show for Alpha. So if you can shut them down, then you're really going to start opening a gap for yourself to get pushed through. But in order to shut them down, as you say, Europe Bravo need to be doing well as a unit. They cannot, they can't rely on just trying to win the ones. They got to do it together as they try to push things together here on the A early on. It is going to be carnage. Can they force the issue? No, they absolutely can, taking the first overload.
Great start coming through from Central Europe Bravo. That is exactly the kind of resistance we wanted to see from this roster. England Alpha haven't had that much in the slaying department. Step now on forward row, making 5. Looking for number 6. Not going to get clean shots off. Wants to try and preserve his life here, because Hellstorm Missile on a map like Scar is everything. Finds number 6 too. Porkchop moving forward. So Central Europe Bravo here. Now looking for that Hellstorm Missile. Stev is so close, by the way. One more kill and he will earn it. On the hunt for it. Wall jump, and there it is from Stev. 7 spree from Stev. Doesn't even need to find that kill. The assist is enough. That is a Hellstorm Missile now for Central Europe Bravo, but they have lost an overload.
Yeah, one apiece now. Good answer back. Raz and Rocket have not really gotten into this one fully as of yet, so they have been slowed down. Stev 9-0, by the way, looking for this merciless. Will he be able to find it? Kind of being key and just trying to keep his side hanging on here. Will he be able to get to that 10-0? I do love a good 10-0. It just looks perfect, because that's what it would be. It would be perfect, and he gets it. 10-0. eventually drop. Gingy there with the trade, picking up 2, trying to force the issue through now to this B side. Essentially, your Bravo coming off the back of this one, rushing to the defensive B. Actually, is it going to be a stretch over to A? Or are they going to try and quit the B? It looks like it's a quit to the B, and honestly, we had the luxury of seeing it. I think they had a chance to get through to A there.
Oh, Raz goes huge with that 3-piece, and now they could absolutely go through towards A regardless of what happens. Yeah, Raz solely keeps that play alive. That does not happen if Raz doesn't find that 3. Yes, it's messy, but England Alpha get it done. Honestly, if you're Steb, you feel hard done by. You really do. You're 12-2. You've had a monster performance, and I will say it kind of feels a little bit like some of those kills has kind of come in, I don't want to say useless positions, but certainly I think not as efficient kills as you would possibly like. You might well be 12-3, but how many of those kills have actually contributed potentially you're rather getting anything by way of objective or even map control? Well, Steph now looking to push up here. Steph finds 3 in the middle of the map, and that is a great contribution. One more player to contend with will be Raz. He's already secured 1 3-piece. Can he do it second? No, he cannot. The pistol not going to get a second kill through. Opportunity now for an A capture. Don't worry about the players coming to spawn. Get that thing through. Go to the point.
Whoa.
Thank you. Finally, barely get it through.
That was slow. That was really slow to get that through, but thankfully getting it over the line. And, you know, I think you make a really great point about Stev as well, about where he's picking up the kills. Granted, getting a great 3-piece in at the center of the map, which allowed that cap to go through. But you can be caught between a rock and a hard place sometimes if you're getting kills and pushing through into the spawn, because then if you're not rotating back to help your team who aren't picking up the kills, you're only getting these sort of outsider territory kills that aren't really contributing to your team kind of getting any sort of positional sense of moving up the map. So you're kind of stuck between, well, do I have to rotate back off a power position to help slay out with my team, or do I try and hold this position as a lane and continue to try and make their lives easier while expecting them to win their ones, which they've been struggling to do. So it's very hard to strike that balance, and I think Central Europe Bravo on the overall just aren't striking that balance well. England Alpha, after getting another one through here, and considering the slaying that Stev is managing, something's not working.
3-2 now. England Alpha now make it 3-3. Central Europe Bravo are keeping this one close. This has been a very high-scoring game. The next one will end the half. 45 seconds left. It could still will end by time. Ruka trying to keep mid-map pressure alive with the pistol. I don't know what his primary is right now that he can't just reload it. Regardless, kills now starting to come through for Central Europe Bravo. Boxing pushed all the way up towards blue. Oh, it gets turned on by Raz. Raz is able to double up as well. For being 12-12, Raz has had some phenomenal moments. Now the Hellstorm missile comes down by Stev, just to try and get this 4th and final overload through. Instead, that thing's been scooped up by England Alpha. They're going to try and send this one through P2 side, but there's no help here, and I can't imagine Raz survives that long yet. He goes down. 10 seconds left now. He'll get the extra 30 seconds off the pickup as Ruka and Gingy find a couple of kills. Now they'll be stopped short of getting past radar. 1 remaining player left. There's absolutely no HP, so now possession switches back in favor of England Alpha with 30 seconds on the clock.
What's really puzzling me is the amount of engagements that Monster Vibes is having. Only 4 and 8. Granted, having 1 overload through, but I mean, 2 of the teammates has more kills than they have engagements. And as we go to the halftime, I think that's a big thing that Alpha need to change. Don't be worried about the KD being worse. You need to get stuck in, even if you're just getting pushed up as a way to sort of act as a body block for your teammate who can maybe come in and get that trade, make someone weaker who might trade off the back to you, or just to switch lanes of sight, whatever it may be. But to be 4 and 8 in this situation, that means you're only facing up to 12 direct engagements. I just don't think that's enough. I think you got to get in there and get more aggressive to, at the very least, be a body bag for your team.
Man, this has been a crazy game. Like, genuinely wild game. For how many engagements we've seen to see such a high-scoring game like this, the defense for both squads has been, I think, wanting for sure. You said it as well. Monsoon Vibes, only 12 engagements. I have no idea how that is happening right now. England Alpha versus Central Europe Bravo. Now back towards the middle map dice we go. Raz has been pivotal to the game plan for England Alpha. Nice shots through. Rager Gaming, good flanking play. That's going to be the scoop up. We've already got Stev towards green. That's a pivotal player to get into that position. England Alpha, though, spawning towards the backline because Stev wasn't blocking that spawn. That means you're going to lose the player carrying the overload. You've lost your big slayer as well. There's still a threat of the overload going through, but in the end, good crossfire from Ruka through the middle of the map. That's going to stop the play.
Yeah, Ruka has pulled up into a fantastic position here to kind of cover that cross through the plane. Really love where they're sitting right now, just helping that transition immaculately well. And now it is up to Pork Chop to try and play the hold there. Rager Gaming alongside, just trying to slow things down, picking up a nice wave here, although again, might taken away. The Raz have sat in that position there. Huge kill coming through though, but Rocket managing to pick that one up, and it's very back and forth. We're seeing a lot of variety in terms of the levels of CoD gameplay, I would say, at the moment. There's a lot of good happening, but there's a lot of questionable stuff happening as well.
Yeah, but for both rosters, again, just going to keep on saying it. Constant back and forth. Now it's going to be England Alpha on the offense here. They are sandwiched in towards the shop, and they've not got any money to buy anything. Central Europe Bravo. Stalwart defense. Kills being made at the moment. Right now, you kind of wish, hey, I want a Hellstorm missile. Ruka has one for England Alpha. Flanking play now being made by Rager Gaming. Kills coming through, but Rager could well have the answer, and indeed he does. Boxy also from Sandbags will stop things, and this constant back and forth tug of war will continue as England Alpha now find another wave of kills.
And both of these teams have moments of waves of kills, but it's not really enough to get anything over the line. They need to get the wave of kills and then some with the EMP in hand just to try and force the issue through. That's the opportunity you need. At 4 dead, why is that EMP not picked up already? Right, you've got it, go, but why are you running it towards the market cover when they're spawning towards that B side? Surely you'd run it wide. Again, there's just questionable things going on here in terms of the pace of gameplay. When you pick up that EMP, when you're forcing out those lanes, there was a 3 or 4 dead there and an opportunity for Alpha to get that lane pushed out as quickly as they possibly could and cover their transition to white wall. They were slow to do it, and it cost them on this move. Although EMP still in hand, still plenty of opportunities here, but again, I just have question marks over some of the pace of some decisions that are being made.
Now for England Alpha, they push so far deep. It's starting to come through. The overload carrier dies because no one is covering top blue, and you've got players through, you've got blockers, but the overload carrier is not being protected. Ruka comes through for 5 in a row. He's got to continue to get kills after kills. 3 for Ruka now. Surely not number 4. Player jumps out of the window. Finally, overload device picked up, but again, it's the same thing. The overload device is picked up, but nobody's helping him.
Yeah, this is very frantic between these two sides at the moment. Again, I'll praise Europe Bravo for holding on defensively the way that they are. I mean, Steph 29 and 18 take a foul. Rocket 35 and 17. Now looking like they're going to be countered on after all that. 4-3, a minute 35 left to go. I mean, this has just been bizarre. Everything that has come from these two sides in this game feels like it's been against the wave of play, because there's just been sudden dips, whether it be in positional sense and the actual slaying ability. Just there's all of a sudden out of nowhere massive drops, and in this case England Alpha been hugely punished for what was an incredibly lacking offensive issue when they should have had that EMP through multiple times.
Yeah, I don't understand how that's happened. They'll be very frustrated. They will try again here, but the defensive line has been strong for Central Europe Bravo, and I don't think that's by way of their own efforts, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. They will get an easy one through, and that's what I meant, right? The defensive line isn't exactly strong for Central Europe Bravo. It's just that England Alpha's offense was pretty poor there, and all they've got to do is just fix up a little bit, and they will get one through. Worth saying, by the way, 40 seconds on the clock here, and there's still the Hellstorm missile yet to be used.
That will be used. We will see Raz, though, picking up another strong wave of kills on a 48-25. Rocket 41 and 19. I mean, that is just top tier stuff. But needing to pull those numbers because of a lack of engagement throughout the rest of the team and some of the members. So again, it's real topsy-turvy CoD we're watching here at the moment. Raz picking up another. Gingy trying to pick up one. 15 seconds left on the clock. It looks like it's going to be Alpha who are going to try and make the last wave. Raz with a huge 2, trying to continue to force the issue, pushing forward now. Needs his team to go behind him quick. Again, Raka Monsoon sitting a little bit deeper. And now I've just let the EMP go into Central Europe Bravo's hands in the overtime.
Extra 30 seconds now. One player left to deal with, and we go to overtime. Not the regular 30-second overtime, as in we're now going back towards a full-blown overtime now, as the stalemate will continue here. This one, for those of you guys who don't know, who haven't been keeping up with the newer overtime rules, I think it's like a 3 or a 5.5, something to that effect. So you just have to get your overload through a score, and as soon as you do, the time it takes for you to get that score through will be recorded, flip sides, and the other team gets a chance to beat you at that time. That is the way this works. Look at Rika, bro. He 45 and 20. This guy's been having a game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I've even ever seen a 50 bomb in an overload, and I'd be very happy to see one now as he looks to continue to pop off. As you say, Hellstorm in hand as well, which will be very, very useful if things get tough. Looks like they may be getting tough already. Alpha dropping 2 lives, Monsoon dropping as well. That mid control is gone. I tell you what, I'd already be thinking of maybe burning that streak just to keep that mid control. You do not want this timer to go so early. As Raz tries to pick up one, is Gingy picking up 2 and holding that Marcus cut perfectly so far, at least, just to slow this push down. But Central Europe Bravo are in a really dangerous position here to get this push forward. They just need to make a choice in what lane they're actually going, and it looks like they're going to try and force the issue mid.
Yeah, and it's the same thing though. Central Europe Bravo this time leave the player all the way back with no coverage. They're trying to force this one through. Surely the coverage is good here. The stun is, but it's not enough to stop it. One player was towards that boat side. Should have turned around because the threat was coming through the middle. There's not a single player hitting from that plane side. And in the end, it will be Central Europe Bravo that score here in overtime. 52 seconds. Especially with how many positions England Alpha found themselves in where they just could not get it through. It's not a lot of time.
No, it's not a lot of time at all. And again, I feel like that defense was really lackluster in the end up. Should have been better. And I feel like for both of these sides, they'll have a lot to look back on when it comes to a score overload, because I feel like a lot of the issues they've kind of forced onto themselves, whether it be just not looking in the right places at the right time, not being aware of the timings, not being able to pick up kills they should be picking up, and not sensing and seizing an opportunity when it comes to the pace of the game. Go into the right areas at the right time. So many of the pushes that teams have been trying to do through the center of the map have been so slow.
Well, they can't be slowed. They still have that Hellstorm, by the way. I'm fairly certain. Like, Ruka can use it. He's finally going to use it. He's finally going to bring it down. But you've got players on the flank now, so you're not in the play while your teammates get cut down. Yeah, you've got that Hellstorm coming through. It's going to keep them in blue, but not a single person in this position. Monsoon runs straight past his teammate because that's the guy that just killed him. They should have known Raven was there, and they don't. 25 seconds now. They've been backed up in towards blue. Couple of kills now coming through. Opportunity, but Jinzy's the only one with the ball. He's the only one there. Has he just found a route? Has he just found a perfect route behind?
Oh
he
my
might have
God.
got it through. Yes,
No.
he doesn't. No, it stops just short. Kill now potentially coming through from Monsoon Vibes. He's been quiet. Gets stopped at the goal line. 7 seconds. Raz is able to get a couple of kills, but can't do anything. The ball stays in the hand of Rager, and Central Europe Bravo pushes to another game.
What have I just seen? How is that First of all, it was the wrong play and it nearly worked. I know they didn't have a complete read of the spawn. I know it would have been maybe a little bit of a gamble, but why did he cut the EMP towards B? When, like, they were most likely going to be spawning towards B. Run it towards A. You had picked up a wave of kills. You're running through the middle of the map. Why cut tight into blue where they're probably going to be rushing to anyway when you've just got a straight path to A? But somehow weaving through blue uncontested, getting around the back to just being an inch away from A, which is where you should have gone in the first place. So then all of a sudden an immaculate defense to clutched up at the very end. I'm just bemused. It's been one of the most bemusing overloads I've ever seen in Black Ops 7. And yep. I would love to know what was going through their heads at that end play, because I feel like they should have had that cap straight through an A. Teams pushing past white wall, getting it locked down, and have that been done 20 seconds ago.
Yeah, it's just I would love to know what the comms are like for these guys. Like, are they just locked into the game and not saying anything to each other? Because there was a moment there in that game where, you're right, the Hellstorm missile comes down, right? I think it's Ruka that brings it down. Excuse me, he's inside shop. Rager comes by and kills him. And then Rager sits in shop. The comm must be made in that moment that, hey, Rager's in shop, we got to deal with him. And if we do, we're probably going to get this ball forward. The fact that Rager's able to survive in shop, and I think it's Monsoon Vibes that is literally vibing. He's just waltzing in the shop like, yeah, I'm just here for, I don't know, like a pack of crisps and, I don't know, a biscuit of some kind. Just the one, honestly, at this point. And the fact that Rager survives and gets the kill is insane to me. That is easily the wildest game of Overload I think I've casted this entire game. I don't think I've casted anything like that this entire year. I don't know what else to say. It was wild. At least we get another game out of it.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, I'm excited to see another map, but I really don't think that should have gone to another map. I mean, you had Rocket nearly drop a 50 bomb for an L as well in the end up, when we were criticizing on the other side of things a player who was at the time, I think, in like 16-4, 16-5. And not getting any kills that we were making the point of directly contributing to the side. But that even feels like a million years ago. It was so back and forth in terms of how that control went. And look, I'm excited to see it dent in Hardpoint, but that map was just I'm going straight back to the VOD after the broadcast is done today. I need to understand what happened there, because the one thing we can at least say from CoD, watching the X-ray perspective, we can understand the thinking at times, most of the time, of what people are doing. I have no understanding of how that scar overload panned out the way it did.
It's just like, it's the way in which they had so many opportunities to get the ball through sandbags. This was regular time, by the way. This isn't overtime. In regulation time, they had so many opportunities to get it through sandbags, and they just didn't. It's just like, yeah, don't worry about it. We got a couple of kills through. Ball's just going to stay in mid. Don't worry about it, pal. We'll give you guys another hard point to play. All right, well, we are going back to Scar now for map number 4. It is worth saying, though, at the beginning of this series, England Alpha completely ran through Central Europe Bravo. It was a 250-1, I think it was 114 or something like that was what was just on the board. So their hardpoint skills, at least that is on point.
Yeah, the hardpoint skills are on point, and they're going to need to be, because there needs to be a little bit of a regain. I feel like in a weird way for both of these sides, like I know Central Europe Bravo will be really happy they came away with a hard-fought win there, but there needs to be a rolling up of the sleeves here, and for some team to lay down the law a little bit and restore a little bit of normality back to these Call of Duty proceedings, because with such an erratic performance across the board from both teams in that last game, there needs to be a reset. And what a way to reset for Alpha, getting 4 down off the rip.
Yeah, this is exactly what we were talking about, right? England Alpha are very good at hardpoint. That is absolutely clear. The setup's also pretty good here. Now, if you're watching a flanking play, that's because generally speaking, you're not supposed to have a flanking play come through here on this map, and yet we're just going to do it to great effect. So now the control of this hardpoint will flip back in favor of Central Europe Bravo. Raz, though, should put a stop to that. Kills now coming through. Last remaining player coming from a shop side, and that is a good clearance now for England Alpha. Only 4 seconds of time there going Central Europe Bravo.
Yeah, and Raz on a killing spree of 5 already now, 5-0, loving life as England Alpha firmly in the driver's seat, in control of this hard point. It's amazing, even though it's a respawn, the different beast it can be, and the difference in the confidence levels between these players. As we do see Monsoon the only one not to have picked up a kill, but already 12 kills across the board for England Alpha. It's a great control at that point, and they've rotated immaculately well over towards P2 as well. And if you start chaining your P2s and P3s together on Scar, then it gets really dangerous if you're the opposition side, because where do you see yourself being able to pull these ones back, right? Because I think a lot of the time when you start to struggle on hills, the reset on Scar hardpoint is so important between P2, 3, and 4 especially. You've got to be able to get yourself reset onto those points and regain. And so far, not much regaining from Central Europe.
Yeah, this has been a great, phenomenal rotation from England Alpha. Do they read the spawns as well? They've got a couple of players on RAP here. That's going to leave Raz and Monsoon Vibes isolated. Raz doesn't care, though. He's a roaming sub-player. Gets those kills. The RAP through the middle of the map is going to be working, and actually works out to perfection as far as the rotation is concerned, too. Gingy able to convert for a second kill here on the streak, too. And this could be 3 consecutive rotations back-to-back that England Alpha are able to lock down.
They have been very clean rotations, and you can already see Raz is ready and waiting for the danger that is going to come from that mid-cut. However, Europe, I think they're going to try and challenge 2 apiece, but again, a little bit slow. The nades sort of semi-undoing that, trying to go through mid, but in the time it's taken to do this, there's going to be a challenge from top green, which actually doesn't quite work out. But the watch is still coming through, but Monsoon's so slow to get the kill that the 2 die in the process. Again, another very, very weird moment there in terms of what the strategy was to break and then how the whole defense actually panned out. But Alpha still will be happy, up 81-15 now. Bravo finally getting some time on this point. And England Alpha spawning out as well, going to have to work in the rotations over P4. Finally, Central Europe Bravo may have a good setup for rotations.
This looks like the best moment for them. But even now, right, they've already got the kind of the spawns incidentally. England Alpha aren't challenging them for those spawns, but Raz absolutely could have done. We'll get the first kill on the rotation. Should be too weak for a second fight. We'll actually be able to get a regen here. Nobody covering that top. Raz is going to be able to waltz straight down to the hard point. Great kills coming through from Luca and Raz. And now Central Europe Bravo in desperation mode as they very quickly lose those spawns. It takes 10 seconds for England Alpha to break.
Yeah, it's just not good enough. Central Europe Bravo, you know, they had players alive. They had the chance to rotate well in the positions, and they just didn't pick up the right positions at the right times. That was again, quite poor in a positional sense, knowing where the danger would come from. And again, setting yourself up in positions with the ability to cover for each other if and when that danger presents itself from any which angle, which they did not do. Meanwhile, you have England Alpha, granted a couple of Monsoon's not had a great KD, neither has Jinbi, but Raz and Raka, again, running the show, as we've seen in the previous hard points as well from the statistics there. I mean, Raz 18 and 5, which is absolutely phenomenal. I mean, I think hard point 1 as well, the first one of the day, Raz and Raka were 32 and 17 and 34 and 18. So, I mean, these two ran the show then, they're running the show now, and they are looking really, really strong here with a 3 down as they rotate to P5.
It just goes to show, doesn't it, how much a little bit of strategy can go a long way. England Alpha showing that right now. Their hard point is absolutely sublime. Central Europe Bravo finally having control of the rotation for the first time in a while, and they're actually picking up kills as well. Flanky play from Raz, though. Not the tastiest of shots. Gingy able to get the final kill up top, and that's pretty much all of the presence around the front of the hard point disappeared. Now back spawns will go away to... Actually, a bit of split spawn coming through. Pork Chop off the back of that split spawn might be able to surprise, but no. Bracing now for the players around the back line. Ruka comes through for 3. And surely not number 4. Rager will deny. Rager looking for the double. Can't get the best shots in. Jumps Shaw all the way for both of the teams. And in the end, it is still going to be England Alpha that prevents Central Europe Bravo from getting that time to the front.
Europe Bravo doing a good job here of getting at least a little bit of time back, but it is very much little. 136 to 62. Central Europe have a lot of fighting to do to get back into this one. Somehow nicking this map 3 would need a miracle to get through this map 4, and perhaps another one to try and get map 5. But in saying that, they have fared out better on the search and destroy than they have the hard points. Hard point being their weakest link. They have an opportunity here to potentially sneak this series, because this is the hardest challenge they will have of this series, and so far they're certainly down, but they are not out. But England Alpha controlling this P1 now with too much ease. Central Europe too slow to get in to apply this pressure. Getting a couple of kills. To be fair, that's a great 3 down. And Raz trying to stay up, but not able to do anything towards this point. I actually like how Central Europe broke into that one. They seem to be feeling a little bit more confident on this P1 compared to the last time around.
There's a little bit of, I guess, I don't want to say bounce back from Central Europe Bravo, but they seem to be competitive now in this game. They're only 60 points down. However, the issues that kind of has faced them in previous maps of the series are now still here. Ruka off the back of his early dominance has a Hellstorm missile. And that's well served on this hard point right here. His first kill from the team from Rachel, though. Now all the players coming from one side. Oh, the melee from Monsoon Vibes, who has not had the best of games. That right there might just remedy absolutely everything. And now England Alpha is going to be looking for all of these players trying to get through. The positioning's great. Raz doubles up through the middle of the map. And every single kill going England Alpha's way. This is disastrous for Europe Bravo.
A really important rotation of one that has gone Alpha's way. They are controlling this point now. Raz 31 and 10. Rotating around to the point, going to get maybe a little bit of poor timing, but Racker's actually there to cover him. And Rager through at 1, but instantly taken out, and it just shows like even when they take an inch, a mile is taken away from them, it feels like, for Central Europe. They just can't get anything consistently going on these points as the rotations come through once again. 100 points behind. It's a 2-1 fight here, of which Stev wins that 2-1. Huge win on that rotation. Now they need to make it count. They've correctly guessed the side as well that Alpha are coming from. They need to hold on and get some time.
We're down by 100 points or so, which needs to be a goal. There is that Hellstorm missile coming down, but it does actually catch the water player on the hard point. Should be said, kind of surprised that there hasn't been a kill on towards that player there. Finally comes through as Ruka didn't have anything to deal with. Immediate trade out. There's the second Hellstorm. Why not rain everything down? Raz finds 3. Now all England Alpha need to do is get that time and not push too deep. That's the clue here, because you can get that time, but you might also inadvertently flip the spawns out if you don't have somebody blocking and if you push too deep through. Now they realize that with 20 seconds to go, and if you're a Europe Bravo, you got to fly across the map for the rotation.
Well, absolutely. I think they're just realizing that there how important this rotation is, because Alpha are just trying to get enough time off this one to make winning on the next point easier. And they've completely controlled the rotations. They've gotten 15 to 20 seconds off of that P3, now only needing half of this P4, and perfectly set up to do so. Huge push coming through around the back half of Bridge Gaming, and of course Top, they need to go big. If not, it's going to be all done.
Just 17 seconds is all that England Alpha need. Raz trying to get it done. He's procured too many 2 pieces throughout this game and doesn't get the next one. And Central Europe Bravo holding strong for the moment, continuing to replenish their forces around the backline. Ruka comes through though for an easy double, not going to get number 3. Gingy also falls. Central Europe Bravo always seem to have one more man in the play, but this time they're about to run out of men. It's Monsoon Vibes and Raz. They combine for 4. And Central Europe Bravo have to fly across the middle of the map. They can't get there in time. 2 kills coming through. And that's going to be all she wrote. England Alpha, no more messing around. They will take the final series of the day.
Yeah, what a performance in the end up. Massive congratulations in a series that, from what we've seen of it at least, was a little bit all over the place at times, with a lot of issues to work out between both of these squads. Ultimately, you have to praise them for getting the job done in the end up. A convincing victory on that hard point. Clearly their bread and butter, with Raz and Rocca just running the show. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Again, I'm going to be forever scarred from some of those moments that I have seen on the Scar Overload, but the Scar Hardpoint at the very least making up for it just a little bit in terms of the levels being brought to the game. Central Europe Bravo, they had chances, they had opportunities here and there, and they had moments, but they weren't able to chain anything together and were ultimately subservient to the slaying power of the top 2 from the English side.
Yeah, just constantly behind there in that game. England Alpha looking really good in hardpoint, and we were wondering, because obviously we didn't get to see game number 1, what makes England Alpha so good in hardpoint. We know that they kind of dominated Central Europe Bravo, and then we kind of know, I mean, we saw it, just the strats from England Alpha, obviously the slaying power from Ruka and Raz, that's also a big part of it. Gingy also has their moments too, but without a shadow of a doubt, it is England Alpha that just looks so solid in hardpoint, and that's going to be a problem for all teams here in Call of Duty this weekend. Is England Alpha's hardpoint. It is a really good thing, and it is something I think that's going to keep them in the conversation of perhaps the team that will make it to DAF Worlds in July.
Completely agree. I think they're a team that definitely has the good elements about them. I think they're a side that I mean, I don't know if the rest of the COD sides here will be worried about them. I mean, God, it is hard to say. It's been difficult to judge the levels of COD today. I think we might take away from it, but certainly a side that I think will be on the upper echelon of what we'll see here, and will be looking to provide issues. But again, I think it's similar to what we said about the Mediterranean side for Rocket League. I think it's important for this England Alpha side on the Call of Duty side of things to see if they can find more improvements to get the best out of all 4 players as opposed to the top 2, because we were seeing disparities throughout on the KD side of things, right? And if there's any way, look, there might be just different skill levels throughout, but if there's any way we can balance things out a little bit more to bring the best out of the 2 players who maybe aren't doing as much as they may like to be doing, then that's when we'll see them be really successful. Yes, cater to your slayers, but find something else that'll work as well, because again, I go back to that overload, so chock full of issues. There's so much that can be worked on there for both sides. It's worth working on that quickly.
Yeah, 100%. And I would like to see improvements. You've got 4 days worth of action here, right? I mean, all the teams are going to make it into that final bracket, regardless of what happens, I believe. I'm fairly certain that's how the formatting works here. So you have a lot of opportunities to improve, and that's what I want to see. With that said, then, we have an interview on the ground with England Alpha off the back of that victory. Let's go to hear what Tsunami has to say about that match.
Neighborhood Paul here at the USAFE Championships, and I am joined now by Tsunami, who just got done with a very intense game of COD. So how are you feeling like your team's doing?
My team's doing great. Honestly, I just got to play a little bit of pickup and we'll be good to go. So no complaints from me personally.
All right, and so in that last series you had, what was like your biggest oh no, oh God moment? Like, was there anything like clenching moments?
Playing Overload, like it always gets me. Like the other ones are fine. Overload always pushes us to the brim. That's where we always struggle the most, but we ended up clutching it up every time. So, hey, I can't complain.
Hey, you can't get mad at it. Fair enough, man. Hey, so like, who are you looking forward to playing next?
I'm looking forward to fighting Siren's team a lot. They beat us on a practice match. I went to run back. Hopefully my team can pull it back this time. So I have faith in them. I just gotta pull my weight and we go to go.
All right, man. Hey, looking forward to seeing it. Back to you guys.
Alrighty, cheers for that interview. Yeah, I mean, look, they are acknowledging it as well. Tsunami said it in that interview. Overload is their stress point right now. If they can fix that, these guys, they're a heavy hitter to potentially win the entire thing.
Yeah, completely agree. That overload had a lot of question marks, but we see what they're able to do on the hard point. I think they're a super dangerous team in the hard point. We didn't really get to see the search and destroys, but I mean, winning that search and destroy 6-4, I think they're definitely a side that can do the damage there. Well, was it perfect? I don't know, but I mean, when you're able to come through and dominate hard points the way that you did, then you know you're going to be well set throughout, right? Search and destroy, things can get a little bit mixy, anything can happen, but if you're decent at the search and destroys, you can dominate in your hard points, and dominate early is to sort of sap a bit of that momentum out of your opposition and sort of put them down early. Then look, that's just a great place to be. You know, you don't have to be playing the absolute perfect COD at this point, and what they're able to do and what their strengths are pretty damn strong.
Yeah, I mean, just a great day here of action. I was so happy to be back with Air Force Gaming to look at some of these teams in USAFE. Always good to have a tournament that doesn't end at 4 o'clock in the morning for us, Seb. Before we go, any final thoughts?
Well, look, I just got to say, it's a massive thank you for everyone who's putting on these events, and this event in particular. Again, it's great to be here. Obviously, have the opportunity to cast them, and as you said, you took the words out of my mouth. Not be up to all hours of the morning doing so, and to have the privilege to see some terrific games, right? And I love the fact that we're mixing in a couple of titles as well. I feel like that's the way esports events need to go in the future as well. To get more of the players involved at the one time. Have Rocket League, have COD, have whatever else it may be in future. It's just a lot of fun to get in and cover all these different games. More variety for the viewer, for us as the casters, and for the players, and the overall vibe and entertainment happening at the facility as well. So it's been so much fun for day one, so much more action left to come over the course of the weekend, and cannot wait to get into covering it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we got more Call of Duty and Rocket live from the USAFE Championships tomorrow. For now, that's going to do it for day number 1 of action. Before we go, a massive shout out to USAA. Once again, USAA was founded over 100 years ago by 25 military members with a mission to always take care of their own. And you guys can learn more at usaa.com. So again, a massive thank you to them for sponsoring this event. Without them, none of this would be possible. And without you watching, it wouldn't be either. So thank you to you guys at home. Massive shout out to production. Put on an awesome show today. And make sure you guys tune in once again tomorrow at around 11 a.m. Or so in our time, the proper time zone, at BST, to watch some more Call of Duty and Rocket League live from the USAFE 2026 Championship. We'll see you there.